네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 글로벌히트의 세계 무대 도전이 시작됐습니다. 두바이 현지에 가 있는 글로벌히트의 알막툼 챌린지 경주 출전 날입니다. 자, 알막툼 챌린지 두바이에서 현재 펼쳐지고 있는 두바이 레이싱 카니발 두바이 월드컵의 전초전이라고 할 수 있는 경주입니다. 여기에 우리나라 마린 글로벌히트 그리고 김혜선 기수가 함께 출전하는데요. 이 경주에 대한 프리뷰쇼 시작하겠습니다. 저는 캐스터 정성욱이고요. 오늘 도움 말씀 주실 분들 함께 모셨습니다. 먼저 부산경마처장을 맡고 있는 김준구 해설위원 모셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
네, 그리고 또 도움 말씀 주실 부산경마운영부 차장 박건우 해설위원 함께 모셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하십니까.
자, 이렇게 두 분과 함께 프리뷰쇼 진행할 건데요. 오늘 프리뷰쇼 글로벌히트가 출전하는 알막툼 챌린지에 대한 프리뷰쇼입니다. 이 알막툼 챌린지를 알기 전에 먼저 두바이 월드컵 그리고 두바이 레이싱 카니발이 어떤 것인지 함께 알아보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 먼저 두바이 월드컵과 두바이 레이싱 또 어떤 경주라고 저희가 표현할 수 있을까요?
일단은 다들 아시겠지만 세계 경마가 매년 한 11월 정도 되면 주요 경주들이 다 끝나게 됩니다. 뭐 미국, 뭐 일본, 그다음에 유럽을 포함해서 다 끝나게 됩니다. 그래서 주요 11월부터 그 다음에 한 4월까지 쉽게 얘기하면 그 경마 비수기입니다.
네.
평지 경주에서 그러다 보니까 이제 그 날씨가 괜찮은 그 이제 겨울 기간에 괜찮은 그 아랍 쪽에서 우리 이 비수기 때 한번 우리 경마를 좀 이때 좀 활성해 보자 해서 2016년부터 두바이 월드컵이라는 큰 대회를 이제 아랍에미리트에서 창설을 했고요. 보통 매년 11월부터 그 다음에 3월 중순까지 두바이에서는 두바이 레이싱 카니발이라는 그런 이름으로 두바이 월드컵 본성격인 두바이 월드컵 올해는 이제 4월 5일날 개최가 되는데요. 그때 주요 경주에 두바이 월드컵에 뛸 수 있는 그런 주요 경주에 뛸 수 있는 출전할 수 있는 그런 이제 그 후보마들을 옥석을 가리는 경주가 두바이 메이단 경마장에서 매주 금요일 날 개최가 되고요. 오늘 1월 24일 날은 패션 프라이데이라고 해서 그 중에서 예선 경주 중에서 가장 중요한 두바이에서 지금 국제 그룹 1 경주가 총 7개 경주가 개최가 되거든요. 그 중에서 두바이 월드컵 때 5개 지원 경주가 있고요. 오늘 지원 경주가 2개가 개최가 됩니다. 그 중에 하나가 이제 글로벌히트가 뛰게 되는 알막툼 챌린지가 되겠고요.
이 두바이 레이싱 카니발이 말씀하신 것처럼 4월 5일에 세계 경마의 역사적으로 손꼽히는 경주 중 하나인 두바이 월드컵에 대한 예선전이다 라고 말할 수가 있겠는데 말씀해 주신 것처럼 패션 프라이데이 오늘입니다. 이 패션 프라이데이에 많은 경주들이 또 펼쳐져 있는데 그중 하이라이트 경주가 알막툼 챌린지라고 합니다. 이 경주 외에도 패션 프라이데이 또 어떤 경주들이 있을까요?
네, 오늘은 패션 프라이데이 전체 이제 9개 경주가 준비가 되어 있고요. 이제 품종에 따라서 저희 한국처럼 뭐 세계 대부분 나라들은 이제 더러브렛 경주가 8개가 있고 또 이제 아라비안 말 퓨어 아라빅 경주라 그래서 그게 또 이제 하나가 있습니다. 그래서 전체 9개가 지금 준비가 되어 있고요. 저희 글로벌히트가 뛰는 뭐 6경주 알막툼 챌린지를 비롯해서 작년도에 그 두바이 월드컵 우승마였던 로렐리버가 출전하는 4경주 또 글로벌히트 경주가 끝나고 나면 이어지는 7경주, 8경주는 각각 이제 홍콩 연도 도표마 로맨틱 워리어라든지 또 8경주는 골든샤인 우승마 터즈 이렇게 출전하게 돼서 전체 이제 더러브렛 경주가 8개가 편성이 되어 있는데요. 그 중에 한 절반 정도가 아주 관심 있는 말들이 많이 출전하는 그런 흥미로운 날이 되겠습니다.
말씀해 주신 것처럼 명마들이 많이 출전하는 경주인데 이 중에서도 가장 하이라이트 경주가 저희가 보게 될
아무래도 저희 같은 경우는 뭐 글로벌히트를 포함해서 다른 출전마들도 상당히 이제 진용이 화려합니다. 그래서 저희 그 경마 팬들께서도 아주 많은 관심을 지금 보여주고 계시고 있는 걸로 알고 있습니다.
세계적으로는 어떤 위상을 갖고 있는 건가요?
지금 이제 화면에 잠깐 말씀드리면 화면에 지금 쭉 오늘 개최될 이제 경주들이 쭉 나오는데요. 그 오늘 개최될 그 2경주에 아랍에미리트 2000기니가 열리는데 요거는 이제 4월 5일 날 UAE 더비 경주가 있습니다. 그거에 전초전 경기 되고
이 경주가요?
요 경주에 우승하게 되면 UAE 더비에 출전할 수 있는 자동 출전권이 주어집니다. 그 다음에 또 글로벌히트가 뛰는 알막툼 챌린지 경주도 우승하면 바로 두바이 월드컵 본선에 출전할 수 있는 자동 출전권이 주어지고요.
직행인가요?
예, 직행입니다. 그다음에 그다음 경주인 레이스 7
네.
제벨 하타 이건 이제 터프 경주인데요.
네.
로맨틱 워리어가 뛰면서 이제 홍콩에서 지금 대단한 관심을 보이고 있는 그런 경주인데요. 요
네.
경주에 우승한 말은 두바이 터프
네.
1800m에 4월 5일날 개최되는 두바이 터프 경주에 출전할 수 있는 자동 출전권이 주어지게 됩니다.
말씀해주신 것처럼 오늘 펼쳐지는 경주들이 굉장히 나중에 있어서 바로 직행할 수 있는 티켓이
예.
주어지다 보니까
그렇습니다.
전 세계에서 주목을 하고 있을 것 같습니다. 이렇게 대단한 패션 프라이데이가 펼쳐지는데 여기에 6경주에 두바이 월드컵 출전권 직행 티켓이 달린 알막툼 챌린지에 글로벌히트가 출전을 하는데요. 이 글로벌히트 이전에 또 우리나라에서 다른 말들이 해외 원정을 떠난 사례가 몇 가지 있다고 들었어요.
저희 이제 우리 말 중에서 한국 조교마 중에서 해외 원정을 최초로 간 연도는
네.
2008년도입니다.
2008년도
미국
네.
미국의 원정을 갔고요. 그때부터 시작해서 이제 저희가 주로 이제 초점을 맞추는 이제 그 해외 원정 그 타겟은 이제 아랍에미레이트 두바이가 되겠고요.
네.
두바이는 2016년부터 저희가
2016년부터.
이제 원정을 가기 시작했습니다.
예.
그때 이제 두 마리가 갔는데요. 자들 이제 기억 다 머리에 다 기억하고 계실 말들이고요. 석세스 스토리가 하고 이제
네.
천구라는 말이
네.
최초로 이제 두바이에서 이제 저희가 첫 발을 내디뎠고요.
이 두 마리가 함께 그때.
함께 갔습니다.
예.
그러니까 다행스럽게 석세스 스토리는
네.
두 번 뛰어서 다 두 번 3위에
네.
입상하는 성적을 거뒀고
네.
천구는 아쉽지만 이제 5위하고 9위를 했습니다.
네.
이러므로 해서 이제 그때 이제 처음 뛰게 됐고 계속 매년 두세 마리씩 계속 두바이의 원정길에 올랐고
네.
다만 이제 코로나 기간 팬데믹 때는 이제 잠깐 저희가 이제 휴식 시간을 가졌고
네.
그래서 작년부터 또 두 마리가 이제 그 신장의 고동하고
네.
그 볼마이스타가 또 갔고요.
그렇죠.
그러니까 올해는 또 그 작년에 간 뭐 출전한 말들도 우수한 말들이지만
네.
올해는 이제 한국 대표마 현재 최고마인 글로벌히트가 갔기 때문에
네.
지난해보다는 조금 더 기대치가 높은
네.
그런 말이 출전했다고 보시면 되겠습니다.
기대치가 높은 만큼 등수도 저희가 신경을 쓸 수밖에 없을 것 같은데 이전에 아까 말씀해주신 것처럼 3위를 거둔 말도 있다고 들었습니다.
네.
이외에도 3위면 굉장히 좋은 성적이잖아요.
네.
해외 무대에서. 그럼 또 이 외에도 다른 말들 그 이후에 천구와 석세스 스토리 이후에 또 좋은 성적을 거둔 말들 어떤 말들이 있었나요?
예, 금방 뭐 화면이 잠깐 지나갔는데요.
네.
아까 그 회색 복색을 착용했던 그 말이 이제 캘리포니아 크롬입니다.
네.
2014년도 이제 미국 연도 대표마였고요.
예.
요 캘리포니아 크롬과 같이 뛰어서 이제 석세스 스토리가 3위를 차지했고 일반 경주 기준으로는 이제 최초 우승이 부산에서 갔던 메인스테이입니다.
예.
메인스테이가 이제
2017년도에
1200m 경주에서
일반
우승을
경주에서
했고요.
우승했죠.
그다음에 이제 일반 경주가 아닌 대상 경주급으로 올라오면 현재 이제 리스티드급에서
네.
여러분들이 아직도 이제 많이 추억하고 계시는 돌콩이
돌콩.
예.
예.
요 이제 컬린 핸디컵이라는 경주에서 우승을
우승을 했죠.
19년에 이제 하고 나서 두바이 월드컵까지 이어지는 이제 교두보가 된 거죠.
네.
예, 이렇게 해서 이제
컬린 핸드컵에서 우승을 하고 나서
네.
이제 그때 당시에 이제 알막툼 챌린지 라운드
예,
3라는
라운드
경주에
3.
3월 초에 이제 열리는 슈퍼 세러데이 2000m 경주에서 3위를 하면서 국제 레이팅이 110으로 올라가면서
네.
본정격인 두바이 월드컵에 출전할 수 있는 자격을 거뒀고
네.
한국 조교마 중에 최초로 국제 지원 경주에 이제 출전했던 그런 영광을 누렸던 말이죠.
돌콩이 그렇게 우수한 성적을 거뒀는데 그러면 국제 레이팅이 또 많이 올랐을 것 같아요.
그때 110을 받아서
110,
예,
네.
이제 두바이 월드컵에 본선에 출전할 수 있는 기회를 얻었습니다.
네. 지금 화면에 나가고 있는 것처럼 슈퍼 세터데이 때 3위 알막툼 챌린지 2000m.
예. 라운드 3에.
라운드 3에서
저 자막이 잘못 나가고 있는데 G3가 아니라
예.
G1 경주였습니다. 그
G1
당시에.
경주.
예, 그
예.
당시에 G1 경주.
당시 그레이드 1이죠.
예.
예.
그레이드 1격인 알막툼 챌린지 라운드 3에서
예.
2000m에서 돌콩이 3위를
두바이에 뛰었던 말들은 이제
예.
3위가 이제 돌콩이 G1 경주 3위를 했고
네.
또 미국에 다들 아시는 블루치퍼가
블루치퍼.
2019년도
네.
브리더스컵 더트 마일 경주에서 또 3위를 그것도 뭐 역시도 지원 경주였고요. 3위를 하는 또 그 같은 해에.
네.
예. 근데 최초는 돌콩이고요. 두 번째는 블루치퍼가 지원 경주에 뛰는 그런 경험이 있습니다.
거기 이제 같은 해 2019년 이제 2월 달에는 돌콩이 3월 달에는 돌콩이 이제 두바이 월드컵에 출전을 했었고요.
네.
이제 또 가을에 11월에 있었던 브리더스컵, 미국 브리더스컵에서는 블루치퍼가 나가서 2019년이 상당히 좀 한국 경마에서 뜻이 있는 그런 한 해였던 것 같습니다.
상당히 한국 경주마들이 이 한국의 경마는 이렇다라고
네.
할 만한 그런 위상을 조금이나마 어필할 수 있는 기회가
그렇습니다.
됐던
예.
2019년이었던 것 같습니다.
최초 우승마가 이제
예.
저희가 메인스테이라고 이제 처음 얘기인데 그건 이제 두바이 얘기고요.
네.
전체적으로 이제 미국 다 포함하면
네.
2012년에 필소굿이라는 말이 있었습니다. 필소굿,
네.
필소굿이라는 말이 당시에 이제 미국의 칼더 경마장에 뛰어가지고 일반 경주지만 최초의 이제 해외 원종으로 최초 우승마긴 한데
네.
이 단서가 좀 있습니다. 필소굿이 이제 한국에 뛰다가
네.
미국에 간 게 아니라 2, 3화 때 그러니까 그 우수 국내 산마를 미국에서 한번 뛰어보자.
네.
처음부터 조교도 거기서 시작하고 해서 그런 성격으로 필소굿이 한국에서 처음 뛰었다가 간 게 아니라
예.
그냥 처음부터 미국에서 뛰었습니다.
처음부터.
예, 처음부터.
네.
쉽게 따지면 한국 말이라고 볼 수는 없고요. 미국에서 조교라고 미국의 조교사의 이름 하에 단지 생산국만 한국 말이었고요.
예.
그래서 한 국산마 기준으로 따지면은 필소굿이 최초로 2012년도에 우승을 했다. 예, 그렇게 보시면 되고요.
조금씩 이렇게 오래 전부터 계속 세계 무대에 조금씩 두들겨 보고
예.
도전을 하고 있는 한국 말들인데 두바이에 진출한 건 2016년부터 시작해서 지금 2025년이 됐습니다.
예,
이제
예.
9년인데
예.
이제는 천구부터 시작해서 석세스 스토리와 그리고 지금은 글로벌 히트입니다. 이 글로벌 히트가 아까 말씀을 해주셨지만 지금 현재 우리나라에서 최강마잖아요.
예,
글로벌 히트 또 어떤 말인지 한번 설명을 부탁드릴게요.
지금 현재 이제 기준으로 한국 서울과 부산을 통틀어서 자타공인 최고의 말이고요.
예.
3세 시즌에 이제 스피드형 동기생하고 이제 좀 앞선이 뒷선이
예, 라이벌리가
라이벌리가 좀 있었다가 사실은 위너스맨에게 상당히 좀 가려져 있었습니다. 가려져 있었는데 그래도 글로벌히트는 3세 때 대통령배라든지 그랑프리에 3세마로서 출전을 하면서 이제 경험을 많이 쌓았고요. 위너스맨이 은퇴하고 난 이제 작년 시즌이었죠.
네.
거의 압도적인 모습을 보여주면서 한국 경마 이제 중장거리에서는 마땅한 적수가 없다 그런 평가를 받고 있습니다. 그래서 금년도 이제 지금 두바이의 원정을 간 이런 결정에 대해서 상당히 좀 박수를 보내고 싶고요. 그런 또 어떤 관계자들의 도전하는 정신을 상당히 높이 평가하고 싶습니다.
이 글로벌히트가 작년에 그랑프리를 우승했지만 이 글로벌히트가 조금씩 주목받기 시작한 게 그 전 재작년에 그랑프리 때 은퇴한 위너스맨 마지막 경주라고 할 수 있겠죠.
예.
대상 경주 마지막
코차로.
코차이였죠.
되게 아슬아슬하게 육안으로 판단이 힘들 정도로
예,
그때부터 많이 주목을 받았던 것 같아요.
저는 그때 우승만은 좀
예.
글로벌 히트라고 저는 평가를 하고 있고요.
네.
약간의 그 전개라든지 기술에 약간 실수가 좀 제 눈에 보였거든요.
네.
그래서 저는 마지막에 조금 더 이렇게 침착한 전개가 있었다면 아마 글로벌 히트가 이기지 않았을까 그런 생각을 해봅니다.
3세 때부터 이제
예.
조금씩 후반기 들어서 두각을 나타내기 시작을 했는데
그렇습니다.
여기서 우리나라에서 이제 코리아컵에서도 작년에 또 좋은 성적을 거뒀잖아요.
네네. 이 이제 코리아컵이 예년부터 이제 상당히 강한 이제 한국 기준으로 보면 상당히 강한 일본마들이 원정을 많이 왔고요.
네.
작년에도 크라운 프라이드가 2연패를 차지하면서 한국 경주마 중에는 이제 글로벌히트가 3위로 가장 높은 순위를 기록을 하면서 그래도 조금이나마 자존심을 좀 지켰다 이렇게 볼 수 있겠습니다.
그렇죠. 이 글로벌히트가 이제 또 두바이 무대에 도전을 했습니다. 오늘 출전은 알막툼 챌린지 슈퍼 세터데이 이전에 있는 패션 프라이데이에서 가장 하이라이트 경주로 꼽히기도 하고 두바이 월드컵 직행 티켓이 또 걸려있기 때문에 많은 주목을 받는 경주기도 한데 이 경주를 또 선택한 이유가 어떤 건지 궁금한데요.
이게 좀 이제 그 두바이 아랍에미레이트 경주 조건들이 그 코로나 기간을 끝나면서 많이 변경이 됐어요. 좀 상금도 좀 낮아졌고. 그러면서 이제 그 전에도 이제 외국에서 오는 그런 말들이 점점 줄어들고 있었습니다. 줄어드는 추세였어요. 그러다 보니까 이제 일반 경주 상금도 줄어들고 그다음에 일반 경주에서의 그 뛸 수 있는 제한도 상당히 많았습니다. 그래서 아시겠지만 그 글로벌 히트가 두바이 아랍에미리트의 핸디캐퍼가 이제 레이팅을 이제 이 말에 대해서 자체로 주거든요. 108을 부여를 받았어요. 그 108이라는 그 레이팅이 지금 현재 올해 그 경마 계획상
네.
뛸 수 있는 일반 경주가 없습니다.
그러니까 가 뛸 수 있는 경주가 없는
예,
거죠.
일반 경주가
예.
없습니다. 그래서 보통 과거에 이제 뛰었던 말들은 이제 보통 일반 경주에 뛰고 성적이 좋으면 그 다음에 이제 대상 경주를 도전하는 그런 성격이었거든요.
차근차근.
예.
네.
근데 글로벌히트는 워낙 말이 뭐 좋게 그
네.
두바이 현지에서 평가를 해줘서
네.
상당히 예상보다 레이팅을 높게 받았습니다. 108로. 그러다 보니까 일반 경주에 뛸 수 있는 경주가 없어서
네.
그럼 어떤 경주가 좋을까?
네.
그래서 오늘 뭐 1600 그 경주도 그 로렐 리버가 뛰는
네.
그 경주도 있지만 이제 좀 글로벌히트 너무 조금 좀 짧은 거리다. 그렇다면 어떤 경주가 있을까? 그러니까 저희 자체적으로 봤을 때는 이왕 뛰는 거 우리 목표는 두바이 월드컵 뛰는 게 목표다. 그렇다면 과감하게 G1 경주에 뛰자.
네.
그래서 선택한 게 이제 알막툼 챌린지 경주가 되겠습니다.
거리를 고려한 것도 있고,
예, 거리도 고려를
네.
했고요. 제가 보기엔 1900m, 제가 보기엔 글로벌히트는 2000m 이상이 더 좋은 성적 기대가 돼요.
예.
그래서 이번 경주에 좋은 성적이 나면 참 좋겠지만 뭐 말이 건강하게 뭐 우승을 못해도
네.
어느 정도 착승권에 들어온다면 3월 1일날 개최되는
네.
알막툼 클래식 경주가 또 2000m입니다.
이게 슈퍼 세터데이를
예, 슈퍼 세터데이
네.
때 그 경주가 어떻게 보면 이번 경주보다 필드가 더 약합니다.
예.
과거 경주 뛰었던 말들의 그 면면을 보면
네.
지금 예선 경주 중에서 알막툼 챌린지 오늘 경주 가장 센 필드고요. 다음 3월 1일날 개최된 알막툼 클래식 경주가 조금
네.
더 약합니다. 그래서 이번 경주에 조금 성적이 안 좋았다고 실망하지 말고
예.
더 적성거리인 2000m 알막툼 클래식 3월 1일날 경주에 뛰는 거에도 한번 기대를 좀 해보면 어떨까 싶고요. 알막툼 챌린지 오늘 경주는 지금 레이팅 가장 높은 발이 120입니다.
120이요.
120이고
예.
가장 낮은 발이 이제 99인데
99. 예.
평균 레이팅에 뛰는 말 평균 레이팅이 107.5예요.
네.
과거 이제 알막툼 챌린지하고 알막툼 클래식을 비교해 보자면 작년 같은 경우 알막툼 클래식은 평균 레이팅이 102였습니다.
네.
그리고 또 여기서 우승한 발도 바로 또 두바이 월드컵에 뛸 수 있는 자동 출전권을 주거든요. 그래서
네.
이번 경주 성적이 좋은데 좀 나쁘더라도
네.
다음 3월 1일날 개최는 2000m 경주도 한 번 더
네.
도전해 볼 만하다라고 저는 이렇게 평가를 하고 있습니다.
네, 말씀해주신 게 2000m 이상일 때 또 좋은 성적을 계속 글로벌히트가 보여줄 수 있다라고 말씀하셨는데 제가 그 거리별 기록을 찾아봤는데 글로벌히트가 지금까지 우리나라 한정이긴 하지만 이제 해외 원정을 처음 떠난 거긴 하지만 17번의 경주에서 10번의 우승을 거뒀는데 그중 2000m에서 6번의 경주를 뛰었어요. 이 6번 중에 5번을 우승을 했습니다. 1800에서도 4번 출전해서 한 번 우승을 거둔 바가 있고요. 이렇게 또 장거리에 강한 글로벌 히트가 이번에도 비슷한 거리인 1900m를 뛰는데 1900은 처음이지만 1800과 2000m를 많이 뛰어봤단 말이에요.
그렇습니다.
이번에 또 좋은 모습 보여줄 수 있을까요?
네, 그 사실은 수요일에
네.
출전 신청을 하고
네.
이제 출전마가 확정이 되고 나서 그 한국과 달리 이제 마번과 출발 번호가 이제 다릅니다. 두바이에.
네.
그래서 출발 번호 추첨을 이제 새로 했는데요.
네.
오늘 알막툼 챌린지에 이제 12마리가 출전을 하게 되는데
네.
그 중에 이제 제일 외곽 12번 게이트에서 출발을 하게 됐습니다.
네.
그래서 이제 사실은 뭐 게이트가 안쪽이냐 바깥쪽이냐에 따라서 이제 경주 전개의 변수들이 조금 바깥쪽은 많이 줄어드는 경향이
네.
있어서요. 그래서 걱정하시는 분들이 좀 있었던 것 같은데요. 저도 뭐 자료를 조금 찾아보니까 작년도에 그 4월달에 있었던 헤럴드 경제배 글로벌히트 우승한 경주죠.
네,
2000m.
그렇죠.
그리고 그 다음에 이제 한 달 뒤에 있었던 저기 YTN배에서도
네.
글로벌히트가 이제 14번을 받고
예.
2번 연속 이제
바깥쪽에서
우승을 했습니다.
네.
그래서 그때 경험이 이제 아직 그 살아 있기 때문에
네.
게이트 번호를 뭐 아주 크게 걱정 안 해도 그렇게 될 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
네.
근데 그 아시겠지만 저희 이제 한국이나 다른 나라들 보면 일본 마번 1번은 출발 그때 일본에 뛰는 게 저희는 당연하다고 생각을
그렇죠.
하거든요.
네.
근데 유럽 거는 좀 다릅니다.
음.
혹시 저희 박건우
네.
위원님은 어떻게 그 오늘 알막툼 챌린지의 그 출발 번호라든지 마번이 어떻게 정해지는지 혹시
네네. 이제
말씀해 주실 수 있을까요?
예, 국가별로 이제 조금씩 차이는 있는데요. 한국 같은 경우는 이제 일반 경주는 컴퓨터가 무작위 추첨을 하고 대상 경주는 실제 관계자들이 번호를 추첨을 합니다. 제가 알고 있기로는 이제 홍콩 같은 경우는 레이팅이 제일 높은 순서대로 마번이 1번, 2번, 3번, 4번 이렇게 쭉 부여가 되고 있는 걸로 알고 있고요. 여기 아랍에미레이트 두바이 같은 경우는 해당 말이 이제 부담하는 부담 중량이 높은 순서대로 이렇게 이제 소팅이 쭉 되고 있는데 근본 경주 같은 경우는 이제 마련 경주 57.5kg,
네.
4세 이상 이렇게 부여를 받기 때문에 전부 다 이제 4세 이상마 같은 부담 중량 말에서는 A, B, C, D 알파벳 순으로 이렇게 마번이 부여되는 걸로 알고 있습니다.
마번과 출발하는
출발
게이트 번호가
예.
다르다.
예,
우리나라에서 진행되는 경마랑은 다르게 저희가 시행하는 경마에서는 게이트 번호가 곧 마번이잖아요.
네네.
예, 그런데
근데 여기는
여기선
좀-
다르게
예.
마번이 따로 있고 출발하는 게이트 번호는 또 따로 있다. 게이트 번호는 그냥 출발하는 게이트일 뿐이고
예.
마번은 따로 있다 이 말씀이신데
배팅할
잠시
때는
후에, 예.
이제 마번 기준으로.
그렇죠.
예. 출발 번호 기준 아니라 마번 기준으로 배팅.
네, 이렇게 여기 두바이에서는 또 다르게 마번과 게이트 번호가 다르게 진행된다는 점 말씀드리면서 나중에 조금 있다가 저희가 출전표 함께 보면서 그 얘기를 더 자세히 나눠볼 거고요. 아까 말씀하신 게 글로벌히트가 좀 안전하게 경주를 치러서 이번 경주가 끝이 아니라
네.
또 슈퍼 세터데이도 있고 만약에 정말 잘 할 수 있다면 두바이 월드컵에도 나갈 수 있는 기회가 주어지기 때문에 잘 맞췄으면 좋겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데 이렇게 글로벌히트가 또 지금 두바이로 처음으로 원정을 떠나게 됐어요. 이동하는 동안 많은 분들께서 또 다치지는 않을까 걱정을 또 하셨을 것 같은데 이 한국에서 두바이로 수송하는 그 과정을 저희가 비디오로 조금 담아왔고 히트가 또 어떤 상태인지 현지 수의사를 통해서 인터뷰도 진행을 했습니다. 저희가 한번 영상으로 만나보겠습니다. 네, 지금 글로벌히트가 한국에서 이제 두바이로 이동을 한 건데 이때는 비행기를 타고
예.
이동을
그렇죠.
하는 거죠.
이동을 해서
네.
공항에서 메이단 경마장까지는 또 아랍에미리트의 그 레이싱 오서리티가
네.
그 경마 시행체에서 또 다 수송을 전담하고 있습니다.
네. 그러면 도착하고 나서도 그 현지에 있는 수의사들이 또 점검을
예,
하는 거죠.
예.
이동하는 도중에 좀 다치는 경우들도 있을 것 같아요.
예, 많이
경주마들이.
있고요.
네.
제가 듣기로는 그 오른쪽 뒷다리에 좀 찰과상을 좀 입었다고 좀 얘기를 들었어요.
글로벌히트가요 이번에.
예, 지금 이제
예.
수의사분이
예, 보고
이제
있네요.
보고
예.
있으신데
네.
아마 그 저희가 경마한 날 이렇게 뭐 데이 1, 데이 2에서 이렇게 보여드릴 이렇게 보이시죠?
네, 붕대를 하고
붕대를
있네요.
밴디지를
예.
좀 감아 있고 근데 뭐 수의사 그 말씀으로는 큰 지장이 없다 이렇게 말씀하신 거로 알고 있어서
네.
경주에는 뭐 현재까지는 뭐 이상이 없다는 소식을 들었습니다.
네, 한번 그럼 수의사분께서 어떤
Just
말씀하셨는지
examined, of course, he's
보겠습니다.
got some superficial wounds that he suffered just before transport. They're very minor. We're going to clean them and bandage them, and we will give him some endomycin, oxytetracycline antibiotics for 3 days to stop it getting infected. But the wounds are very minor and very small, and I don't see any long-term problem.
네, 다행이네요. 다행히 또 그렇게 심각하진 않은 거다. 아주 가벼운 찰과상이다라고
예, 예.
말씀을 해주셨는데 이렇게 그러면 다치지 않았으니까 또 경주까지 무사히 잘 마치는 게 굉장히 중요할 것 같고 또 한국에서 외국으로 간 게 처음이다 보니까 글로벌히트가 또 이제 5살이잖아요. 그래서 또 익숙하지도 않은 해외에서 경주를 치르게 됐는데 그 해외 컨디션이 또 많이 다를 거라고 생각이 듭니다. 이때 또 기수와의 호흡도 굉장히 잘 맞춰봐야
예,
하잖아요.
그렇습니다. 예.
훈련을 하면서.
예, 그 말들이 장거리, 장시간 이제 이동을 하게 되면
예.
아무래도 환경이 바뀌기 때문에 처음에 며칠 동안 이제 현지 환경 적응이 좀 필요하고요.
네.
그 다음에 환경 적응이 끝나고 나면 한국에서 조교하듯이 마찬가지로 이제 조교를 하면서 기수와 이제 호흡을 다시 한번 맞춰보는 이런 계기 과정을 거칩니다.
네.
그래서 아마 김혜성 기수가 현지에 같이 도착을 해서 조교를 계속 하고 있고
예.
상태를 매일매일 이제 체크를 하면서 또 우리 방동석 조교사 또 마주하고 이렇게 작전을 짜고 있습니다. 예.
네, 이렇게 김혜선 기수가 지금 영상으로 저희가 보내드리고 있는데 김혜선 기수가 도착해서 글로벌히트와 함께 훈련을 또 진행했는데 제가 듣기로는 김혜선 기수가 글로벌히트의 몸 상태에 대해서 상대적으로 만족을 했다. 걱정보다 굉장히 잘 적응을 했다. 이런 모습을 봤다고 전에 들었거든요. 지금 보고 계신 게 김혜선 기수랑 글로벌히트가 함께 훈련을 시행한 첫날입니다. 글로벌히트가 저곳은 지금 이제 현지에서 지내는
예,
곳인
검역
거죠? 네.
그 별도 이제 외국에서 온 말들은 좀 떨어져서
네.
그 검역 규정상 굉장히 좀 본 마방 지역에서 좀 상당히 많이 떨어져 있습니다. 그래서 그 조교를 하려고 그 경마장까지 가는 시간도 상당히 또 오래 걸린다고 그러고 걸린다고 합니다.
김혜성 교수가 지금 인터뷰를 진행하고 있는데 첫날 이게 그리고 둘째 날 다시 이어가서 첫날에는 상태를 보고 간단한 훈련을 한 다음에 이제 둘째 날부터 본격적으로 저렇게 갤럽을 한 거네요.
좋아 보입니다.
김혜성 교수가 직접 저기가 지금 뛰게 될
매단
그 경주로 온 거죠.
네. 코너를 돌 때 조금 이상한 부분이 보이네요.
지금
아까 곡선을 돌 때 후보가 조금 반대인 것
후보를
같은데.
방동석 조교사님도 보시.
방동석
그 부분을 지적하고 있는 것 같습니다.
자, 김혜성 교수가 훈련을 진행했는데요.
코너 때 왼쪽 직선은 자기 알아서 오른쪽 쓰는데 여기가 아직 적응이 좀 덜 된 그런 건 있긴 있나 봐요. 다리를 반대로 쓰고. 근데 이제 팀장님한테 얘기했는데 팀장님이 탈 때는 그래도 그렇게 할 때도 있지만 또 잘 디딜 때도 있다고 하니까 그건 문제가 안 되는데 코너 때부터 쭉 막 끌어요. 너무 이른 코너 때부터. 근데 어차피 코너가 길고 직선이 짧으니까 그래 가르쳐주자고 쭉 갔거든요. 그랬는데 그 간 거는 너무 잘 갔고 결승선 지나고 나서 다운되는 게 너무 빨라서 원래 막 끌고 저기까지 가줘야 되는데
이제 나이 먹고 성숙해지니까 이제 지가 요 정도면 끝났구나 이런 생각이 할
그럴 수도 있고.
그냥 느낌은 좋아. 흥분을 조금 많이 해가지고
맞아요.
그게 조금 적응이 조금 덜 되지 않았나 이제
맞아요.
생각이 드는데.
근데 이거는 조교로 적응이 아닌 것 같아요. 경주를 한번 타야지 적응하고
그러니까.
이게 첫 경기라서 그거는
경주-
감안하고 제가 이제 이끌어야 되는 게 훨씬 것 같아요.
경주 뛰고 하면 괜찮을 것 같아.
근데 진짜 최선이에요, 최선. 진짜
준비 잘 돼
너무
있으니까.
걱정을 많이 한 거에 비하면 너무 괜찮아요.
자, 이렇게 김혜성 기수가 훈련을 진행하면서 아까 지적해 주신 것처럼 약간 발바꿈에 조금 무리가 있었다. 그리고 약간 조금 더 빨리 힘을 뺐다. 이렇게 말을 해줬는데
아직 기간이 있으니까 좀 지켜 더 봐야 될 것
그렇죠.
같습니다.
둘째 날일 뿐이었잖아요. 지금은 조금 더 훈련을 해서 익숙해졌을 거라고 예상이 되는데 글로벌히트랑 김혜성 기수가 지금 계속 한국에서 훈련을 하다가 이제 두바이에서 훈련을 하다 보니까 한국에서 온 경주마와 또 김혜성 기수가 한국에서처럼 역시 두바이에서도 많은 주목을 받고 있다고 합니다.
오늘 미디어데이 아마 장면 같습니다. 조교사 기수 이렇게 인터뷰들을 하고 있네요.
자, 두바이 현지에서 주목을 하고
riding,
있습니다.
representing Korea and representing female jockeys. Fantastic that she's also been working the horse in the morning, so she obviously knows him really well. And actually, we don't have too many female jockeys based here at the moment. She'll be the only one riding on Fridays. If she can pull off the win on Global Hit, then she might make a little bit of history. It's a really good race, the Maktoum Challenge. A strong race. I think he has every chance of finishing in the top three, which would be amazing because that very likely would earn him the chance of running in the Dubai World Cup, which would be fantastic to have Korean representation in that race once again.
네, 조금 전 인터뷰를 진행한 그 로라 킹이란 분이 또 굉장히 세계 경마에서는 유명한 분인 거죠.
그렇게 알고 있습니다.
이런 분이 또 김혜성 기수를 직접 인터뷰를 하고 인터뷰를 하면서 김혜성 기수가 오늘 펼쳐진 패션 프라이데이에 출전하는 기수 중 유일한 여성 기수다. 이렇게 해서 또 주목을 많이 했는데 이렇게 많은 주목을 받고 있어요. 한국에서도 물론 김혜성 기수 인기가 굉장하지만 글로벌히트 또한 그렇고요. 두바이에서도 글로벌히트와 김혜성 기수가 많은 관심을 받고 있는 현재 두바이입니다. 자, 그러면 이 글로벌히트와 김혜성 기수가 출전하는 알막툼 챌린지 저희가 계속해서 얘기를 하고 있는데 이제 오늘 경주, 오늘 6경주 알막툼 챌린지에 출전하는 말들, 글로벌히트가 상대하게 될 말들을 한번 분석을 해보겠습니다. 아까 말씀해 주셨잖아요. 그 마번과 게이트 번호가 다르다고 말씀을 해주셨는데 처음에 나오는 번호가 마번이죠.
그리고 화면에
드로우라는 게
왼쪽이고요.
출발 번호가
그렇죠.
되겠습니다.
바로 안에 있는 게 출발 번호.
글로벌히트로 예로 들면 글로벌히트는 4번마입니다. 그런데
하지만
게이트는
출발
12번에서
12번으로 좀
네.
운이 좀 없는 편입니다.
가장 외곽에서 12번 게이트에서 출발하는 4번마 글로벌히트인데 한 마리 한 마리씩 살펴보고 싶지만 저희가 글로벌히트가 특히 주목해야 할, 조심해야 할 그런 상태들을 한번 몇 마리 짚어보고 가면 좋을 것 같습니다.
일단 마번별로 한번 살펴보시면요. 그 3번에 팩츄얼 샤발이란 말이고요. 저 레이팅이 가장 높습니다. 120으로. 근데 요 말이 지금 깜짝 좀 놀라운 게 보통 이제 잔디 경주에서 많이 뛰었습니다.
지금 보이는
주로.
것처럼.
예,
작년에
잔디
우승을
경주.
했네요.
지난해 두바이 터프 경주에서 우승을 했던 말이고 깜짝 우승을 했고요. 그 이후로도 그 주로 이제 영국에서 많이 뛰었습니다. 그래서 요 말은 거의 그룹 원 경주에서 많이 뛰었던 그런 경주고요.
그런 잔디에서 뛰었던 거죠.
예, 잔디에서 뛰었고요. 오늘 12마리 뛰는 말 중에서 지원 경주 우승한 말이 2마리가 있습니다. 요 말하고 이제 좀 이따 소개시켜드릴 카비르칸 2마리 중에서 요 말이 가장 이제 레이팅이 120으로 높고요. 다만 좀 걱정스러운 게 더트에서 뛰어본 적이 없다.
처음이다.
두바이 톱, 그러니까 이번 이제 더트 첫 도전이고. 서두에 좀 말씀드렸듯이 글로벌히트 다음 경주인 제벨 하타라는 또 터프 경주가 있습니다. 1800m. 거기에 강력한 그 홍콩에서 온 로맨틱 워리어가 있습니다.
로맨틱 워리어.
제가 보기에는 고마를 살짝 피해서 좀 요 경주에 한번 뛰어보고 더트에서 적응이 되면 2월 말에 개최되는 사우디컵을 한번 노려보지 않을 그런 심산으로, 그런 계획으로, 그런 플랜으로 알막툼 챌린지에 뛰었다고 보고요.
그렇죠. 로맨틱 워리어가 요 근래 굉장히 많은 주목을 받고 있는 말이기도 하잖아요.
그렇습니다. 그래서 홍콩에서는 지금 아마 밤새워서 한번 보실 것 같고요. 그 다음에 6번 말 카비르칸. 요게 이제 전년도 돈경주 우승했던 말입니다.
이 빅터 셰발과 함께 위협적으로 꼽히는 말 중 하나가 카비르칸이고요. 굉장히 이력이 독특하더라고요.
카비르칸은 먼저 이제 마명이 카비르하고 칸으로 나눠지는데요. 이 카비르는 아랍어로 이제 강력하다, 위대하다 이런 뜻이고요. 칸은 많이 들어보셨겠지만 그 징기즈칸 할 때 그 왕을 의미하는 겁니다.
그렇죠.
그래서 이제 강력한 왕이다. 이런 이제 아주 좋은 의미고요.
상당히 이름도 세네요.
예, 그렇습니다. 저희 뭐 글로벌히트도 사실 세죠. 전 세계를 이렇게 한번 때려버려라 이런 뜻이기 때문에 카비르칸은 작년도 요 동일 경주에서 우승을 했고요.
작년 디펜딩 챔피언이죠.
디펜딩 챔피언이고요. 요 말이 원래 카자흐스탄 출신입니다. 그래서 카자흐스탄에서 뛰다가 이제 러시아에서 주로 뛰었습니다. 그래서 9번을 뛰어서 8승을 거둔 다음에 작년에 이제 두바이로 와서 우승한 다음에 결국에는 두바이 월드컵까지 진출해서 아마 그 2019년에 저희 그 돌콩 스토리처럼 카자흐스탄 현지에서는 카자흐스탄 저희 그 한국에서 돌콩처럼 아주 뜨거운 관심을 지금 받고 있고요. 심지어 이제 작년에 두바이 월드컵에서는 출전마 중에 인기 1위였습니다. 뭐 순위는 이제 8위였지만 가장 높은 관심도를 보이면서 어떤 기적적인 신데렐라 스토리의 주인공이 되겠습니다.
스토리가 있다 보니까 많은 관심을 받게 되고 그만큼 또 인기에 반영이 됐기 때문에
지금 화면에 보시면 저 복색이 지금 하늘색하고 노란색으로 이루어져 있잖아요. 그게 이제 마주가 카자흐스탄 국기를 좀 형상화했다고 합니다. 그래서 카자흐스탄에서도 이제 속칭 좀 국뽕을 많이 좀 이렇게 차오르게 하는 그런 말이 되겠습니다.
이번에는 요 말도 좀 약간 불안한 좀 면이 있는데요. 지금 작년에 3월에 두바이 월드컵을 파리로 마치고 나서 미국으로 건너갔었습니다.
미국으로요?
예, 미국으로 건너가서 한번 미국 그 본토 경마를 한번 휩쓸어 보자라고 해서 브래드 콕스라는 이제 조교사한테 이제 마방을 옮겨서 이제 미국에 뛰려고 했었는데 뭐 특별한 이유는 모르겠습니다.만 뛰지를 못했습니다.
뛰지를 공백기가 컸네요.
예, 공백기가 커서 지금 이제 가장 최근 경주가 지난해 두바이 월드컵이 되겠고요. 그 이후로 이제 10개월간의 공백기가 있어요. 과연 10개월의 공백기가 있어서 경주 감각을 어떻게 끌어올리느냐 그런 게 조금 퀘스천 마크로 좀 남아 있고요. 처음에 말씀드렸던 팩츄얼 셰벨도 처음 더트 경주에 어떻게 또 적응하느냐. 두 마리는 약간 그게 이제 퀘스천 마크다라고 볼 수가 있을 것
팩터 셰발이 가장 레이팅이 높고 많은 관심을 받고 있는 말이기도 하지만 더트에선 처음이다. 계속해서 잔디에서만 뛰었기 때문에 올해는 처음이라 여기서 또 어떻게 나타날지 모른다는 말씀을 해주셨고
한 예로 들면 이제 보통 이제 터프에서 지금 최고 상금 경주가 대부분 이제 더트 경주입니다. 2천만 불의 사우디컵, 그다음에 1,200만 불의 두바이 월드컵, 그다음에 미국에서 개최된 브리더스컵 클래시 600만 불이 되겠고요. 그러다 보니까 상금이 높다 보니까 가끔 이제 잔디에서 뛰던 말이 더트로 전향해서 뛰는 경우가 있습니다.
큰 무대로 조금
한 예로 이제 지난해 브리더 클래식에
네.
시티 오브 트로이라는 말이 뭐 작년도 이제 세계 경주만 랭킹 공동 1위에 올랐던
네.
말입니다. 그게 브리더 클래식에 한번 도전해보고 은퇴를 하려고 했었는데
네.
역시 그 더트 경주 그 줄에 적응하지 못하고 조전 성적으로 이제 끝마쳤고요.
네.
아마 그 팩셜 쉐발도
네.
아마 저희는 나름대로 그런 스토리가 나오면
예.
좀 글로벌히트한테 순위가
유리하지
좀
않을까.
땡겨지지
네,
않을까
네.
그런 이제 기대를 해보고
그러니까 이
있습니다.
팩터 쉐발과 또 위협적으로 뽑힌 말씀해주신 카비르칸 카자흐스탄의 영웅이라고 할 수 있는
네,
말인데 이 카자흐스탄은 아까 말씀해주신 것처럼 공백기가 굉장히 크기
예.
때문에 엄청 거의 1년 만에 복귀 전이니까 또 어떤 모습을 보여줄지 모른다 하지만 지난해 이 경주의 디펜딩 챔피언이라는
디펜딩
점
챔피언입니다.
여기서 또 무섭게 위협이 될 것 같은데 또 살펴보니까 이 팩터 쉐발이 최고 레이팅이긴 한데 이 다음으로 레이팅이 높은 말이 117이에요. 워크 오브 스타스. 예,
예,
이 말은 어떤 말인가요?
제가 보기엔 출전마 중에서
네.
가장 강력하다고 좀 생각되는 말이에요.
이 말이요.
왜냐하면 이제 그 홈그라운드고요.
네.
지금 12마리가 이제 출전을 하는데
네.
그 아랍에미리트에서 조교를 계속하고 해서 뛰는 말이 9도가 되고요.
네.
그다음에 이제 아까 처음 말씀드린 팩셜 쉐발이 이제 프랑스를
네.
대표해서 참가를 하고 있고요. 그다음에 글로벌 히트가 우리나라. 그다음에 나중에 설명드린 12번에 이제 제너럴 스티퍼가 이제 뛰기는 미국에서만 뛰었지만 조교사가 이제 카타르 조교사로 바뀌었습니다.
네.
그래서 이제 홈그라운드 이점이 상당히 있다고 보이고요. 바로 직전 경주에서 이제 리스티드 경주였지만 1900m 경주에서 엔티사라는
네.
그 리스티드 경주에서 2위마와 11마신이라는
11마신
대차로 크게 이겼습니다.
화면이
기록도
나오네요. 예.
상당히 좋았습니다.
네.
기록도 1분 56초
56초 1이었습니다.
56초 1로 지난해 카비르칸이 우승했던 기록보다 빠른 기록으로
네.
그 우승을 저렇게 보이시죠?
네.
저 정도로 크게 우승을 했기 때문에 제가 보기에는 아마 인기 1위 아니면 2위를 달리지
이
않을까.
워크 오브 스타스가.
예, 그렇습니다.
워크 오브 스타즈도 이제 그 타이거쉐 기수가 기승을 합니다. 아마 저희 그 우리 한국 원정마도 타이거쉐 기수가 이제 기승을 한 적이 있었고요.
네.
지금 현재 금년 시즌에 이 아랍에미레이트 기수 다승 랭킹 2위 기수입니다. 요 경주에 출전하는 이제 말들의 기승하는 12명의 기수 중에 기수 랭킹이 현재 가장 높고요.
네.
아무래도 강력한 그 선행을 바탕으로 초반에 빠른 레이스 전개를 끌어가면서 뒷말과 격차를 벌릴 것으로 이렇게 예상되고 있습니다.
네, 이렇게 강력한 말들이 또 있습니다. 이렇게 세 마리 글로벌히트에게 가장 위협이 될 만한 팩터 쉐발, 카비르칸 그리고 워크 오브 스타스에 대해서 알아봤는데 이 이름들을 보니까 또 이름도 굉장히 멋집니다. 워크 오브 스타스 뭐 별들의 발걸음 뭐 이런 말도 있고 또 카비르칸 아까 말씀해주신 것처럼 왕, 카자흐스탄의 왕이라고도 할 수 있습니다. 팩터 쉐발도 뭔가 이름이 세 보이지 않나요?
사실 보니까요, 저 그 팩터 이제 프랑스어니까 이제 팩터 슈발이 맞겠는데요. 발음이 조금 그렇긴 하지만 저 슈발이 그 우리 저기 동물 말을 뜻하는 단어입니다. 그래서 팩터는 제가 찾아보니까 이제 우편 배달원, 집배원 이런 뜻이고요. 계속 왔다 갔다 하면서 우승을 계속 가져와라. 뭐 이런 의미로 해석은 되고.
요즘에 굉장히 빨리 오잖아요.
그렇습니다. 네네. 그리고 보시면 뭐 5번에 임페리얼 엠퍼러라든지 또 7번에 로컬 다이너스티 이제 이런 말들이 그 아무래도 두바이가 그 왕정 국가이기 때문에 아랍에 이제 왕들이 많지 않습니까? 보시면 마번 기준으로 9번하고 11번에 있는 그 사이드하고 가시드 이 말도 현재 그 알막툼의 그 막내 동생이 이제 마주로 소유를 하고 있고요. 그래서 쭉 이제 마명 리스트를 보시면 상당히 뭐 황제, 왕, 왕조 이런 이제 좋은 의미들이 마주의 희망을 담아서 이렇게 마명이 지어졌다고 이렇게 생각할 수 있겠습니다.
그만큼 또 우리 글로벌히트도
글로벌히트도 아주
글로벌하게 놀라게 한다는 것 같은데 이렇게 또 보면은 계속해서 글로벌히트가 4번만 대 12번 게이트를 받았어요. 가장 외곽에서 또 출발을 하게 됩니다. 12마리가 출전하는데 가장 바깥쪽 게이트에서 출발을 해요. 글로벌히트의 오늘 경주 전개 예상을 한번 해보면 좋을 것 같은데 이 경주 어떻게 전개될 것으로 보세요?
일단 특별한 이제 앞선에 설 수 있는 말이 좀 전에 이제 말씀드렸던 워크 오브 스타즈가 선행으로 출발을 할 것 같고요. 그다음에 뭐 임페리얼 엠퍼러, 그다음에 좀 전에 말씀드린 팩처 쉐발 이런
네.
말이 이제 선입이나 중후미에 쓸 것 같고 글로벌히트도 이제 선두마 뒤에서 쫓아가는 이제 선입 작전을 그동안 펼쳐왔는데 이제 출발 번호가 12번이다 보니까
네.
좀 이제 1, 2코너가 빨리 이제 돌아오게 되는데 외곽 번호이기 때문에 제가 보기에는 조금 그 외곽 앞선에 쓰려고 하다 보면 외곽을 이제 크게 돌 수밖에 없거든요.
네.
그래서 어느 정도 이제 기수가 처음 출발하는 상황이 어떻게 글로벌히트가 이제 반응해 주느냐에 따라서 기수의 몫인 것 같아요. 처음에.
네.
다만 좀 이 두바이 경주가 저희 한국 경주보다 페이스가 굉장히 빠릅니다.
네.
그래서 그 페이스에 말리지 않게 처음에는 출발은 좀 여유 있게 가고
네.
백스트레치에서 좀 앞선에 좀 조금 무빙을 해서 앞선에 좀 쓰면서 좀 숨을 좀 가다듬고
네.
결승선에서 마지막에 이제 그 동안에 저희가 이제 글로벌히트가 보여줬던
네.
한 발 쓰는
예.
그런 모습을 보여주는 게 가장 이제 힘을 아끼고 그 성적이 좋게 나오지 않을까 생각이 좀 됩니다. 예.
네. 이렇게 많은 기대를 받고 있는 경주인데 이 글로벌히트가 출전한 알막툼 챌린지는 6경주로 펼쳐지고요. 잠시 후인 내일 오전 1시 25분입니다. 오전 1시 25분 몇 시간 남지 않았습니다. 오전 1시 25분에 펼쳐지는 이 경주에 글로벌히트가 12번 게이트에서 4번 마로 출전을 합니다. 그리고 이 경주를 위해서 저희가 또 계속해서 이 실시간으로 이 화면을 통해서 두바이 현지 경주들을 보여드리다가 0시 55분 이제 자정이 지나고 55분 뒤에 저희가 다시 시작을 해서 나와서 함께 이야기를 해보면서 1시 25분 펼쳐지는 경주까지 계속해서 이어가고 실황 중계까지 이어나갈 예정입니다. 우리 박건우 위원께서는 이번
네네.
경주 전개 아까 말씀을 해주셨는데 박건우 위원께서 어떻게
김중구
보시는지.
위원
네.
말씀을 해주셨는데요. 사실은 그 초반에 한 1펄롱, 2펄롱까지 한 1펄롱이 되겠죠. 한 200m, 250m 정도까지 기수의 판단이 좀 제일 중요하다고 생각이 되고요.
네.
아차하는 순간에 내가 생각해왔던 작전이 꼬이면서 당황을 하게 되면 모든 경주를 좀 그르칠 수가 모든 경주 전개를 다 그르칠 수가 있다고 생각이 돼서
네.
다만 이제 김혜성 기수가 워낙 순발력이 있고 또 조교사랑 마방 식구들이랑 이 말 상태에 대해서 또 작전에 대해서 상당 기간 상당히 많은 횟수로 작전 회의를 하고 있어서 물론 이제 저희가 이따가 뭐 좀 연결을 또 해보겠지만요.
네.
기수를 일단 믿고 또 글로벌히트는 사실 요 메이단 경마장 주로가 직선 주로가 400m로 우리 서울 경마장이랑 같습니다. 부산보다는 이제 조금 짧지만 그래서 경주 전개라든지 이런 부분들을 한국에서 뛰던 대로 그대로 당황하지 않고만 해준다면
네.
최선을 다하고 나서 이제 좋은 결과를 기다려보는 이런 경주가 될 거라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
네. 작년에 카비르칸이 영웅으로 등극했던 그런 경주를 보여줬던 것처럼
네네.
이번 경주에서 글로벌히트가 또 우리나라의 영웅으로 전 세계 한국 경마에는 이런 말이 있다. 이런 걸 좀 알려줄 수 있는 계기가 됐으면 좋겠는데 한 번만 더 그 출전표를 보면서 우리 글로벌히트와 다른 말들 어디서 몇 번으로 출발을 하는지 한번 보겠습니다. 몇 번 게이트에서 몇 번 말들이 출발하는지 보겠습니다. 자, 일단 1번 말이죠. 클랩턴이 1번 게이트네요. 마번도 게이트 번호도 그대로
네,
같습니다.
동일하네요. 네.
그리고 2번 마인 다하비라고
네,
할 수 있겠죠.
다하비.
네, 8번 게이트에서 출발을 합니다. 그리고 3번 아까 계속해서 말씀해 주셨던 레이팅이 가장 높은
팩터
팩터 슈발.
예, 예.
네, 4번 게이트에서 출발하고 우리의 글로벌히트 4번마저 하지만 12번 게이트에서 출발을 합니다. 또 임페리얼 엠퍼러는 5번마입니다. 5번마 임페리얼 엠퍼러는 7번 게이트에서 출발을 하고 카자흐스탄의 영웅으로 지난해 디펜딩 챔피언 카비르칸 6번이고요. 2번 게이트에서 출발하는 카비르칸입니다. 그리고 7번 로컬 다이내스티는 5번 게이트에서 출발을 하고 8번인 카리브는
네.
9번 게이트 그리고 9번인 사이에드가 11번 게이트고요. 아까 계속해서 우승 1순위로 꼽힐만 하다라고 말씀해 주신 10번 워크 오브 스타스는 6번 게이트에서 출발을 합니다. 또 11번 가시드가 3번 게이트, 12번 제네럴 스티퍼가 10번 게이트에서 출발을 합니다. 김혜선 기수와 글로벌히트 4번마고요. 12번 게이트에서 출발을 하게 되겠습니다. 1900m 더트주로 오늘 잠시 후에 몇 시간 뒤인 내일 오전 1시 25분에 펼쳐지는 6경주 알막툼 챌린지입니다. 오늘 펼쳐지는 패션 프라이데이 하이라이트 경주기도 합니다. 자, 이렇게 출전표 보면서 출전하는 말들 글로벌 히트 위치와 현재 전개 예상되는 사항들에 대해서 저희가 짚어봤는데요. 자, 이렇게 글로벌히트가 아까 계속 말씀드렸던 것처럼 지난해 깜짝 놀라게 했던 카비르 칸처럼 전 세계 경마를 깜짝 놀라게 하는 그런 경주가 펼쳐지기를 바라겠습니다. 계속해서 말씀드렸지만 내일 오전 1시 25분, 내일 오전 1시 25분이기 때문에 몇 시간 남지 않았습니다. 계속해서 이 두바이에서 오늘 패션 프라이데이 많은 경주들이 펼쳐질 예정인데 그 경주들을 이곳 KRBC 유튜브 채널을 통해서 생중계로 계속 보내드리다가 이제 이 글로벌히트가 출전하는 알막툼 챌린지가 시작하기 전인 0시 55분에 저희는 다시 돌아와서 계속 이야기를 나눠보고 경주 실황 중계까지 함께 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그리고 경주 후에는요. 이 경주 알막툼 챌린지와 글로벌히트의 경주가 끝난 뒤에는 바로 현지 연결을 해서 글로벌히트 함께 달렸던 김혜선 기수 그리고 방동석 조교사와 함께 인터뷰도 할 예정이니까요. 많은 분들 계속해서 이 채팅방에 머무르시면서 많은 이야기 나눠주시고 많은 응원을 보내주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 그리고 글로벌히트 경주가 시작하기 전까지 글로벌히트가 이 오늘 경주에서 몇 위를 차지할까 많은 분들이 좋은 성적을 예상하고 계신 분들도 많고 그래도 힘들지 않을까라고 생각하시는 분들도 많을 것 같은데 이 글로벌히트의 예상 순위를 댓글에 남겨주시면 저희가 추첨을 통해서 또 상품을 드리는 이벤트도 진행할 예정입니다. 글로벌히트의 예상 순위를 또 짚어주시면 좋겠습니다. 잠시 후 다시 안내드릴게요. 내일 오전 1시 25분에 경주는 펼쳐지고요. 그리고 0시 55분에 저희가 다시 돌아와서 이 경주 준비하는 모습들 보여드리면서 함께 생중계까지 이어나갈 예정입니다. 생중계 이후에는 인터뷰까지 생방송으로 진행할 예정입니다. 계속해서 많은 관심 부탁드리고요. 자, 두바이 레이싱 카니발 패션 프라이데이 이 무대에 세계 무대에 글로벌히트와 김혜선 기수가 도전을 합니다. 저희는 이 글로벌히트가 출전하는 경주로 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 고맙습니다.
Sprint on the dirt. We've got Tuz, who's looking. He doesn't always rattle off a load of wins, but I mean this season he's been very good on a couple of starts. This is the Al Shin Dagger, the key trial for World Cup night, and the sprint itself on that night. Let's start with Marya Tal first of all. Ben Cohen in here for Michael Costa. This is the UAE 2000 Guineas trial, and it was a similar sort of time last year. What do we think, Nick? Let's look at this horse stand out as opposed to comparing him to Tuz necessarily. Yeah. Has he come of age, this horse?
We'll find out, won't we? I guess it's a hell of a long time off the track. I actually sat back and watched his first because I thought run 2 of the 2, we haven't got much to go on, was a little. I'm not saying it was underwhelming because he's still got one like this, but the dogs were barking after the first run, weren't they? Do you remember at Jebel Ali how emphatic he was? That he's had so much time off up against a horse that is as sharp as Tuz, I couldn't be with him. I couldn't be with him today. I think he's got a lot of speed. I think 1200 metres is absolutely fine, but I think Tuz is going to take everything out of their comfort zones.
Tuz?
Yeah, I think keep it simple here. He seems to be thriving this season. He's fairly dominant over course and distance, isn't he? And yeah, he's absolutely the one they have to beat.
The slight issue here was just his demeanour pre-race. I think that was all, Nick. He was obviously well within himself, but moreover on his second start out here than his first, he was just getting a little bit.
Was he?
Jig-joggy down at the
He's
start.
done that before, hasn't he?
I think that's him. Even though he's an old head. I don't know if he's on wise shoulders necessarily, but he's a sprinter. Colour up got a bit closer, but yeah, it's hard to look beyond him.
Yeah, he is, and it's funny the way that the calendar's mapped out now. I think we're going to enjoy a lot of him because the Bupat Simon's already said this, 5 weeks this time around? We've already talked about the Dubai World Cup being in April, from Super Saturday at the beginning of March till April. So we might see him today, Super Saturday and the World Cup night itself, so plenty of Tuz.
Okay, I think we're done there. Team Tuz?
Yep.
Yeah, pretty obvious. Good. Race number 9 then is the staying contest. Plenty of these will be looking to line up in the Gold Cup itself. Great to have Brian Ellison here, one smooth operator. He's been on his travels, one out in Oxford. Didn't work out in the Melbourne Cup. Pretty Impossible Pace. We got King of Conquest in there, who did see it out last time, but couldn't quite get ahead of Epic Poet who got there, and then Keys Chorister completing the lineup. Let's start up, kick off with her, Kick Over British Long Distance Cup. This was on the 19th of October, over a bit further than this. Look, you know, a top level race was probably a stretch too far. It was Group 2, but Group 1 horses in there, Megan, and you know, this is, I guess, a bit more realistic.
She just never really disgraces herself, does she? I love this mare. She's ground versatile. You can see how tough she is. She's been getting bumped around the whole stretch of the Ascot Straight, to be honest with you, and she continues to fight for the places, and you know, she's running on well. I think tonight she pretty well gets her optimum conditions and distance. She goes well fresh. I think she's got a really good chance. James Doyle gets a good tune out of her, and actually, if you look through her form, there's a lot more depth to it than there is plenty of others who probably unexposed in comparison at the trip and things like that. But I just thought she was a solid contender here.
Who are you with?
Kefaf, who we're about to see, who comes out of that rather formful race 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that was Epic Poet beating King of Conquest, Kefaf and Pridwen. My starting point was that either Kefaf or King of Conquest might just reverse form with Epic Poet.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. But that's obviously the way you're looking at it.
Yeah, and I think that the ride on Epic Poet was superb and deserves all the plaudits and the winning of the race. King of Conquest, I like him. He's a redoubtable horse, but I think he's better over shorter still. Kefaf, meanwhile, I think he came from a compromised position. You can see there in the yellow. Came from further back, further wide than ideal. I don't think that will be the case today. I don't believe he's yet plateaued either. I think he's still on the up.
Who are you with?
I'm going to go Chaos Chorister.
Okay, and I'm with King of Conquest. So that's the nature of the race, isn't it? It's pretty open, the final race of the 9. Right, let's recap our selections for you then. Here are my 9. Be hoping to do better than the 0 last week. Baraka, which is the team's team. Heart of Honour, Native Approach, Laurel River, Cover Up, Imperial Emperor, Romantic Warrior, Tuz, King of Conquest. Megan, your 9, please.
Yeah, you copied me a few times here, Tom. Baraka, Heart of Honour, a couple of favourites, not like us. Native Approach, Laurel River, Bilhal, Walk of Stars, Measure Time, Tuz and Chaos Chorister.
Nick?
Yeah, 9 inspired selections. Baraka, Gold of Vekoma, who I'm hoping is going to follow up the trial win and actually win the big one itself today. Native Approach, Laurel River, I don't want to take him on. Desperate Hero, I think, is my most interesting player of the night, maybe at a price internationally. Walk of Stars, Measured Time, Tuz and Kefaf. Lots of nice different colours, so hopefully we'll see something similar today. You know what I'm talking, we can always get a bit too blue all the way through, but I think it's a nice spread there.
I don't think we've had that either
No,
this season necessarily. You know, there was a night not too long ago Will Buick didn't manage a winner, or he had a good few the following week. But I think we've seen a really competitive card. I think one thing that's really been refreshing is the like of Heart of Honour and Jamie Osborne and a UK team targeting dirt-bred horses at the sales for the 3-year-old campaign out here, which has been really refreshing.
Absolutely, and he's long since harboured that ambition, hasn't he? He's always said that he wants to find a way of being that much more of a fixture out here. I think my feeling on Fashion Friday and the new calendar was his 2nd year of it now. The Jebel Hatter used to be on Super Saturday, and don't get me wrong, it's a good race, it's a Group 1, but Al Farik won 2 runnings of it under Dane O'Neill's. Huge days for him, and don't get me wrong, a very good, consistent horse. But when you look on the international markets for today's Jebel Hatter in its new look place, that horse was 125 to 1. It suggests that moving it has given it a real shot in the arm.
Yeah, a chance to breathe before.
Yeah, definitely.
Plenty going to have Saudi Cup ambitions, and then Dubai World.
It's a very good move.
World Cup itself. And as far as some of those international stables, we're seeing more and more people based out here now targeting the carnival as a whole.
Yeah, and not only are those stables targeting it, but they're bringing better quality of horses over as well. So, you know, I was fortunate enough to go down and see some of the horses the other day, and there's such a range of trainers there, and some people bring one horse, some people bring over as many as sort of 8 to 10. So, no, it's great, and the quality is certainly shining through. And I think very much this evening, it doesn't feel just like it's a trials evening. It's so many Group 1s with so much depth that it's very much its own night and its own quality now.
How's your co-presenter Angus McNay on the pumpometer? Is he pretty revved?
I haven't seen him this morning, but
really?
I know that he'll be. I think what he'll probably do is put himself in a dark room to begin with, cool, and just get himself memories of horses like Street Cry, Dubai Millennium, just to hit that next level.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. We're going to.
I probably peaked a bit early, so I'll let him just go for it.
let him guide you there. He'll take you wherever you want to go. Let's see the final member of our team tonight, who you're going to be seeing plenty of analysis-wise on the big screen. Angus McNay.
I am absolutely buzzing. Aside from Dubai World Cup nights, this is the best meeting that I can remember here at Meydan. We've got some of the best horses in the world competing here, and they are going to be worthy of analysis. In this analysis hub, we are going to be looking at everything that happens out on the dirt and turf tracks throughout the evening. There's going to be some sensational action, and we're going to analyse it courtesy of utilising sectional times. We'll also have a look at how well horses finish their races off. Early speed on the dirt, late speed on the turf is key, but how fast are they going on the dirt early on? How fast are they finishing their turf races off? We will be able to tell you by utilising those sectional times. There's all sorts of analysis going to happen here today. What sort of trips a horse is going to get? We'll analyse that as well. And just maybe a track record tonight will come a tumbling down. Time will tell.
So gates are now open, and Megan and I have come to do the red carpet racecourse entrance walk, which I know it makes me feel quite special, Megan.
Does it? I'm surprised your fans aren't here, so you can wave at them all. But racing royalty.
You're struck like you've done this before. No. Can you do it again? Can you? I want to see you walk down a red carpet.
Enough.
Do you want me to show you?
Yeah, you show me.
Right, here we go. Right, how's this for you?
You've been practicing, I know.
Yeah. Remember my toes point in a bit, so it doesn't look great.
Right, okay.
There we are. What do you think? Is that how you do it?
Oh yeah, work it.
Yeah. It feels good.
That was quite good, I'll give you that.
Was it? Nobody would buy me in a sales ring, would they, walking like that?
Oh dear, maybe not.
Yeah. Can you go and pose for us? People will be standing by the butterfly here.
Of course. Lots of pictures going on here. I mean, what an entrance, right? You can get your first selfies ready for Instagram. Make sure we tag the Dubai Racing Club, Meydan, everything all over the socials, because we have got some red hot fashion competitions going on today.
Take me through the stance there. You specifically stood in a specific way. Why?
I don't know how I did it.
Why wouldn't you? Why would you just wouldn't stand like that, no?
I don't know. Point the toe. You stand in, whereas I do a little, you know.
Yeah, I go like that.
It's all about posture.
Hand in the pocket, because I never know what to do with this guy. He just wafts.
Hold the mic with both.
Yeah, hold the mic with both.
Simple.
There we are. I think we've made that look pretty easy.
I think so. I tell you, there's going to be people walking down the red carpet better than we have just done. Yeah, but we've given it a good go. We're by all the flower walls. There's more inside. Once you get in the grandstand, it's going to be busy. Loads going on. Yeah. So it's an exciting night.
And you can get involved with Best Dressed Man. I'm going to let you have a go at that, because obviously I'd run away with it. Best Dressed Woman, again.
We had to stand back.
We had to. And Best Dressed Couple. You know,
we definitely would have won that.
But if we liked each other, we'd have tried. We'd have gone for it. But you know, there you go. We'll do our best. We might stick to the racing. Who knows?
Must just add, Rishi last week colour coordinated, so I'm a little bit disappointed. You did your own thing.
But you had white trainers on.
Oh, that was offensive. Other than that, we colour coordinated.
Yeah, up you go. Right, gates are open. Get stuck in, and well, racing's not a million miles away.
Hello everyone and welcome along to the magnificent Meydan Racecourse, the iconic home of horse racing here in Dubai for one very, very special race night. 9 wonderful contests to look forward to, huge prize money, competition and international challenge. And there's history and heritage really, given the fact that just under a year ago, a number of tonight's stars were here at Meydan on the biggest night that there is, the Dubai World Cup, winning and showing the world what they could do. Factor Cheval, the winner of the turf, he's back, but this time the French raider tries something different with the dirt in store. You've got Tuz, the brilliant sprint sensation here, who bids to make it 3 from 3 for the season and doubtless work back from another crack at the Golden Jahina race he brilliantly won for Bupat Simar and Tai Gaucher last year, and they weren't done when it came to World Cup night after that very horse Tuz, because Laurel River capped their dreams in the biggest race that there is, the Dubai World Cup. And in the Firebreak Stakes today, he starts off his 2025 campaign in defence of his crown in a couple of months' time. Now, in any normal year, you'd be finishing with Laurel River and saying he is the headline act, and for many he will be, but there's huge international interest this year because the wonder from Hong Kong, Romantic Warrior, the winning most horse prize money-wise in the history of racing, is here, as is his star-studded jockey James McDonald. He's a horse who has conquered Japan, he has conquered Australia, and now he bids to rule Dubai. But in his way, in the Jebel Hatta, the 1800-metre Group 1 today, the track record holder Measured Time. It bids to be a thriller for all. 9 wonderful races. Prepare to be entertained. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fashion Friday.
This is an absolute romp in the Dubai World Cup. Laurel River, Tai Gaucher, take a bow. Kabir Khan, he has got the Maktoum challenge sewn up here. Kabir Khan. Factor Cheval has won the Dubai turf. Very, very fast was Walk of Stars, and today is the day. Walk of Stars, impressive. Phil Heil needs the line, cover up late, cover up, gets him. Back-to-back Dubai Stakes for Tuz, the king of the dirt. From last, native approach over the line. Measured Time steals the Jebel Hatta. Measured Time goes on to win well. It's history at Sha-Tin. 3 cups, Romantic Warrior.
So there's some of the equine stars on show today. It is Fashion Friday, one of the feature landmark days in the now 2-year-old calendar here at Meydan. And what a movement it's been, because I think, whereas it might have taken away from a couple of race meetings further down the line, it has made a real punctual point in the season. And it's almost like a mini World Cup night. Fashion Friday off the course, people dressed to the nicety as well. Angus McNay alongside. This is, I was going to say, as good as it gets. It is, all bar, of course, April, the first weekend with the Dubai World Cup itself. But tonight is something special.
Nick, hi everybody. It's going to be fantastic, isn't it? It's fashionable for top-class horses to turn up here at Meydan on a regular basis, but this is going to surpass anything that we have seen outside of a World Cup night. We have top-class international competition. Laurel River, Romantic Warrior, and others strutting their stuff on the green and brown catwalk out there, and I cannot wait.
Always in vogue. When it comes to, I say, a wish and a prediction tonight, this is my way of looking at it. What do you hope to happen? What do you think's going to happen when it comes to some of our headline performers? Romantic Warrior up against Measured Time. Laurel River down to a mile, that shouldn't be a problem. Tuz, Factor Cheval on the dirt. There's so many angles.
There's lots of things for us to get stuck into, particularly when we do the analysis later on. I think people will be looking at the card and thinking, well, Tuz is going to win the Al Shindaga. He's head and shoulders above the local sprinters here. His main problems will come when the international raiders are here on Dubai World Cup night. Plenty of people think Laurel River's an absolute shooting job, just point and shoot. He's okay at a mile, he's got loads of speed, they think he's going to win, and a lot of people are very keen on Romantic Warrior, understandably so. He's won 8 races in a row, he's a multiple Grade 1 winner, and he's earned a stack load of prize money in his career, and it's great to have him here. He's the one that could be vulnerable, though, to Measured Time. Measured Time setting a track record here last time in the Al Rashidiyah, really impressive. Measured Time figures to get his own way in front, and remember, This is not Romantic Warriors Day. They're getting him ready for Saudi. That's the big payday. That's the one they want. So Measure Time might just upset him tonight.
And the trainer saying, Romantic Warriors trainer, 80-90% fit. But as you say, this is the dress rehearsal, his Fashion Friday dress rehearsal for later down the line. When it comes to that race, we were talking to our esteemed commentator Pat Comerford earlier, and he was saying if Romantic Warrior is going to win this, he's got to go and break the track record, which in itself, I know it's a simple way of looking at it, but we're expecting fireworks if indeed this horse is going to conquer here like he has elsewhere.
Yeah, I think the point is that he's going to have a race.
Yeah,
you know, it's not just turn up here, bit of a cakewalk in the Jebel Hatter off to Saudi. Measure Time is a really good horse. On ratings, Measure Time's got a bit to find. I think how the race might pan out, and given that his trainer thinks he's 80 or 90% fit, then we have to believe him on that. I'm never one for this 80 or 90% fit lark. How do you know that? Anyway, if that's the case, then he's going to be vulnerable.
$22 million later, that horse is here. One certainty on the night then, come on.
A certainty? A certainty would be Tuz, I think.
Yeah.
Because I just think he's head and shoulders above the local sprinters. And there's nothing in the field tonight in the Al Shindaga that he hasn't beaten, and that he can't beat, I don't think.
Can't wait. It's going to be brilliant. Something special in each and every one of our 9 contests. Let's have a look at some of the horses who might just be writing the headlines in a few hours. So the first of 9 races for the purebred Arabians is round 2 of the Al Maktoum Challenge, a Group 1 race, and a race that was conquered by this horse 12 months ago, Baraka, who's been second in 2 runnings as well of the Dubai Kahela Classic, a top draw purebred Arabian. Massive field goes forward for the Classic, the 2,000 guineas, and another Classic in the Dubai racing season. Jeremy Osborne has won already, courtesy of Toast of New York and the UAE Derby. Can he do the same, but in the UAE 2,000 guineas with this horse, Heart of Honour? Next up, we'll have a look at the first turf race, for which Native Approach will likely be a warm order after this blistering success on Festive Friday. Interestingly enough, this is the selection of what couldn't have been an easy decision for William Buick. And then we welcome back the King, the reigning Dubai World Cup winner, who starts off his 2025 campaign, Laurel River, in the Firebreak Stakes, down over 1,600 metres, but he's devastating at this trip too. I don't think there's an awful lot between some of the sprinters who go forward for the blue point on the turf, a group race sprint as race 5. One answer, potentially for some, could be Cover Up, who beat a couple of these last time. Factor Cheval was successful on World Cup night last year in the Dubai turf. Brilliant French-trained horse is back, but this time he flexes his muscles on the dirt. How will he get on in race 6? And then the star from Hong Kong. He is the horse who has won the most prize money in the history of the sport of horse racing. And now he's in Dubai. Welcome, Romantic Warrior, as he sets out on a Middle Eastern adventure that could take in Saudi Arabia and back here, of course, on World Cup night. It's a treat to have him. Tuz, what a sprinter he is. He's got that enigma before the race, but those enigmatic tendencies are only part of the package as to why he is a top draw sprinter, the winner of the Golden Shaheen. He's invincible this season. Will that continue tonight? And we'll finish with the longest race on the card, Epic Poet beating First Conquest in Shock for Godolphin and Kefaf last time out. Excellent ride it was, and an extremely formful race to go forward for our nightcap, the last of 9. And this is your race card for this fantastic night of racing. The Al Maktoum Challenge, presented by Longines, who kindly sponsor the whole card. That's the Purebred Arabian Races race 1. The Guineas is race 2. The Al Fahidi Fort as we switch to the turf race 3. The Firebreak Stakes, that is race 4. But for the Blue Point Sprint, race 5. The Al Maktoum Challenge presented by Longines. One of the Group 1s on the card for the Thoroughbreds. That is race 6, the Jebel Hatter. What a race that will be. Race 7, Al Shindaga Sprint, race 8. And we'll finish with the longest race, the Al Kale Trophy. These horses don't run, notably Al-Ajaj, joined by Tariq in the first race. This does incorporate horses who don't get a run, who weren't in the race anyway. Race 2, scratch 15, 17, 18, 19 and 20. Race 8, no Torre Vega. And race 9, unfortunately, Trafalgar Square, after the expensive transfer from Europe, won't be running tonight. And I mentioned Alajaj being out of the first race. As a consequence, the champion jockey Tiger O'Shea switches to the horse who gets in, number 18, Indy's Day. So anticipation is building here on Fashion Friday with 9 wonderful races to look forward to. Please do join Angus and myself for the duration, and indeed our top team out on the track as well. Always dressed to the nines, this pair, Megan Nichols, and first up, Tom Stanley.
Nick, thank you. This seemed like an obvious place to stand with Megan Nichols, right? You know, Fashion Friday, some flowers.
Flower boards.
Yeah.
That's where everyone wants their pictures.
Everyone's going to come in and have their picture taken here.
Absolutely.
Like we did.
This will be the most packed area of the racecourse.
Yeah,
more
than the horses.
More than.
Yeah. But there is that feel to it tonight, right? Sure, it's about some incredible action on the track we'll come to, but I mean, the Dubai Racing Club have pumped loads into this night as like the standout night. You know, 4 massive nights, obviously, but I think this is the one before Dubai World Cup night itself, which is standalone events off the track and racing on it.
Definitely, and you know, Fashion Friday, we've got loads of different things going on. We've got Vivian Sheriff as our milliner this week, or for this year. She's here. I'm wearing one of her beautiful hats today. And yeah, there's loads of things going on around the grandstand, so we'll try and find out a bit more about that as well. But
we're not going to go for the best dressed man, woman, or couple. That would just be, we'd win it.
I thought we would.
No, we listen. We need to give other people a chance.
Okay,
naturally.
I thought you were really having us down then. I think we've turned out well.
No, we would. We'd skate it, but we'll give others a go.
There's big competitions though, and I'm telling you, I've got to come up and announce it later, and I'm telling you, it's going to be tricky. I'm sure the judges have got hard choices on their hands because the fashion is going to be elite.
Can I just ask for your opinion? So I nearly went Rishi Prasad style white trainers, ankles out.
No trainers. I'd have made you go barefoot if you had trainers on. I'm so glad. The brown shoes are better than the trainers.
I'd have got away with barefoot. There we are. What about the action on the track? This is, you won't find a better evening's racing anywhere in the world right now. You've got, I mean, Romantic Warrior is the standout, but loads of previous winners of their races, a Dubai World Cup winner. It's a fantastic night's racing.
It is. It's a whole level up from last week. I can't wait to see Romantic Warrior on the track. I've obviously seen him in preparation, but actually running, it's great to be here and watch him in the flesh. But I'm going against him with measured time. It's an unbelievable renewal of the Jebel Hatter. But aside from that, as you say, we've got Longines joint world's highest ranked horse running in Laurel River. We've got Tuz, who's been phenomenal on the dirt and the sprints as well. We've got the UAE 2000 Guineas, Jamie Osborne getting involved in the dirt. You've got so many good races on. Not quite sure what I'm most excited about. It's an unbelievable card, race after race. It's just, it's good.
I know what Nick Leifer's most excited about. Walker Stars.
Yeah, he's talked about that a lot.
Yeah, maybe too much.
Maybe.
I
was sort of going with his chances, and maybe I just need to leave it to Nick. Maybe I need to look elsewhere.
I think that's right. But it's going to be a great night, and yeah, we're very excited. Megan's going to be on winning jockey interviews, so you'll hear a lot from her later on.
Paddocks and speaking to the jockeys, so hopefully we'll get some good info off them.
Yeah, more good quality content, I assure you, from us later on.
I'm not sure they're overly fair on me there. I have just mentioned Walk of Stars once or twice. He goes for the Maktoum challenge later. I think he's a rejuvenated horse, and indeed we're going to be talking to his jockey, the champion Tiger O'Shea. I think he's got a big chance.
I do think he's got a good chance, yeah, for many races in his career. He's been doing the walk of shame, but he did the walk of life last time, and he figures to make all. Again, that's what they'll try and do, I'm sure.
Walk of shame, maybe that's why I identify with him, a perennial underachiever until last time, and hopefully he can kick on a little bit later on. Right, so we're building up now to 9 wonderful races, the first of which is not too far away, and as the sun sets over the iconic Meydan grandstand and the lights come on, doubtless the crowd is going to build. They're all expecting to see something special. First race not too far away. Let's get back out on the track, or track side at least, and join up with Tom Stanley. Well, it's great to welcome Christian Demiro back to Meydan Racecourse, and a really big night of racing. Obviously, you've got the big ride on Kabir Khan in the Al Maktoum Challenge, the defending champion. But overall, Christian, as a night of racing with some of the horses here, what's your view on the quality on show this evening?
Yeah, first time really exciting to come back and to have an opportunity to ride some good horse in this kind of race.
On the horse, have you had a chance to get acquainted and to sit on the horse as yet, or on Kabir Khan, or not?
No, I will met first time today, so I just check every race and some gallop in the morning. So.
And what have you made looking back at his races so far? What do you feel you've learned about him as a horse?
You know, he's a good horse. Just thinks he's long time he doesn't run, so long time he break. So we will see. The horse he showed last year he has a quality for this kind of level. So nothing to say more.
And it's great to welcome you back here. It's obviously Dubai World Cup night itself, both the grass and the dirt. They're surfaces here you know pretty well, right?
Yeah, I know pretty well. Last year I was beaten in the duty-free by nose, so we try to have some good win this year.
And I know you've got two other rides on the night that you picked up, but I guess getting back in the winners' enclosure here, if it was to happen tonight, you'd really welcome that.
Thank you. No, like I say, I'm really happy to come back.
And you're back. That's it. You're back to France tomorrow, riding in France.
Yeah, tomorrow I ride in France, listed race, so I take airplane tonight.
And where are you spending most of your time at the moment, Christian?
I was in Japan for 2 months, and now I'm back in France for all the season.
Okay. Well, it's great to have you here. You're very welcome, and all the best tonight with the 3 rides, particularly Kabir Khan.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Christian Demiro, who's had success on the biggest night as well, Shariar, a few years ago in the Shima Classic. He's got Kabir Khan later on, who went off favourite for last year's Dubai World Cup. Let's see how the jockey standings are going into this meeting, with some very familiar faces right towards the top. And in fact, on countback, it's Tygo Shea, the champion jockey from Connor Beasley. They're locked in a battle at the top of the overall jockey standing as well. These are the Meydan jockey standings. Ben Cohen, he's in 3rd. Danny Tuthope on 4th. William Buick, he might well be confident of adding to that in 5th. Further back, the likes of Pat Dobbs, Sylvester de Souza. And the jockeys followed by the trainers. Bupat joint top with Masaba El Maheri, but when you think Bupat Seemar has Laurel River, has Tuz, has Walker Stars, and so on and so forth, there'll be an expectation he can build on his tally. But the time for talking is almost over, because the first of 9 races fast approaching. And the first race is for the purebred Arabians. It's the Al Maktoum Challenge Round 2 presented by Longines. Number 1 doesn't run. Number 2 is Yatwi. 3, Bawan. 4, very interesting, Baraka won this last year. Jafar is 5. Falar is 6. First Class, former winner way back when of the Kahela Classics, number 7. Hiabao Zaman, number 8. Canal de Fost, number 9. Majdi, 10. Mubid, won well last time, 11. Rajay, 12. RB French Dude is 13. Skada Legal at 14. Unleashed, who is the track record holder, 15. DR is 16. Over the page, Tariq doesn't run. Indies Day, Tygo Shea rides. Okay, let's have a look at them in the flesh, and we'll begin with number 2. This is AF Yatwi, who would have form to find, I'd imagine, this grey. Beaten into 3rd in the Madjani 2 starts ago.
And you'd think that he could run pretty well. He's rated 109. We can move on to number 3, Bawan, who's really a turf horse. He's been pretty consistent at turf horse, been running well at Abu Dhabi. Switches to the dirt here, not certain to be suited by it. I think he is better on the green stuff, but he's right up there as far as ratings are concerned. He's rated 120. Pat Dobbs gets them out. He's in stall 9. You don't normally want to be much wider than that over the 9.5 furlongs here. They start in front of the stands here, so they're soon into the first turn, so he's wide enough in 9.
So Bawan, the surface switcher, Horse number 3, who did run a remote third in the third round of the challenge on Super Saturday last year, is followed by 4 Baraka, who is a premium performer. He's a very consistent horse, I think, as well. He won this race last year, and in 2 runnings of the biggest race of the lot, the Dubai Kahela Classic on World Cup night, he's finished second in both. He was third first up this season, but in truth, on his A game, he'd be right up there as the one to beat.
Yeah, he's going to take a fair bit of stopping, I think. This horse is a nice horse, Jafar, coming out of stall number 4. Mustafa Al-Maheri, well, we saw how well he's been doing this season. Sylvester de Souza struck up a good relationship with him. This is a horse who's been contesting Grade 1s for his last 4 starts, and they're all on the turf. He was quite well beaten last time at Abu Dhabi on the turf by Eros de la Garde, a really good horse, but he's still rated 112, and he puts him in the mix. Not necessarily sure that dirt suits him as well as turf.
6 is next, and that is Falah. And Falah was ran well, went 5th in last season's at Dubai Kahela Classic, and ran a strong enough second in round 1 of the challenge last season as well. So we'll see how Falah can get on, but would need to lift the current status quo.
Number 7, first classes. Now he's going to have to really improve. He's going to try and run up to his rating, but I don't quite know why he's as high as 115 at the moment, given the way he's been performing. He ran in the Kahela Classic last year, Dubai World Cup night, and he was absolutely thrashed by Tilal Al-Khalidia. And we've seen him 3 times since then on the turf. Once at Longchamp, actually, a Grade 1 there where he was 8th. He was 4th at Abu Dhabi. And then last time, he was thrashed in early December at Abu Dhabi in a Grade 1.
It seems a long, long time since that horse was successful in the Kahela Classic. I think it was 3 years. 9, that is Canada Fast, 4th in round 1 of the challenge to Mubid last time out. Wasn't a bad run whatsoever, but I think the horse is probably better at this kind of trip anyway. Loved the run when 2nd in the Madjani Stakes, and no back number on the best of the form.
Here's number 10, Majdi. Got it to do on ratings, rated 103, so he's got a fair bit to find. Does act on dirt, been running on it of late. Back up in trip, having tried 1,700 metres last time, and won by a length and a half that day, but has won over 2,000 metres in the past.
Now this is a very interesting horse. This is Mubid, who is an improver. Of that you can have no doubt. 4 from 7, the career record, and came from the clouds to win round 1 of the challenge last time. Ray Dawson, who rides again, suggesting afterwards the horse didn't know how to lengthen on the bend, given it was his first run at Meydan, showed inexperience, but then showed quality.
Here's 12, Rajay. He's drawn in stall 1, so he'll have to break quickly. He won't want to get pinned down against that rail, copping kickback. He ran over 1,600 metres last time, was well beaten. He did run here at Meydan a couple of starts ago behind Unleashed, who won this race last year.
There is 13. This fella seems to have been around forever. It's RB French Dude. Indeed, he won this race back in 2021. My, how the world has changed since then. He's popped up to win reasonable races since then. This is the seasonal debut, not seen since last April. It's hard to imagine that the horse of 2025 is the same he was 4 years ago.
Another one for Mustafa Al-Maheri, Scar de l'Aigle. Danny Tadat riding 111 rated. Horse has been applying his training in group company. He's largely pretty consistent. He could go well, but stall 10 is not great.
And what about the track record holder? That is Unleashed. Smashed the time in the Madjani. Good horse, Unleashed, on his very best days, and we've seen that. I was so impressed with him in that success in the Madjani Stakes. He's not had all that much racing either, and I think he could still be improving on the dirt. He's a likely player.
I think he is. And then we've got DR, who's ridden by Bernardo Pinheiro from stall number 2. He's pretty consistent, but probably not good enough. A rating of 105. Good draw, though. Stall 2 is an excellent place to be.
OK, we'll see the reserve who gets a run. That is Indy's Day. And as a consequence of Valajaj being out, Tygo Shea switches to ride Indy's Day, who's been thumped out of sight the last twice. And the champion jockey, who's got big rides tonight, I don't think he's going to be in the winner's enclosure in the first of them. They are your runners ahead of race 1 today. And they're all getting a good vantage point, and why wouldn't you as well? The action's about to unfold on the track. We'll take a short pause. welcome along for the first time on Dubai World Cup Night 2024 to the saddling enclosure ahead of the first race, and it is the Dubai Kahela Classic.
We are set here for the $1 million from the Dubai World Cup start, 2,000 metres. For the 28th Dubai Kahela Classic. Untitled Chapter.
And there you go, horses circling before the start of the 1900-metre starting position ahead of round 2 of the Al Maktoum Challenge. They progressively step up in trip each and every round before 2,000 metres conclusion, round 3. This is last year's winner, Baraka, who has only had one start back this term. That was when third to Mubid last time out. That was in round 1 over the 1,600 metres. Angus McNay alongside. My consensus is that I think he's better, probably with a run, but also over this distance. Yes, he didn't stay on that well last time, but I think we're going to see a better animal today.
I think so. I think he probably needed it, and that will have sharpened him up over 1,600 metres. He's much better at this trip of 1,900. He's OK drawn in stall number 7, and he stands out head and shoulders above these. He was a very good second here at Meydan on World Cup night in the Kahela Classic. He's a class act in this company. I think he'd be pretty hard to beat.
We'll see if Mubid's got more improvement in him. Yes, he beat Baraka last time, but my anticipation would be you're going to see a better Baraka today. Unleashed can be a big player on his best form as well. So one or two of these are not only big players today, but could well be sporting players in the Kahela Classic, as Baraka has been, twice runner-up in that race.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to learn a bit about the track, see how it's riding. Speed on the rail at this time of night, early doors, is normally what we get on the dirt track. So we'll see how we go, and we'll keep an eye on the track record. As you mentioned, Nick, earlier, Unleashed, 2 minutes, 6.6.
Goodness me. Quite well named. Right, so good afternoon here to our commentator, Pat Comerford.
As we're about to get this wonderful meeting underway. Fashion Friday, Yarbel Zaman locks away under starter's orders. Set now, and away we go. Yatwi was slow, Jafar the same, and going back also the second emergency in Indy's day. Baraka fast away. Good speed out wider from First Class. Working up the middle was RB French Dude Falah, and up on the running rail it is Unleashed, who makes a line of 5. Mubid's going to be caught a little deep under Dawson into that first bend as they work off the front and head towards the 1,500 metre peg. Dia up on the inside in about 6th position. From Canal de Fosse, Jafar recovers to the first half of the field. Then came Falah 3 wide with a back from his inside Yatwi and Raja the rail. Deeper out Mubid had to take his medicine, but can't go out back any further at the moment, and still caught 4 wide from Scar de Lagle, Hiab El Zaman. Next was Majdi. It was 2 lengths to Indy's day, and Barwan, the place getter in last start's President's Cup, is last of all. So down the back they go, and it is Unleashed who eventually takes over the lead here from RB French Dude, who shades him in second. Baraka 3 deep in third, travelling along well at the moment from DR. Then came Jafar, and First Class was 6th and 4 wide. From Canal de Fosse, Falah's out wide now for Amur El Razbi working into the race. from Raja. Then came AF Yatwi. Next in running there on the outside was Moodbead, who's been deep the trip from Majdi. Then came Hiyab El Zaman. Barwan up to third to last from Skarda Lagal. And out to the end was Indy's Day. Increasing the tempo now. Unleashed. Out by 3 lengths, and he's got the favourite Baraka working. Canale de Fost a lot closer today and sits third as they swing in the bend in for home. From DR, deeper out on the track was First Class, and running along from the back as well Jafar, but he's given them something to chase here. Richard Mullen on Unleashed, and Unleashed comes clear here. Baraka trying very hard to stay onto his place in the minors, and Canale de Fost doing the same, but this is all over. Round 2 of the Al Maktoum Challenge going to Unleashed. Dr. Jabba Batar continues on his great run here at Meydan this season. 4 lengths on the line. Canale de Fost second and could do no more. Baraka third over. 4th Jafar from First Class. Next over Dia from Raja. Then came Moodbead, who was deep the trip. Hiyab El Zaman, Barwan and Yatwi. Next over Majdi from RB French Dude. Next was Falah. Skarda Lagal didn't handle the dirt here on his debut on the turf. On this surface rather, and the last one home, the emergency Indy's Day, outclassed.
Well, that was impressive. The track record holder has gone and won, and it is a 1-2 from the Madjani Stakes, who've been 1-2 in this particular race. Unleashed, what a good performance. He was the track record holder. Have we got another one?
He's broken his own record, Nick. Yeah, 2 minutes 6 flat here. His previous record, 2 minutes 6.6. She's set here in December when winning. Speed on the rail at this time of night on the dirt at Meydan. That is key. He eventually got to the front off furious early fractions. The pace then steadied, and then he picked up in the home straight, and they just couldn't reel him in.
13th of December, Unleashed beats Canale de Fost over the 1900 metres. A month later, they meet again over the same track and trip, and it's exactly the same. Baraka, I just think, was being niggled at a little way out. I don't think he's given his full running once again, but the horse who'd been it, seen it, done it, and proved his class here before has done something similar here and inspired Richie Mullen on the front end.
Yeah, once he got to the front, he's managed to dictate matters. There, the early fractions were solid, 11.94, 12.24, 12.89. And then it steadied down a little bit, 13.13, 13.58, 13.37, and then he kicked again with a 13.14. So fast early, steadied down the back straight, and then kicked again. And he rode that lovely rail here at Meydan on the dirt to a decisive success.
Is this how you fancied the track would play?
I thought so.
Yeah.
It's often the way it plays in World Cup nights, Godolphin Mile, that normally gets us going, and that's how it plays. Speed on the rail is the thing, and Tare Shea won't be upset about that with Tuz, who likes to roll along from a low draw, and Laurel River, who likes to get on with it.
That's it.
He'll be pleased to see this.
That's it. 1 or 2 of these, maybe even Walker Stars a little bit later on. We shall see. Maybe it's a sign of things to come, but Unleashed, an excellent performance a couple of starts ago. Well, last time when winning the Madjani Stakes back in December, he could still be on the up on the dirt. He's the track record holder twice over now.
Yes, remarkable that he's been able to do that, because he had to run hard when he won here in December, and he's been able to back that up. In fact, he's been able to run even faster. So sometimes when horses run that fast, they tend to bounce out of such a performance, but he's been able to replicate it, and he's a clear-cut winner. Canale de Fost has run perfectly well. The stall numbers here, 387 were the first 3 home, so anything that was wider than 8 didn't seem to have much of a chance. But from stall 3, Richard Mullins has been able to just slow it down enough mid-race to have enough left to hold them off in the home straight.
It'll be interesting to see whether round 3 of the challenge on Super Saturdays once again their agenda. On the 2nd of March last year, finished 5th over that extended 2,000 or the 2,000 metres behind Sonny Dulup. So whether they can stretch him out over further and see if he's quite as effective over another 100 metres. If he can build up a lead like he's had by the time they get to that race, I don't think another 100 metres would have changed anything, would it?
I don't think so. I don't think so. He'd get that fine, wouldn't he? I think it's a really good ride from Richard Mullen. He's got things absolutely spot on out in front, and Kayla Classic is obviously going to beckon for him. Baraka, look, he might just be gradually working his way towards full pitch for the Kayla Classics. I wouldn't necessarily give up on him.
Possibly. It's another podium position for him, but after what happened in this race last year, perhaps below that form. Unleashed, your winner from Canal de Fos, Baraka. There you 1, 2, 3. Best of the rest, Jafar Rajay. First Class, who got across the show pace, was further back. A previous winner of the Gahela Classic, but not quite at that level. And Mubid, who showed them all the way home in round 1, a well-beaten 8th in the end. Richie Mullen, ever present on the Dubai racing scene for many, many years now. Different circumstances, of course, for him, perhaps on the bigger days these days, but fantastic to see him still achieving success on big nights like this. And I'm very much of the opinion he'd be of the idea that these new look race nights are all about a progressive, punctuated season and really giving you focal points before you get to the big one in March.
Richie Mullen coming back in, probably thinking to himself, just keep an eye on me, I've still got it.
He has still got it, and he's won the first.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Well, it was a pretty impressive performance from Unleashed, that is for sure. Winning jockey Richard Mullen is just weighing in. All good there. We better catch a word with him. Well done. That was a pretty straightforward but impressive performance.
Yeah, he's very uncomplicated, Megan. You know, his runs previous that are just sort of tailed off a little bit. He's got himself behind and gets a bit of kickback. And like I say, the thoroughbreds aren't that genuine going through it. The Arabians are certainly not too forward going, and I kind of sent him on in a just an average race last year, and he seemed to thrive on just rolling along in front, and did the same sort of tactics last time out. And although it was pace, I was just sat on the wing. I think he's a horse that doesn't like I say, any intimidation or anything like that. And we had a good draw today. The most important thing was getting out to the first bend, because where you are then is kind of where you land for the rest of the race. And I was quite happy, even though there was horses on my outside, you know, kind of hurrying us along. I was able to take him back and just fill him up the whole way around there. And he was just in a very comfortable rhythm and great for the team. Arif and everybody at Al Reef, you know, they're not a massive stable, but does a very good job of what he's got, you know.
And do you think there's any chance of him staying that little bit further for the Gahela Classic?
I think he would, because he puts himself in that position, Megan. He's a very relaxed horse. Although he has pace and you see him on the front end, he's not a horse that overdoes himself when he's there. So, like I say, it's only an extra half a furlong, and I see no reason why he wouldn't, you know. like I say, providing he gets a good draw, but it's a long way till then. But you know, I think Connection should enjoy today because they've done a great job in it.
Well, very well done. A great start to the evening, and good luck later.
Thanks, Megan.
Interesting thoughts. Richie Mullen, who's got the fab ride on Imperial Emperor, who's no back number in the Thoroughbreds Challenge later. Unleashed wins. Canal de Fast in second. Baraka in third. Jafar was fourth at the result of the Al Maktoum Challenge round 2. So let's see, well, from a stats point of view, from a times point of view, how that race stacked up, Angus.
Yeah, first things first, a little maxim on our first bit of analysis today. The figures never lie. Your eyes do, the figures don't. Let's have a look and see what this race produced. And what I think it did produce was a very good ride from Richard Mullen. He's got it right out in front, as these figures show us. Look at that finishing speed percentage, Nick, 100.59. Dirt racing, you expect them to go hard early on and then get tired and finish slowly and sort of cling on in the closing stages. But he's just run evenly. He's not getting tired. He's just kept going at an even gallop. His last 400 metres, 26.37. And there's that track record, 2 minutes 6 dead. He's shaved 0.6 off his previous track record. So it's a good performance, but I'm going to have to credit Richard Mullen with a really excellent ride. That's what the finishing speed percentage tells us. If he'd gone faster, that would have been well under 100. He might still have clung on, but he's rated this horse brilliantly. Should we have a look at it, Nick?
Shall, calling up the... There we go.
Yeah, okay, so we're down on the inside here. The interesting draw stats here. Stalls 3 and 4 are heavily favoured over this trip since 2017, and he comes out of a low draw, and Mullen is quite aggressive on him early doors. You can see there he's very animated, Richard Mullen. Here he is. He's really trying to get to the front, and he wants that rail. He's going to have to work for it and go hard early on. 9.32 out of the stalls the first half furlong, and then he went an 11.94. That's rapid for purebred Arabians. Look at these horses out wide getting bad trips. First class, first of all, Nick. You've mentioned him early on.
Yeah.
He's come from 16. He's had to work so hard early on. He's never going to have...
He was, but he's run all right there.
He's run all right. He's never going to have anything left, is he?
And actually, the first 3, as they were, are all pretty much front rank at this stage. Baraka got that lovely easy pitch as well. The second, Canal de Fast, he broke quite well. I know he's taken a sit in 5th, but the narrative was there.
It was. We can pick him out here, can't we? So you've got your winner. He's in front. There you go. Beautiful at Meydan, isn't it, when they make the run in and they win. Absolutely love that, Nick. Canal de Fast is here. Baraka's there. And anything further back, very little chance of getting involved. And why is that? Because the leader was rated well. If he'd gone too hard, it would have sucked these other horses into it from the back of the field, but he didn't. And this is where he eases it down. And if we look at the sectionals, you can see what he did down the back. Having gone hard, he suddenly goes 13.13, 13.58, 13.37. He's just filling his horse up a little bit.
Now, we were talking about this fella being unexposed at the distance of the 3rd round of the challenge. Finished 5th in it, beaten 13 lengths last time around. It's only an extra 100 metres. So if he can have the same sort of run through a race and sit there quite prominently or on the front end come Super Saturday, is there any reason why you think he wouldn't go as well?
I think he'd get... Yeah, he'd get another half a furlong, wouldn't he? He'd get another 100 metres. What Richard Mullen did well was he was pressed by Falah, who's dropping right out of it now. He got to near the front from a wide draw, and he's paid for that early move. But Richard Mullen, he didn't push on, he didn't kick on to get rid of Falah. He said, okay, you want to sit upsides me, I'll just sit and wait. I'll rate my horse how I want to rate it, and that's what he did. And it's all over at this stage. There's nothing closing, is there?
No.
Baraka, I thought, here he is, Nick. I mean, I thought he was heavily favoured by today's race, but it was a relatively weak finish, wasn't it? I think
not for the first time this season.
Yeah,
now I'm starting to be a little less sympathetic to perhaps last time's run. Don't get me wrong, he's still maybe he's lost a few lengths on last year. I don't know. We'll see.
He looked booked for second, and then it's a bit of a tame effort from him through the final 200 metres. I like the way the second ran on. Canal de Faust ran on strongly in the closing stages, having jumped from stall 8 and sat in that 5th, 6th position, just tracking the pace. But all in all, this was an excellent front-running ride on the dirt from Richard Mullen.
with Richie Mullen, as we've talked about him. He's got Imperial Emperor, his sole thoroughbred ride today, who is the second string for Bupat Simar, given the fact that Walk of Stars is there and Tiger Shay's aboard that one. But Imperial Emperor could give him potentially another huge ride on the day.
Yeah, he's one of the horses tonight in the big races that is open to a fair bit of improvement. A lot of them, we know where we stand with them. He, I think, is gradually improving, and there could be a bit more to come. He's picked up a good ride there.
Earlier in this week, Bupat Simar was already a winner, courtesy, or a joint winner, courtesy of a ceremony, a glittering one in London. Longines, world's best racehorse, crowned from 2024. And we had a dead heat. City of Troy, the magnificent horse for Ballydoyle. The turf horse who was tried in America, it didn't quite happen, but tied top with a rating of 128 with the Dubai World Cup winner Laurel River. Via Sistina was third, Goliath fourth, and then we had a few for fifth, which includes a certain romantic warrior, but standing proud, or joint proud at the top at least, along with City of Troy, Laurel River, trained of course by Bupat Simar.
Well, it's wonderful, isn't it? It's to have the best horse in the world on this planet. It's an incredible thing, and it doesn't happen that often. It's like having the top tennis player or top football player in the world. So I'm thankful to Longines, and I think everybody else is thankful to Longines who recognize this and give it to the best horse in the world.
Racing. Dubai World Cup number 28 is underway.
He's like one of those great horses that's got a lot of speed, and then he's got the stamina. But we were a little bit easy on him the first time when he ran because he hadn't run for a long time. And we upped in distance, and when the second time when he was running, just before that, I thought he's very, very special. And after his second run, when he won very impressively, we were training him for the World Cup. I thought, I don't think there's a horse in the world that's going to come and beat him. Right from the get-go, I think our plan was, we'd much rather be on the outside than inside. When you've drawn one, then you only have one option. Especially if you're on a speed horse, he's got to go and use the horse a little bit more than you want to. But the wonderful thing about Laurel River is he's just got this gate speed, natural, that just comes to him. And he just went and took control of the race, and when the other horses came to him, he just kept going.
But Laurel River has given them the slip here. Laurel River puts a big break on them here in the Dubai World Cup, the best part of 8 or 9 lengths here. And Juddmonte Farm are close, but this is an absolute romp in the Dubai World Cup. Laurel River, Tiger Shay, take a bow.
He's, like I said, he's one of those champions that has that speed and then the stamina, and then and it was just the most exciting finish I've seen in a race, and especially to be involved in it, to training this horse, it was just incredible. When you win a Dubai World Cup, to me, it's like it is probably the best race in the world, in my opinion, because I live in Dubai, I've trained in Dubai, and for us, it's the epitome of the best race in the world, because it's like the Olympics. You have horses come from Japan, you got horses come from all over the world to compete there. And then to win that race is just phenomenal.
Now he runs again on Friday, 2025 debut. You've gone for the Firebreak Stakes over the mile. What was the thinking there, dropping back?
Well, you much rather, in my opinion, start short, in the shorter distance and then go to the longer distance. And he's good, he's doing very, very well. And I didn't want to train him for 10 furlong because that's more extra work. Much rather, our goal is the Saudi Cup and the Dubai World Cup. So this is just prep, but he's ready for it. He's doing very, very well. I mean, like I said, we leave a little bit for the next, month and the month after that. So he's as fit as he can be without getting a race fitness into him, but he's doing very well. Laurel River's Laurel River. He's a different league of a horse.
Bupat Simar speaking at the Longines World Best Racehorse ceremony in London earlier this week, when his superstar we see winning the Dubai World Cup by 8.5 lengths, 30th of March last year, the day that for Bupat Simar, for Tiger Shay, who we'll hear from later, their lives changed, and changed forever. When you win a race like this and you are Dubai based, it's as good as it gets.
Pay your mortgage off, Nick. That's the thing to do.
I did hear, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be pressing Tiger on that a little bit later.
You will. This horse was brilliant on the night, wasn't he? The Dubai World Cup night. We just saw the Purebred Arabians here, and there was just over 100% the finishing speed percentage. He was about 94 in this race. He was on fumes in the closing stages, but he just burnt them off early on and showed so much speed, and they couldn't live with him. They started to make inroads a little bit in the closing stages, but all the damage was done in the early part of the race. And I think a mile really suits him. I've got no problems with him coming back to a mile whatsoever. In fact, I thought he'd have won the Godolphin Mile as well as the Dubai World Cup. Not on the same night, obviously. But he would. If he'd just gone for the Godolphin Mile, he would have won that.
You know what, clarification is always key. You never know.
I need to do that sometimes.
I think when Tiger O'Shea comes up and joins us on this sofa a little bit later, if we roll these shots again, particularly that wide shot where you saw him first, the rest nowhere, you're going to get a big smile out of him. I'm sure he's watched it countless times, but he won't mind. And it shouldn't be forgotten, Angus. You said about the Dubai World Cup, the mile. On this very night, I wasn't with you, but you'd have been sat on the sofa talking about this hot horse from America coming over to be a favourite for the 1200-metre sprint. On this night, it's remarkable.
I know. They tried him sprinting, didn't they? But he did go off favourite for a Breeders' Cup Mile. Went with Bob Baffert. So that's what Baffert thought of him. He thought he was a miler. That was just a bit of a get-ready run over 6, wasn't it? And they soon changed their tune and got him up to a mile.
Yeah. And maybe just maybe this will be leg 1 this season, Saudi, and then a crack back at the Dubai World Cup again, which he won so famously back on the 30th of March. And we will see Laurel River in one of our headline races, the Firebreak Stakes.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Well, welcome along for the first time on Dubai World Cup Night 2024 to the saddling enclosure ahead of the first race, and it is the Dubai Kahela Classic.
We are set here for the $1 million from the Dubai World Cup start, 2,000 metres. For the 28th Dubai Kahela Classic. Serious jumper.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
So first thoroughbred race of the night is race 2. It is the UAE 2000 Guineas presented by Longines, a Group 3 on the dirt, massive field and a very well assembled cast from all around the world. And I say that because trainer Julio Lascoaga, who trains here at Meydan, he's got a new base. He runs 3 South Americans, 1 from Argentina, 1 from Uruguay and 1 from Brazil. Don Vaccaro is number 1, Gustino is number 2 and Nam Frick is number 3, which is a spicy Thai sauce, I gather. They are his 3 runners. Arlan 4, Awab 5, Balaban 6, Fortune Valor 7, Golden Vekoma. The trial winner is 8. 9 is Heart of Honor, very well fancied. High Season 10, Midnight Thunder for that man's side. Bin Soroy has won it 7 times. Number 12 is Nimble Boy, Proud Samaritan 13, Rafid 14, No 15, 16 Royal Favour. And that is the assembled cast. 15 go. So we'll start off by looking at the first of Julio Lascoaga's, and that is Don Vaccaro. This one, Don Vaccaro, is from Brazil. Doesn't look the absolute pick necessarily of the 3, I would imagine, that the trainer sends out. He finished 7th in the trial last time and has it to do.
He also saddles the number 2 horse, Gustino. And this is a horse who's a Grade 1 winner at a mile in his native Palermo. And he's having his first run for this yard. He's well drawn in stall 5. The draw stats here say that anything above 9 is a bit of a nightmare because they start in the chute, of course, and then edge to their left. So being drawn relatively low is an advantage. So he's got a good draw. It'll be interesting to see what he can produce. He's rated 109.
And to complete the trio for the stable, this is Nam Frick, who was 4th in the trial, and the trainer on record as saying that the extra distance should suit, and how the horse, as a project, has been working forward nicely from the trial. So he's got a launch pad from which to build, but form to turn around.
Yeah, nice looking horse, isn't he? We'll move on to 4 Arlan, who comes here from Kazakhstan. And he was a 2 times winner there in his native country at Almaty. But he ran in the Guineas trial here, and he was quite well beaten by Golden Vacoma on that occasion. And he didn't travel very sweetly in that race. He was soon off the bridle and made no progress from about halfway.
Can't have a horse from Kazakhstan winning at Meydan, can you? Surely not. It's a well-trodden route with Kabir-Kam, the luminary, who we'll see a little bit later on, also from that proud nation. Right, number 5 is Awab, who won the first race of the new season here back in November, won well there, but has since finished 5th in the trial. Took an early bump that day, but still the form was nowhere near the level required and was not a step forward from the debut. That is Awab, number 5.
Yeah, let's talk about Balaban at number 6. He's quite an interesting horse. He's the stablemate of Arlan. And they met in a local Grade 1 at Almaty, didn't they? And Balaban won by a head. So they're closely watched. Balaban gets a first run here for the Doug Watson yard, but the draw is a big negative for me. Stall 14 is not very helpful at all.
I couldn't find that race, you know. I went to try and find
I couldn't find it, no.
But we'll trust in the form book from Kazakhstan. That was Balaban and his stablemate Arlan. They met before. So that is number 6, who's drawn out in 14. I guess we're all waiting for the next Kabir-Khan, who we'll see that much later on.
See him later, yeah.
Yeah, we will. We're looking forward to him. And Doug Watson, that strong hand later. Right, number 7, Force and Valour, for trainer George Scott, who's tearing it up in Bahrain at the moment, in great form the other side of the Gulf. It'll be a tough task, I'd say, for Force and Valour. Very experienced horse, I should say. Plenty of racing in the UK, but it's a jump up in trip and, crucially, a surface switch. So lots of questions to answer for Force and Valour.
A lot of the fancied horses here are drawn wide, which makes me wonder whether we're going to get a bit of an upset here. Golden Vacoma is one of them as well. We're going to move on to Heart of Honour, though. We'll perhaps catch Golden Vacoma later. Heart of Honour, revelation for Jamie Osborne. Came here having run at Southwell in the UK, finished 2nd there to End of Romance, but has won his 2 races so far on the dirt here. He's been pretty impressive on both occasions. He's certainly taken well to the surface. He won easily, beating Royal Favour here last time up by 2.5 lengths. Dre de Vries, he keeps the ride.
Right, this is number 10. This is High Season, whose 3 runs of the life, all in Yorkshire. Beverley, York and Redcar, and has since made the switch to Bhupat Seema. 250,000 guineas the switch. Big transfer, and now represents Bhupat Seema, last year's winning trainer. It's the dirt debut.
We'll go back to number 8. We didn't get to see Golden Vacoma a moment or two ago. We can now. He's drawn wide. That's a bit of a worry. I thought he improved quite a bit from his 1st to 2nd start. He won the 2,000 guineas trial here from stall 13, so he did really well that day. He won 2 1/4 lengths. He was well beaten by Heart of Honour when they met in the maiden, when this horse started out here at Meydan. But I think he improved on his 2nd start, and he's a player.
Right, it wouldn't be a UAE 2,000 guineas without Saad bin Suroor's presence. He's won it 7 times, including with Street Cry, including with Thunder Snow. I don't know whether the Midnight Thunder is quite in the league of those 2, Midnight Thunder, but we shall see. Ran okay on the turf, maybe only okay last time out, but it's a different test and onto the dirt.
Yeah, that's interesting to see how that runs. Nimble Boy, Satish Seema and Taroche, and sorry, Bhupat Seema. He's an ex-Russian horse, this fella, and he was 2nd to Golden Vacoma in the Guineas trial. He was keeping on pretty well in the closing stages, wasn't he?
He ran very
quite nicely, I thought, in the latter part of the race. So he's a player as well. He's drawn in 9, so he's just on on the cusp of what a good draw is.
Right, Proud Samaritan, who is a son of Good Samaritan. A winner in Qatar just a couple of weeks ago. He's been in good form over there, but that is form which needs lifting now that he translates to the UAE. Proud Samaritan.
Yeah, he's quite an interesting horse, isn't he, coming here from Doha. 14 just coming into shot. Rafid. He comes here from the United States of America. Doug Watson's got him now. Mikel Barcelona rides. He went off favourite 2 of his 4 starts at Gulfstream. And his form there was good. 4th, 2nd, 2nd, 3rd reads his form figures. Stall 6 is good. He's worn blinkers all of his career, but he's quite an interesting runner here because he had reasonable form in America. Dan was good. She was trained by Doug Watson as well. Royal Favour with William Buick riding for Simon and Ed Crisford, who's run a couple of reasonable races in the career so far, not least the UAE debut, went 2nd to Heart of Honour. Now that is key form of that, you can have no doubt. But tonight, this horse, Royal Favour, is drawn widest out in 16, and perhaps crucially as well as Heart of Honour withered past him to go and beat him, doesn't receive £5 this time from Heart of Honour. I think it's hard to imagine on this, and you also bring in the new terms, seeing the form reversed, Angus. I think it's very hard to see that, Nick. I'd agree with you. See Heart of Honour barrelling down the outside of the field, got an inside trip, angled out by Adre de Vries, and ran on really strongly. I was encouraged by the way the 2 of them pulled clear of the rest of the field. That was a good effort from him. He's definitely moves like a dirt horse. He's taken to the dirt surface really well. He's 2 from 2. Jamie Osborne was contemplating missing this race and going UAE Derby, but I think he's decided the horse is in such good heart that he'd come here and then see what happens in terms of the UAE Derby later on. The wide draw does very much worry me. I think he's got it to do from there, but you couldn't have a better jockey to sort that out in De Vries, could you?
No, absolutely not. What, 11 years since Toast New York and Jamie Osborne winning the UAE Derby before that horse was so agonisingly touched off in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He'd love to revisit that, I am sure, and this is definitely the closest he'll come with this fella. It's still early days, no doubt. But we shall see. There's talk of the Saudi Derby, the Al Bastakir as well. There are options for this horse, but we shall see. I am a fan of Golden Vekoma, the trial winner, Angus, who, interestingly on the draw, I found Conor Beasley's comments over the 1400 beasts in the trial really interesting last time, saying he was happy the horse was drawn wide because he said the horse would find 1400 metres sharp enough and he wanted enough of a stamina test right from the word go. So stamina's a strong suit, and we were talking earlier in the preview, myself, Megan and Tom, Conor Beasley's probably not the type that gets too theatrical and animated when talking about a horse in glowing praise, but he's really done that with this fella.
He has. He really likes his chances, I think, doesn't he? Getting the better of Nimble Boy that day. And as I said when we looked at him in the paddock, it was a massive improvement from his maiden, wasn't it? Behind Heart of Honour, he stepped up a bit.
Massive step up. So do all points here come back to Heart of Honour for you, or are you looking elsewhere? It is a great field of unknowns. You've got these South American horses coming that have got to give the weight away, being South American breds, but with big ratings, so they're an unknown. What do you think?
I think it's really tough. I think it's very competitive. The draw might play its part. Heart of Honour is the obvious one, but he's out wide. That's not necessarily ideal from stall 12. So it's just one to watch for me. It's an interesting race. I quite like Rafid for Doug Watson. He's got a good berth in 6. He had decent form at Gulfstream. He handles dirt. And he's got Mikel Barcelona on board. Many a time he's shown how he can ride the dirt here at Meydan. So I think he might go well, but it could be a race that's ripe for an upset. Midnight Thunder might go forward. He's a fast horse. He's stepping up to a mile. He's been running at 1,200 metres and 1,000 metres, but he steps up today to this 1,600 metres. I don't quite know why. He's very quick. He's by Kodiak.
I think Saeed loves this race, doesn't he?
Giving the dirt a go, aren't they? He might blitz along in front, and they'll see if he can hang on. Track record's not in danger. Muntazar, 134.99, famously quite a while back now in 2019 under Jim Crowley. So these youngsters probably won't get close to that, but it gives us a marker to gauge this race by. 134.99.
First stage of the Millennium Year, Bakir winning it. Then it was Street Cry in 2001, your absolute favourite since then, and of course these are the Nadal Sheba years. Asiatic Boy for Mike de Kock in 07, and more recently Thunder Snow would be the best of the recent winners by some way. He went on to win 2 Dubai World Cups. So, the last 4 or 5 to load for the first of the thoroughbred races. Race 2 is over to Pat for the UAE 2,000 guineas.
Is Namfrick coming away into line. Royal Favour. He caught the eye last start, didn't he? And he'll be looking to do the same under Will Buick here. Midnight Thunder will be the last one to load away once Royal Favour takes his place. And will be set to go here in the 2,000 guineas. 8 furlongs ahead of them. D'Souza loads forward on Midnight Thunder, and we're set to run. Set now. And racing. Balaban was slow. Heart of Honour was half a stride slow also and had to muster as well with the Force and Valour, and at the back of the field also was Arlan. It's Rafid out fast with High Season from that inside draw. Awab works forward along with Justino, Proud Samaritan the fence. Midnight Thunder deeper out from Golden Vacoma, half a length back to Nimble Boy, a similar margin to Arlan. Then came Royal Favour from Force and Valour, Nam Frick. Up on the inside, Don Ficaro, second to last, Heart of Honour. He's back there spotting the lead 8 lengths in the early stages, and Balaban is detached. It's High Season who goes on to lead here. Andrew Slattery in his only mount for the evening, and he's not going to leave anything to chance. 3/4 of a length here on Rafid in second and Midnight Thunder third. Fourth was Awab from Golden Vacoma, 3 lengths Royal Favour from Force and Valour. Then came Justino, Proud Samaritan. Deeper out working into it, Nam Frick from Nimble Boy going back, passed by Arlan. Heart of Honour on the move wide from Don Vaccaro Balaban. Pace has been good here, 10-8, 11-02, 11-3-6, 11-4. So these things on the back should have something to chase here as well. Few of these up front might stop. It's Rafid, the leader in the 2,000 guineas, gets to High Season. Awab runs on here along with Golden Vacoma. Heart of Honour coming from a long way back but picking up good ground with Midnight Thunder and Royal Favour. Golden Vacoma the leader. It's up in front there by 3 lengths. Running on now, Heart of Honour pegging back the margin quickly now. It's Golden Vacoma needs the line. Heart of Honour tries very, very hard, but Golden Vacoma's done it again. Wins the 2,000 guineas by 2 lengths. Heart of Honour brave in second. Third across Royal Favour from Awab, who got tired the last 100. Rafid next over from Force and Valour, Don Vaccaro, Nam Frick and Justino. High Season was next from Nimble Boy. Then came Midnight Thunder. Balaban, one of the last ones home, along with Arlan and Proud Samaritan.
He caused a bit of a shock in the trial last time. No shock about it on this occasion. The horse who won the 2,000 guineas trial back on the 3rd of January, Golden Vacoma, holds all to win. But what a remarkable run, and luck was clearly from the early stages for Heart of Honour, who has gallops to the line to be beaten, what, 2 lengths or so in the end from the most compromised early position. That was remarkable.
Yeah, he's run an absolute blinder in second place. He's come from a long way back and he's made up an awful lot of ground in the home straight. This Golden Vacoma, who promises to be suited by the step up in trip today. Another 200 metres for him today. It's helped him reverse form with the runner-up from when they met a couple of starts ago. 1:37.08 the time, Nick, so we're not anywhere near Muntazar, who was just under 1:35. But we wouldn't expect that. And Golden Vacoma, well, he's got first jump, really. He's much closer to the front.
Yep.
He's down towards the inside, and the runner-up has got a poor trip, and he's run on really well in the closing stages, but he's forced 3 or 4 wide on the home turn, and he can't get there.
It's huge, the way that when you're watching it back on the big screen as I am, the ground he's had to make up to go past the horse who plugged on for third, sweeping past him before making up any number of lengths on our eventual winner. But the bird had flown, and we talked about the wide draws. Stall 13 beat stall 12, beat stall 16 Royal Favour. It's got a formful look to it as well, hasn't it?
I think it has, yeah. The horses that have been showing something, that won on their last couple of starts, are first and second here. They've defied the draw stats here. Tells me they might have gone pretty hard down on the inside and allowed others from wider gates to get involved. So Golden Vacoma, I thought Connor Beasley's done well to get the pitch that he got early on in the race. Once again, being on the rail seemed to be something of an advantage. And, well, the runner-ups come from an absolute mile back. Royal Favour's run well under William Buick. He often shows pace, this horse, but this was his second career start. He'd been beaten 2.5 lengths by Heart of Honour last time, and he's run pretty well. But, well, it's hard to think that Heart of Honour probably would have won if he'd got a better trip. Right, he got very close with a better.
I think Jamie Osborne's going to be thinking what might be, but he opens doors. Surely he's talked about the Al Bastakia on the 21st of February, the Saudi Derby, the UAE Derby, to try and win that again. The way that he has galloped out to the line, and also the winner. You wouldn't be surprised if they meet again over further.
No, you wouldn't. UAE Derby, you think that might be where they meet up, but Conor Beasley did well from his wide draw. He got prominent. He had to use up a bit of petrol early on. He got prominent. He was pretty sure his horse would stay. He'd said that confidently after his last effort, and he has. He stayed on really strongly. The pace was really solid. 14.10, 10.8, 11.02, 11.36, 11.4. So consecutive sub 12-second furlongs. So it really was a solidly run affair. No hiding place for quite a number of these. They were well strung out, and well, the front two had the best form in the race thus far. They have come clear in the end.
And a word on Conor, who bids to wrestle that title, which is always in the hands of Tiger O'Shea. It's another win for him. He is atop it. We'll hear from Tiger a little bit later. He knows he's got a fight on his hands for the UAE champion jockey this year.
Oh, definitely. Conor would really love to win that. And the way he's going at the moment, he's got a great chance. He's really made this place his home, rather like Tiger O'Shea did. He's riding plenty of winners. He's connected the Akbar bin Hamash yard.
Riding good Arabians, find that you need to go and win something like a title.
Yeah, he's got every chance, you know. He's a very good jockey. He really has got the hang of riding the dirt here, which helps so much. He knows what it takes to win on dirt. And he's got Golden Vekoma home here under a good, sound tactical ride. Use up speed early, get a good position. Hope the closers don't come and get you, and they rarely do on dirt.
Nearly 15 lengths between Heart of Honour and Golden Vekoma when they met back in December. Yes, it's not been the most straightforward for Heart of Honour whatsoever, and he emerges with a huge amount of credit. But Golden Vekoma undoubtedly has improved and improved significantly in that time. And for our rider, he's got chances still to come, albeit perhaps just sporting outsiders. Andreas Vesalius, Al Jadaf, Eastern World, Homo Juice. I don't think any of them are expected to go and win. But this was the one which mattered the most on the day. Certainly from a thoroughbred perspective. He wasn't shy of saying how much he liked Golden Vekoma when he won the trial. And I'm sure his praise is even more fulsome now after he's won the big one. And we welcome him back. There is Conor. And this horse, a trial winner now, a classic winner. And it opens the door. Well, the Al Bastakia, are they going to try Saudi? Are they going to wait and go for the UAE Derby, which is 2.5 months away now? Options are plenty, this truncated season as it is now. This horse is clearly thriving, improving. Where next with him? Golden Vekoma has won the classic. If they meet again, Angus, if they meet again over slightly further, I think it'd be hard to get away. I think if they price it up internationally, they make Heart of Honour favourite, surely.
Yeah, they would do. Jamie Osborne would be pretty confident. He's confident at the worst of times, but he'd be pretty confident he could turn the form around, you'd have thought.
I would say so. I would say so. But Ahmad bin Hamash is the trainer in the winners' enclosure on this occasion. Golden Vekoma it is, who's beaten Heart of Honour. Royal Favour back in third, who remains a maiden, but doubtless will be a winner in waiting, granted the right race. Awab was fourth, Rafid fifth, and further out the likes of Force and Valor. And the South Americans, Don Vaccaro and Nam Frick. Golden Vekoma wins. Let's hear about the success now with the winning jockey, Conor Beasley.
Well, Golden Vekoma is heading back after a pretty impressive win in the UAE Guineas. Just wait for his rider, Conor Beasley, to weigh in. We'll grab a quick word with Conor. Conor, it's been another great season, and you'll be delighted to get Golden Vekoma winning up at the Group 3 level.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's a horse we've always thought a lot about. You know, that's only his third start to date, and you know the most competitive race he's running, obviously. But no, he's a horse that's only going to get better with time. And you know, the world's his oyster, really. He's got the size, scope, and the looks to go with it. So yeah, very looking forward to what the back end brings, and hopefully he can keep going up the grades.
And what do you think is his optimum trip? Because he's certainly not slow. He held a position well early.
Yeah, listen, he won over 1400 the last time, and travelled well. Obviously stepped into better company there tonight, up to the 1600. I felt like we're going good fractions down the back, but I just need to keep tabs on him because all my fella does is gallop. So, you know, he's seen the mile out well there. He wasn't stopping at the line, and I think if a bit of company came to him properly, he would have dug deep again. But, you know, you could see him go further again.
So the UAE Derby, he's obviously got the win and he's in now. Do you think that's a realistic 1900? Is that trip okay?
Yeah, I think that'll be perfect. I'm not sure what the plans are going to be from tonight before then, but yeah, he's definitely a good horse to have in the yard and one to look forward to.
Well done.
Thanks, Megan. Thanks.
Yep, once again, Connor Beasley all there in his praise, and rightly so for Golden Vekoma, given the way that the horse has gone and won the 2,000 guineas today, the UAE 2,000 guineas, the first of our thoroughbred races, race 2 on the card. And well, the question was put there by Megan Nichols about the extra distance, 1,900 metres. Would he be able to tackle that? I think he'd be fairly positive about it. He's won well today, Golden Vekoma. So let's learn a little bit more about how the race was run and won from an efficiency perspective, Angus.
Yeah, it's another evenly run race as far as the winner is concerned. He's got a finishing speed percentage of 99.51. So, you know, Connor Beasley's rated him pretty well. He was anxious to get handy. He broke pretty well out of the stalls, but he hasn't gone mad on him chasing the leaders. He's just gradually wound him into the race and then kicked on in the home straight, and he stayed on really well. 24.39 his closing split. So you're looking at, if you look at a race over a mile, you'd say, well, if they can run even 12s, they're going to run a good final time. Well, he's come home evenly, hasn't he? 24.39. That's just over 20. He has been rated evenly through a race. I think up front was quite quick early on. We'll have a look at it, but I think it was pretty hard in the early part.
Magic of it.
Yeah, the draw stats say you're no good out here, you're no good out wide, but there was no problem whatsoever today. The first three drawn out there, you can see them highlighted now. Golden Vekoma, and look, this is the important point.
Where did it all go wrong?
Well, look at the runner-up. Has missed the break a little bit, Heart of Honour, and now he's on the back foot, whereas Connor Beasley has gone forward and he sat in third or fourth. And to be honest, Heart of Honour, who's here, okay, has missed the break, but he's also a bit off the bridle under Adre de Vries. He's niggling away, he's at him, and it's almost like he's a little bit outpaced in the early part of the race, which I was surprised to see. And now he's got an awful lot to do. If we pick out the winner, remember the winner's being rated evenly by Connor Beasley, so he's not going too fast, he's not going to stop, he's just going to keep rolling, and look at the ground he's going to have to make up. He's a long way back, and on dirt that's very hard to do. Hard to make up that distance.
I've just got half an idea, and this is only hypothesising, that Adre de Vries and maybe even Heart of Honour himself, given the kickback he took last time, the first time he'd ever faced it, maybe didn't face it quite as well this time, keeping him away, maybe the horse just didn't fancy it patently as much, and he's had to circumvent the field.
I personally think that Adre de Vries has been at him for most of the race. He was never really travelling for him, and look at the distance he's now got to make up. He's way back here. He's got absolutely loads to do, and Connor Beasley, meanwhile, he's making his run. He's coming to challenge round the outside. That's going to be significant. He's going to go first, and he's got 10 lengths on Heart of Honour, who's still off the bridle. I think he might have struggled a bit in the kickback, but on dirt, Nick, if you miss the break or you start slowly, it's very hard to gather that momentum and pick up horses who've got early speed.
So the eye is going to be drawn to Heart of Honour. Look at that big move he goes and makes. But I don't want to take anything away from the winner on that front. I think he's been in the right position, courtesy of his ability to get himself into the race early doors. And in isolation, he's killed the race off quite impressively.
Yeah, he has. He stayed really well. He stayed on strongly in the closing stages. I think he's helped Connor Beasley a lot more than Heart of Honour has helped Adre de Vries. It's a slightly flat performance from the runner-up. He's making late gains, but I think it might be wrong to just assume that if they meet again, Heart of Honour will beat Golden Vekoma, because if he races like he did there, he won't.
Okay. Golden Vekoma it is, who's won the UAE 2,000 guineas. Tom, it's presentation time.
Right, presentation time then for the UAE 2000 Guineas, sponsored by Longines. Once again, to make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Mr. Patrick Alm, the Regional Brand Manager, Middle East and Southeast Asia. And we have plenty who are going to be collecting on behalf of the winning owners of Golden Vekoma. Well done to Mr. Mohammed Ahmad Ali Al-Sabusi. Patrick will be presenting to a host of representatives. Please welcome to the stage Mohammed bin Hamash, Hamdan bin Hamash, Essa Al-Mazrui, Maktoum Al-Sabusi and Hamdan Al-Sabusi. Well done to all involved. Winning connections of Golden Vekoma. Patrick will now be presenting to the winning trainer. Please welcome to the stage Ahmad bin Hamash. Well done to Ahmad, up there with one of the bin Hamash boys. And now the winning rider, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Conor Beasley. Handshakes for Conor Beasley from Patrick Alm, the Longines Regional Brand Manager. And now everyone can come back together, if you will, for the group photo. Ahmad bin Hamash and the representatives of Mr. Mohammed Ahmad Ali Al-Sabusi. Ladies and gentlemen, your UAE 2000 Guineas, sponsored by Longines winner, Golden Vekoma.
Okay, welcome back. Let's learn a little bit more about the success in our previous race, Golden Vekoma, with our total performance data that has come through. This hot off the press, Angus, Conor Beasley for Ahmad bin Hamash. And there are the achievements, including early speed, top speed, average speed and late speed.
What I would take out of that is the early speed, because on dirt, early speed is so important, so you get out of the kickback and you get a good position, and he is second fastest early on. To reach 30 miles an hour, it took him 5.6 seconds second fastest in the race, and that was key, because if you look at Heart of Honour's stats, he would have been much slower than that, and that was the difference between winning and coming second. And look at his late speed, he was keeping on really well in the closing stages, second fastest at 25.5. So beginning of the race and the end of the race, he was dominant.
The action will build, and there are so many stars on show, not least the return for the first time since of the magnificent Dubai World Cup winner of 10 months ago, Laurel River. This is Laurel River.
Laurel River is given on the slip here. Laurel River puts a big break on them here in the Dubai World Cup, the best part of 8 or 9 lengths. This is an absolute romp in the Dubai World Cup. Laurel River, Tygo Shea, take a bow.
The stuff of dreams to Tygo Shea.
I have never, ever ridden a horse to feel like that.
I was just hoping that nobody's going to come from the back and catch him, you know, and he kept going, which is superb.
Picture's gone around the world.
We've just seen Laurel River winning the Dubai World Cup, and it's a night that Tygo Shea, the 12-time champion jockey who's just joined us, will never ever forget. I was lucky enough to be walking in alongside you that night, and I think they say, you know, just give them a couple of questions, but I think it was Dubai World Cup winning jockey, how's that sound, and off you go.
Yeah, look, it's amazing. You still pinch yourself stuff, you know. I've been coming to Dubai since 2001, as everyone knows, and obviously been very, very lucky to win like 12 Jockeys Championship here. But, you know, the race that everyone wants to win in Dubai is the Dubai World Cup, and I had a super partner on the night, and looking forward to getting back on his back in less than 30 minutes.
So in the off-season, we'll see the performance. How many times do you think you've watched that back?
Countless. We've lost count, and anybody that comes to visit or whatever is the first thing you go for. And, you know, the kids, my two sons, Dara and Aaron, they're still even watching it there some mornings. You know, most kids are playing PlayStations. They're watching replays of Laurel River and Tuz winning World Cup night. So it was very important. Debbie, my wife, and the kids were here to witness it as well, and they're at an age now where they really appreciate it.
There you go. Just, I mean, it's Laurel River first, the rest nowhere at this point. And,
yeah.
And that's how it felt for a long way, didn't it?
Yeah, it was mesmerising. Look, I'm not going to sit here now and say I knew he'd put in a performance like that, but on his last work before the Monday before World Cup on Saturday, I pulled Boopet aside and I said, look, I can't tell you where he's going to finish, but all I can tell you is I've never ever ridden a horse like him. So yeah, thankfully it all came. And listen, his owners were fantastic. They left it to Boopet and myself. They didn't tie us down with instructions. They just let us get on with it, and we rode him accordingly. And he was awesome.
Can I ask you about riding him? Does he have to lead?
No, he doesn't have to lead. Actually, a good bit of his work we go in behind. It's just we were drawn 12 on the night, and because we sprinted him and then he won over a mile, he'd plenty of gas, and he's a very enthusiastic horse, you know. So when he won the Burj Nahar, like I said, third or fourth in him earlier on, and took it off him halfway. So he's just a very, very exuberant, energetic horse.
And does he is he hard on himself at home, or does he relax?
He relaxes at home until you put him in company, and then he knows his game on. So right. he's a very, very professional horse. I remember here World Cup night, obviously, you know, there was huge crowds and big atmosphere, but he went down to post like a robot and walked around accordingly. So he's a super pro, and look, he'll be fresh and well tonight. He's fresh at home, so he needs to get out and run.
I just want to ask, I think you were on record as saying that, and this is the reason I'm bringing it up, the morning you got up for World Cup night, you had a mortgage. By the time you went home that night and went to bed, the mortgage had gone.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Someone asked me, what does Laurel River mean to you? And that was the first thing I said. You know, he's an amazing horse, and obviously the prize money goes without saying here in Dubai throughout the season. But obviously to win the biggest one of them all, Dubai World Cup, is, as I said, life-changing stuff.
Your rides tonight, obviously Laurel River is chief among them. Are you expecting him to go and win tonight, first out?
Like all of the horses from the barn, and a bit like last year, we don't have the screws fully turning him because he's got bigger targets. Of course we want him to win, and he's fit enough to start off and do his stuff, but look, he's got bigger targets ahead, being the Saudi Cup and come back at the defence of the Dubai World Cup. So look, he is the best horse in the race. We'll ride him accordingly, and but he will tighten for the run.
Elsewhere, I wanted to mention Freedom Fighter because he tries something totally different tonight, which is it's quite interesting in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a horse that has loads of ability. He's had niggly problems with his feet and that, so we decided instead of going on the dirt again, he moves super in the morning, so we said we'd try him on the turf. Looks like there's a lot of speed there, 3 or 4 possible front runners, so it's kind of like an experiment more than anything, and it could open a door for him, and if it does, and if he delivers how he works in the morning, he'll run a big race.
And Walker Stars, we've got to talk about Laurel Rivers in the mile race. It opens it up for those in the mile and a quarter race, and it can't have been the easiest decision necessarily.
No, definitely not the easiest.
Imperial Emperor's a good horse.
Definitely not the easiest decision, and Imperial Empire is probably a lot more straightforward than my guy, but my fella's hugely talented, and look, he's got a lot of ability. I've been on record when he came to the barn. There isn't too many horses in the barn that'll work with him.
Right.
But yeah, Imperial Empire is probably more straightforward, and you can do what you want and put him in the race wherever you want, and he relaxes, he quickens. Obviously he's going the distance for the first time on the dirt, but his mother was a Grade 1 winner on the turf going 1 mile and 3, so I'm sure at home he gives us all the indications, Imperial Empire, that he'll stretch out no problem and he'll give himself every chance. But my fella is a big engine, so hopefully
well, look, time is against us, but I know that you wanted to talk about Tuz. You can't really get away from him, can you? The other winner of World Cup night last year.
He's just the best sprinter around here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a speed bomb. Look, he's great confidence around here. He's a fantastic horse, and again, he doesn't have to make it like he showed on World Cup night, and he showed here the last night. So look, hopefully he can keep the winning sequence going. He's one of the fastest sprinters I've ever ridden anyway, so hopefully he continues the winning trend.
Seems a bit of a contradiction to see Tuz in slow motion, but then you do get to see the athleticism and the artistry of what he does.
Yes, Christian's horse went quite quick this night, and Tuz was like second, third all the way, but when he got out and changed up these leads and that, he really quick. And look, he's a speedster. He's got everything you want in a sprinter. Jumps, travels, and I won a creek mile on him, so he stretches out as well. So horses that go with him or tend to go with him can end up paying the price.
It's a proper dirt horse looking at him, isn't he?
Oh, he's a
big, strong bull.
He's a bull to sit on. Yeah, he's a bull to sit on. You got to sit pretty quiet because he's had a few victims in the past.
Has he?
Yeah.
That's it. Tiger Show, we've got to let you get back to the day job. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck for the rest of the
good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay. No problem.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Well, welcome along for the first time on Dubai World Cup Night 2024 to the saddling enclosure ahead of the first race, and it is the Dubai Kahela Classic.
We are set here for the $1 million from the Dubai World Cup start, 2,000 metres. For the 28th Dubai Kahela Classic. Mercedes jumper.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Okay, next up on Fashion Friday, We move to the turf for the first time. It's race 3, the Al Fahidi 4, presented by Longines. It is a Group 2 on the grass, and it's run over 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres. And Godolphin seek to conquer. Last year's winner, Mysterious Night, back for more. Andreas Vesalius is number 2. Dania, winner on World Cup night a couple of years ago. The Alcoz, number 3. Fort Payne, number 4. Make Me King, number 5. Marban, number 6. Native Approach, William Buick selection, number 7. Satu is horse number 8. And this is arguably the most interesting horse in the race, less the fact he's not the top rated and he's not the defending champ. That goes to his stablemate Mysterious Night. This, Angus, is Native Approach.
Yeah, I thought that he might be an Al Fahidi 4 horse after he won last time. He was so impressive. I think Charlie Appleby thought he was a Guineas horse. He disappointed in the Craven Stakes at Newmarket, a trial for the Guineas. They took their time with him, they gelded him and they brought him to Dubai. And here, well, this was impressive. He's the white cap Godolphin Blue right at the back, switching wide, and he quickens up like a wild horse down the outside and flies home to win this in good style. Dania was back in 3rd place. This was a slowly run race, and he was held up, and the runs in front of him were not stopping. Yet he ran them down in cold blood pretty comfortably, and I thought that he was valued for a lot more than the winning margin. He looks to be a very nice horse indeed.
We talked to Tiger O'Shea about difficult decisions with Walker Sarzan's Imperial Emperor a little bit later on. It can't have been the easiest for William Buick, given the fact that Mysterious Night is here, last year's winner of this. I think he beat good horses that day. I liked the way he did it. That said, it's a long time off, and that must be an angle here.
It is a long layoff. Yeah, Mikel Barcelona has picked up the ride with William going for Native Approach. He's a steadily improving horse, I think. Last January he won a handicap here off 105. Boy, he must have been a good thing in that, off 105. He's a former Grade 1 winner. He won a Grade 1 as a 2-year-old at Woodbine, so he's got plenty of class. And when he won this last year, he overcame a fair bit of trouble in running. And when he was actually last seen, trouble in running was the theme again at Saratoga.
He was unlucky, wasn't
in the Poker Stakes. Yeah, he didn't get any sort of a run, really. So it might have been a fairly difficult choice for William Buick, but I think given the run of Native Approach and given how impressive he was, you've got to go with him.
Yes, and I suppose this time last year, I think it was only a week to the day, he was coming off a very impressive win that day that you were talking about. So it's a very, very different story for him. So we'll see where he is, ability-wise, health-wise, first up for the new campaign. After he won last year, he ran in the turf sprint over 1,400 metres at the Saudi Cup meeting. So Godolphin have a stranglehold on this, or do they? Anything else?
No, not really. I do think they've got a fairly strong hold on the race, to be perfectly honest. Be interested to see how it pans out, yeah, in terms of pace. Dania goes forward. Yeah. Third to Mysterious Night in this last year. Tends to run well in
that day. That's gone.
Yeah, tends to run well in these sort of races. That was drawn poorly last year as well. Came out of stall 10 last year. He's got stall 8 today. They tried him in the Alcoz Sprint behind California Spangle. He was 9th in there, and then he was 3rd to Native Approach last time. But to be honest, he was in a much better position in that race than Native Approach, and Native Approach just zoomed past him late on.
We've had 2 races on the dirt. We now switch to the lush green turf.
Yeah.
And there are some big races to come on that tonight, not least the Jebel Hatter. On the carnival so far, what are we anticipating?
Well, I think you want to be fairly prominent. You don't want to come from too far back, although that said, Native Approach will be held up because he can be keen. He'll be dropped out, but by and large, getting an inside trip and being fairly handy on the turf has been important. We're at the maximum width of the turf course today, so you can wait and bide your time to make your challenge, I think. When the course at its maximum width, the turn isn't quite so sharp, and you can just sidle into the race from off the pace. That'll suit Native Approach. It's a really interesting race. The track record, 1:21.45, set by Echo Point recently.
And gates crash. Away we go. Dania was away well with Satu, who's going to head to the front. Marban was next from Mysterious Night, a length and a half on settling back to Make Me King, who's just dropping away from the early leading quartet, and he drops back to join Fort Payne, Andreas Versalius, and Native Approach out to the end. So inside the 1100 they go here in the Al-Fahidi Ford and approach the top turn. Satu does it at moderate fractions, not as fast as last start. A length and a half in advance of Danya. Mysterious Night box seats, and Marban and J-Mac find the 1-1. 3 lengths back to Make Me King from Andreas Versalius, Fort Payne. And out to the end is Native Approach and William Buick, going to have to come past all of them. So down the side they go. 14.32, 11.15, 10.87. Satu increases the tempo. 3/4 of a length in advance of Danya down the side from Mysterious Night, who travels well in behind. Marban the same. Make Me King tries to take closer order from Andreas Versalius, Fort Payne. Native Approach getting mobile now from the back. Satu claimed now by Mysterious Night on the inside as the gap opened up there for Barcelona. Marban presenting down out wider here from Danya. Then came Andreas Versalius and Fort Payne. It's Mysterious Night. Marban on the scene big time here down the outside. Marban claims Mysterious Night. Marban coming away here in the final stages of the race, and J-Mac strikes gold early in Dubai. A length and a half on the line from Mysterious Night. Then came Make Me King, followed there next over by Native Approach. Danya was next over from Andreas Versalius, Fort Payne, and Satu, the speedster, dropped out to run last.
The world's best jockey wins here at Meydan. James McDonald it is, who's on the score sheet. He's got a big ride to come later, but he's won here. First go on the turf on Marban. Marban for Michael Costa, who's been one of the trainers of the season, and the horse has beaten seemingly the Godolphin second string, last year's winner of this Mysterious Night. Marban it is, Angus.
And a new track record, Nick, 1:21.04. He has downed Echo Point's record that was set here on the 17th of January. And, well, he stepped out of the darkness, really. He's not been running particularly well, although it was a better effort from him at Abu Dhabi last time on the turf. And he's run past Mysterious Night, who might just have needed the run in the closing stages. Danya's run pretty well. Native Approach has run no sort of race, too keen early, and possibly he's bounced out of that big effort when he won last time. He was disappointing, didn't show that real turn of foot that he showed last time, but he had quite a lot to do. He was set a fair task as William tried to get him to settle out the back. But it is Marban for the Michael Costa team. Michael doing so well with his horses now here in Dubai, based at Jebel Ali. And Marban was relatively handy in the early stages of a race up front that was run at a reasonable gallop. I think they went 11.15, 10.87, 11.08. So they certainly weren't hanging around. It wasn't a crawl and quicken from the front. It was a good performance, though. This is this horse's career best, I would have thought.
Yes,
and
certainly out here. He was a good horse in the UK as a juvenile, certainly some years ago. But out here, it would be a new PB.
And what a confidence booster for the world-class James McDonald. Wow, what a warm-up for him, Nick, for Romantic Warrior later on. He's a brilliant jockey. He's world-class. He's up there with Ryan Moores of this world and others. And he has landed this. He sat fourth throughout off that relatively strong gallop. See how far back Native Approach is. Too far back, really, the way the race went. And he was a bit flat as well. Mysterious Night, always prominent. Marban coming with his run now is all pretty straightforward for James late on.
Was maybe just that late stage for Mysterious Night the difference in winning, losing, when Marban swept past him, race fit, having had a run, and perhaps that's been a bit of a difference maker for Mysterious Night this time around. But Marban reversing the form with Make Me King from when they were second and first respectively at Abu Dhabi last time out. He was a very good juvenile. He was with Charlie Fellows way back when, wasn't he? And won at group level at Goodwood as a juvenile. James McDonald, who's got Bill Hale as well, as he tastes the sprint track in race 5 in the Blue Point. But yes, this can't be a bad thing if you're warming up for Romantic Warrior.
No, it'll do his confidence a world of good. Not that he needs much confidence, but he's had a feel for the track, hasn't he? He's had a run round and he's won. And this horse has shown improved form to land this, Marban. Well done to the Michael Costa team. Mysterious Night, little in defeat. He lost little. He ran really well. He was always prominent down towards the inside under Mikel Barcelona. He had every chance.
And the more I've watched that back now, the more I think the Native Approach, what plagued him in the Craven, that keenness, that just overdoing things, has probably come back again. And I'd give him another chance if he can prove more the horse we saw just before Christmas rather than this. He's entitled to have another off day, but you don't want to see too many of them.
No, rather like when I visited the Al Fahidi Fort He came to challenge, but found that he had nothing left, just as I found the fort was shut.
That was that famous feature you did last year, a postcard from the fort with Angus McNair.
I did, I enjoyed that.
When pressed, what is your favourite fort in Dubai? There is only one.
Yeah, I used to love the Alamo when I was a kid, Davy Crockett and his pals fighting off the Mexicans, but now it's the Al Fahidi fort for me.
James McDonald in a shootout later on with William Buick perhaps, as Romantic Warrior takes on measured time in the big Group 1 turf race of the day, the Jebel Hatta.
It's going to be interesting to hear from him. Megan will hopefully catch up with him. It'll be great to hear from him, see what he's got to say about this horse and the track maybe as well, and what his thoughts are going forward to Romantic Warrior. But look, this place brings world-class horses to the table, but not just that, world-class jockeys, and he very much fits into that category.
Yeah, his first experience here, his Middle Eastern journey begins with Marban successful, and does so in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. For trainer Michael Costa, who is doing great things. You can see him there on the left, holding the horse. And for James McDonald, Marban it is, who has won, beats Mysterious Night and Make Me King. There you 1, 2, 3 in the Al Fahidi.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Well, the evening couldn't have started any better for James McDonald. Obviously, all the talk has been about a bit later, but James, we just grab a quick word there. That looked pretty straightforward for Marban. Track record, it didn't look as if you were going that quick.
I just said to Michael, it felt like we were going quick, but he got into a nice rhythm and finished off strongly. It was pretty painless, to be fair, and he gave me a pleasant ride.
And obviously, for the start of this evening, it's all about Romantic Warrior later. That is the talk. You must be delighted to get a winner on board.
Oh, for sure. It's a beautiful night, great racecourse, good atmosphere, so it's always a pleasure to be here.
And Romantic Warrior, have you had a sit on him in the days leading up to the Jebel Hatta?
Yeah, he's really good. He's travelled well, and I'm sure he'll run terrific.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Yeah, and he said about Romantic Warrior, he's just the best, simple as, that's how he's put it, so we'll find out later whether that horse is. But for now, James McDonald's on the score sheet with Marban, Mysterious Night was second, Make Me King was third, Andreas Vesalius for Connor Beasley, another winner tonight, has finished in fourth. That was the Al Fahidi Fort of 2024. What kind of a race was it? What does the time tell us?
Right, so I think what we've learned here is something different to what our eyes told us. Because when we first watched it, we felt that William Buick was just well, just out the back, and his horse was a bit flat and didn't pick up. What really happened, according to the data, and that's what's most important, not your eyes, is that this was quite steadily run and it turned into a sprint. Here's the numbers. His efficiency of the winner, 109.12. Means the winner was 9.12% quicker in the final 2 furlongs, or final 400 metres, than he was in the rest of the race. And he sat handy, and the favourite is sat out the back, Native Approach, giving him loads of lengths. And then his final 400 metres, the fastest in the race, 21.22. That means if the Native Approach from the back wanted to run him down, he'd have to run like 18 seconds, which is just impossible. So this was a race about pace and position, quite steadily run, and James McDonald had his horse perfectly berthed close to the speed. Should we have a look?
We should. There we go. Always the second time, it seems.
Yeah, this was stall 4 beating stall 2, beating stall 3. Have a look at it from the start. So he's quite quickly away. We'll see some figures later on to say that he was quite quickly up to 30 miles an hour. And James McDonald goes forward on him. Mikel Barcelona goes forward in the Godolphin Blue down towards the inside as well. And here, out the back, and that's probably quite a good place to have a look at him. Look at his head carriage, Native Approach. He's really keen. Now, William Buick's in a position he doesn't want to be in because he's trying to get him settled, and in trying to get him settled, he's dropping him out. But he's, as it turns out, according to the data, he's dropping him out in a slowly run race. So he's going to have to be Pegasus to catch horses that are more prominently placed and quickening in front of him. That's the problem. They're going to quicken in front of him, and he's never going to get to them. Here's your winner, and there's the second. Make Me King was third. But look at the ground he's ceded to the others, and I'm not blaming William. No way am I blaming him. He's had to try and get this horse to settle. But once he's got him settled out the back, he's a hostage to fortune, hostage to pace.
And he doesn't look like, just his mannerisms to me have suggested it wasn't going to be a going day from some way out anyway. Scratch the run or not?
Yeah, scratch the run for many reasons. Too keen in the steadily run race. Gave the winner 8 lengths, and the winner's going 21 seconds for the final 400 metres. You're not going to catch him when they're going that quick. He's made up a bit of ground towards the outside, to be fair. But look at this horse come home, Marban. Quickened up really well. This is the best form he's shown for a good while. And he's come home to catch Mysterious Night, who, looking at the numbers, wasn't stopping either. So he's had to really quicken and work hard to get to Mysterious Night. And then he's run him down and run past him. So this is a very good effort. This is the winner back to his best, I think.
Yeah, and it's not impossible to think that a 1400-metre specialist should be done and dusted for the season. There is the Rassau Cour on the conditions race on Super Saturday. Right up history. He was a 1400-metre group winner with the Vintage Stakes back in 2022 in the UK. And he beat Holloway Boy, who we'll see later on. So their paths matched once again at Meydan. Let's have a look at the total performance data that has once again come through. Once again, the different speeds, top speed, early speed, average speed, and so on.
Look at that. He's a data winner, this horse, isn't he?
He is.
Oh, wow.
Top of the class.
Top, first, and first down there as well. First, his highest top speed, 42.7. Highest average speed, his late speed, 22 seconds. We're calling it through the final 400 metres. Way better than the rest. And he was even pretty quick to get up to 30 miles an hour, second fastest. Whatever way you look at this, whatever way you have an analysis of it, he's the best. He comes out the best horse in the race. Simple as that, given how it was run, because all races are a hostage to pace.
And the best deserve a trophy. Let's get one with Tom.
The Longines Alpha Heady Fort has gone to Marban to make the presentation. Please once again welcome to the stage Mr. Patrick Aoun, who is the Regional Brand Manager, Middle East and Southeast Asia. Patrick, thank you ever so much. Presenting 3 awards again this evening. And we will see the winning connections of Marban off the back of this Group 2 success. Initially, please welcome to the stage Mohammed Saeed Al Shehi, the racing manager to His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. More success at Meydan and at the Dubai Racing Carnival for the man having the season of his life. Well done to the winning trainer, Michael Costa. And his first time riding out here in the UAE at Meydan. Please welcome to the stage the winning rider, James McDonald. There they are once again. Well done to the winning connections in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the winner of the Al Fahidi for Maban.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Well, welcome along for the first time on Dubai World Cup Night 2024 to the saddling enclosure ahead of the first race, and it is the Dubai Kahela Classic.
We are set here for the $1 million from the Dubai World Cup start, 2,000 metres. For the 28th, the Dubai Kahela Classic. Serious jumper.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Well, we've timed this pretty well, and we're very spoilt up at the pre-parade ring, right up close and personal with Laurel River, who is getting his tack put on final preparations. He's the ultimate professional, stood up beautifully. You can see he's got that shadow roller on, or as we sometimes call it, the fluffy noseband, just to keep his head down and concentrate. But he's also got some earplugs in. They will come out down at the start. He won't run with them in his ears, and they're just there to keep him calm, block any sort of noise out from the crowd. But it's doing its job. He's beautifully calm. He's just had his girth done up. He's going to have a quick leg stretch before coming back to have the surcingle put on over the top. They'd like to give them a walk and a leg stretch just to stop any pinching of the girth, make sure that he's all comfortable, which he is. And I must say, he does look an absolute picture. Obviously this week he got awarded the joint highest rated horse in 2024 with City of Troy, and he absolutely deserves it, doesn't he? He's a champion in his own right, and it's great that it's getting recognised worldwide by Longines. But what an absolute picture. We're going to try and catch a few more of these horses in a bit. Those over reach boots will also come off once he's down and ready to run, but signs are looking pretty good for Laurel River. It's great to see him back.
Yeah, return of the champ. The Dubai World Cup winner, Laurel River, kicks off for 2025 in his first race since winning the most iconic of the lot, the Dubai World Cup, with a run in the group. The next race, the Not quite sure we've got the right graphic there. It's the Firebreak Stakes. Race 4, a Group 3 on the dirt. Definitely the dirt, not the
Definitely
dirt.
the dirt.
Definitely the dirt. Anyway, the Firebreak Stakes it is, named after a pretty legendary horse in these parts a couple of decades ago. Right, Laurel River is number 1, Meshtri is number 2, King Gold is number 3, Al Jadaf 4, Al Tariq 5, Artorius, still unfinished business maybe with that horse, same connections as number 1. Cagliostro, new to this part, number 7, Crown Estate, number 8. Stablemate of Crown Estate, that is Made in Dubai, number 9. Sound Money, number 10. He's quite an interesting horse. We don't see him all that often. He's now back on track for the first time in a little while. Let's have a look at the horses in the parade ring. We'll start off with Meshtri, and doubtless the confidence of Michael Costa will have gone up a bit after that win of Marban in our previous race. He's got Meshtri here. It's not James McDonald, it's Ben Cohen riding. How big a threat to Laurel River? We'll find out. He won the Group 2 Al Maktoum Mile over track and trip on Festive Friday, backing up his previous win in the Creek Mile. He is very much a now horse, and if there are any fitness worries with Laurel River, he might find them.
Yeah, he's a horse who's improved a lot since they put blinkers and visor on him. Here's 3 King Golds. He's got a wide draw today in 10. He's a French turf horse, basically, trained by Nicolas Collery. His best form is a little bit shy of this at 6 and 7 furlongs. Given that he's run quite a lot, we have to state that he is quite exposed, and he makes his debut today. He looks full of beans in the preliminaries, and it's going to be very interesting to see how he handles the surface today. Adre de Vries, a good booking.
On the Group 1, Primoristic East once upon a time. Number 4 is next. This is Al Jadaf. Doubtless is going to find this tough. Goes to the Connections, who won the Guineas earlier, but at his level, he really will find this difficult. He's been running all right in handicap company behind Crown Estate and Made in Dubai last time, but the level he's at will need to be raised in order to win this.
Yeah, he was 12 lengths behind Laurel River in the Burj Nahar, and it's hard to see him making inroads into that. He looks well enough. He's a handicapper, really. Here's 5 Al Tariq. Good draw in stall 2 today. Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs. He won the Jubawi Stakes in 2022. He's on the downgrade, really. He did win at Jebel Ali last season, and he was 4th at Jebel Ali on his latest start. He used to be pretty talented, this fella, but and in more of a sprinter as well, but he's not as good as he used to be.
This is number 6. This is Artorius, the sporting act, perhaps, to Laurel River. By the late great Arrogant, winner of the World Cup once upon a time. But it wasn't the strongest of starts when well beaten by Meshtri in December. I think more was expected that day. He hadn't been with them at Zabeel Stables that long and had been off 5 months, so will need to step forward, but has got to do so quite significantly.
This horse, Cagliostro, is an interesting runner. He's an ex-USA racer. It's his first run for Hamid Al-Jahani. He's a stakes winner from the United States of America at Churchill Downs. He ran in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, where he finished 10th, and he does have some Grade 1 form in the States, notably 4th in the Forgo at Saratoga. He's interesting.
Crown Estate beat Made in Dubai and Al Jadaf last time. That was in handicap company. It was first run since joining his new team from the Gosdens in the UK. It was a first run on dirt. This will be a different beast altogether, but a good start to life in Dubai.
And here's his stable companion, Made in Dubai. As Nick said, they met last time up. And this horse was 3/4 of a length behind Crown Estate. That was in January. It was a handicap. He's exposed as a handicapper, basically, and the handicapper that functions off marks in the low 90s. So plenty to find.
And we complete it with the new recruit for Julio La Joaga. That is Sound Money. Sound Money, who left Doug Watson prior to that. Bupat Seemar is well travelled in the UAE. I loved him 2 years ago in the Mahab Al Shamal on Super Saturday. He's only been seen a few times, really. So perhaps fragile, but the talent has always been there. And I know that the trainer has been making the right noises.
Yeah, he's one of the rare horses that's beaten Tuz, isn't he? That Mahab Al Shamal. He had Tuz back in 3rd spot, but he was well beaten by Tuz in the Jubawi Stakes when we last saw him.
And last but by no means least, there you go.
Laurel River. Do you know what? because the Dubai World Cup winner is a locally trained horse, we get the pleasure of getting to see him again. You know what I mean? The Americans have farmed the race, haven't they, over the years, and we never see them again. They rarely came back to try and win it again, but because he's a locally trained horse, we get to see him in this, which is absolutely great. Bergenhal winner, Dubai World Cup winner last year. A mile's no problem. He's a real class act.
And we're going to see him in just a minute. Laurel River is back.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
And it is Fashion Friday after all, and a couple of ladies looking sartorially elegant. There you go, getting the pictures to prove it as well. Hopefully plenty of people enjoying Fashion Friday. And that man will do, doubtless, if his big horses today, Bupat Seamar, can go and win. Laurel River, first up. This is Laurel River.
Laurel River has given them the slip here. Laurel River puts a big break on them here in the Dubai World Cup, the best part of 8 or 9 lengths. This is an absolute romp in the Dubai World Cup. Laurel River, Tygo Shea, take a bow.
The stuff of dreams to Tygo Shea.
I have never, ever ridden a horse to feel like that.
I was just hoping that nobody's going to come from the back and catch him, you know, and he kept going, which is superb.
So that was then, this is now, as Laurel River treads back out onto the Meydan dirt again for the first time in anger since the 30th of March last year. So much has been talked about that day. His route through was to be beaten on this card. On UAE debut in the sprint, he then bolted up in a mile and proved king of them all. When, as we picked them up on the turn for home, it looked ominous for everything else. The margin of superiority was huge and it was epic.
It was a fantastic performance. He stretched his speed out to this trip, which he'd never tried before, and he just burnt them off in the early part of the race. The data told us he was very tired late on, but he'd established such an advantage over the others, it made no difference whatsoever. I'm not so sure how they'll ride him tonight. They might be a bit more circumspect. They've got other targets on the horizon, obviously, so they might just try and get a lead with him. He looks perfectly relaxed as he goes down, Nick, and it was an honour to be here to see what he did in the Dubai World Cup last season, and that's one of the aims this time around. Go to Saudi, I think, after this. I'm not one for paddock watching and deciding how fit a horse is, but he looks okay to me.
Yeah, the rider he wouldn't have put you off when we had his
Not really, I
half
think,
an hour or so ago.
If you think about it logically, they're not going to have him completely cranked up, are they, for this? This isn't the target. It's going to be like Romantic Warrior later on.
Seymour has made it clear he likes to start them off over a mile because they'll require more training to be going over further. Start him off here, and I assume, Angus, you can tell me better than myself that nothing's going to get him fitter than him racing action like this.
Yeah, just got to get a run behind him, and a win would be a bonus. Really, given the field he's up against, he should be winning this. It's not a very strong field, with perhaps the exception of the dark horse Cagliostro, the ex-American racer who's got some good form. I'm interested in what Artorias can do. I think better was expected when he was behind Mestre in the Al Maktoum mile. And Mestre looks to give Michael Costa a double, and he's clearly got his horses in good nick. So it will be interesting to see what happens.
Here. This is his signature performance, and good win it was when last seen. You can see Artorias in the Juddmonte colours underperformed, I think. Yeah. Another of the big players, Clapton, also underperformed that day. The big rivals wilted away, but again, I don't want to take away from the success of a very much blossoming miler.
Yeah, 3-length success in this Al Maktoum mile. He won the Dubai Creek mile as well prior to this. Look at Artorias boxing on again late on, having been outpaced, or I don't know what happened to him, but he did run on again into third in the closing stages. I figure that he's going to be way better for the run, Artorias, and we might see a better horse today, but Mestre probably is the main danger to Laurel River. If there's a fitness chink in Laurel River, Mestre might be the one to give him a tough
International
time.
markets would have it, Laurel River a shade of, he's a strong favourite, but interestingly, joint favourite or thereabouts with Forever Young for the big one on the 30th of March, the Japanese winner of the UAE Derby. A lot to go between now and then, a small matter of Saudi, and there'll be further domestic races which could shape the landscape, but it's an important race nonetheless.
It's a very important race. You'd have thought that as an international favourite he'd be long odds on, given what he did in the Dubai World Cup. That's slightly worrying that he's not. But he ought to be able to boss these, to be honest. But bear in mind, Talichet will not give him a hard time. If it's getting tough out there, he's not going to be hard on him.
He's already a winner this week, Laurel River. Tuesday in London, Longines, world best racehorse, sharing it with City of Troy. The
great City of Troy, yeah.
The great City of Troy. City of Troy retired, Laurel River back for more. So a rating of 128 as per the Longines rating. So
I'm glad they kept him in training. Look,
he's played for when you're rated that high, you're there to be shot at.
Well, yeah, he's a 6-year-old. He's only raced 10 times.
Yeah.
You know, he's had some breaks in his career when he left America and came here, for example. He's still an entire, obviously, so he's got a career at studs to come. But, you know, another big race, another Dubai World Cup would really make him a commodity for breeders.
I'm interested to a degree in the unknown quantity in the race, Cagliostro, number 7.
Yeah, that is interesting.
James Dorr riding for Wathnan Racing, Hamad Al-Jahani, the trainer. This is a horse's ex-US. Now, what I found interesting enough was that there was real talk about this horse being ready for the quality race at Jebel Ali, the mile, on the 15th of February. If not, if he needed more time, the Burj Nahar. Well, clearly he's come to hand a lot quicker than any of that, because he's here 2 weeks before.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing with him, isn't it?
He's got a Saudi Cup entry.
Yeah, and he had some good form in America at Churchill Downs, at Saratoga in the Forgo Stakes. Breeders' Cup Mile, he was 10th, but he was, at least they thought him good enough to run in it. Quite. You know, so you take some positives from that. He looks pretty sharp down at the start, doesn't he, as well? So,
there he is.
Nervous moments.
Well, he's got Artorias, he's got Laurel River. Later on, he runs a couple of big players in the featured dirt mile and a quarter race, the Al Maktoum Challenge, and then he's got Tuz as well. So, there's a line tonight for Bupat Seymour.
Yeah, Muntazar track record here, 134.99, set in March of 2019. Let's see if they get anywhere near.
Right, let's get up to Pat Coniford. It's a welcome back to Laurel River.
If he takes to the dirt well. Firebreak Stakes field, set and ready to go. Away at the mile. Laurel River jumped about 4th or 5th in running. El Tardik anticipated the start well with Mestre. Laurel River creeping up now in the early stages of the race as they head onto the course proper from Cagliostro, Sound Money and Al Jaddaf is 6th. followed by Crown Estate. Then came Artorias, King Gold, and Made in Dubai spotting the leaders at least 10 lengths here in the early stages as Laurel River now lets the burners go here. Coming up to the outside of Mestri, who's working to hold him off the fence here. So these two pair off. It's 4 lengths to Sound Money. Cagliostro 3 wide on the improve. From Altartic, who's being outpaced here in the middle stages with just over 800 to travel. They're about to work off the back here in the fire break. Then came Al Jadaf from Crown Estate. Next was King Gold, and Made in Dubai is watching it all unfold as Laurel River now slips away here inside the 800 metres, and Mestri's now being worked upon to chase him down here. 4 lengths in the margin here. He's getting further in front here, Laurel River. The champion now half a dozen clear. Artorias works into the race along with Cagliostro. Then came Al Jadaf, sneaking runs up the inside from Sound Money. Best of the rest, Crown Estate, but it is a 1-horse race here in the fire break stakes. He's out by 8 lengths now. Cagliostro out chasing along with Artorias, running into it King Gold along with Crown Estate, but Laurel River continues to run along well inside the final furlong. He's out by 5 lengths. King Gold making good ground in the late bounds. Laurel River needs the line, getting tired. Here's King Gold on the scene, trying to spoil the party with Cagliostro. Laurel River, will he get there? Maybe not. Maybe King Gold in a thriller. King Gold has got there on the line to make it very interesting with Laurel River. Next over was Cagliostro from Artorias. Next over there was Crown Estate from, then came Made in Dubai, Al Jadaf, Mestri. Dropped the bit there with 600 to go, couldn't sustain the speed. Sound Money next, and Altartic was last. Photo finish in the fire break.
What an astonishing race. For much of it, it looks as though the Dubai World Cup winner was back to go and do something similar to what he did on the 30th of March last year. But as the line got closer, it got further away, really, for Laurel River. And his stride perhaps began to shorten. The lack of a race, it all began to tell. And an extraordinary Gallic finish with King Gold, the grey, on the dirt. A Group 1 winner on the turf, galloping down and beating the champ, it would seem.
Wow, what a race. What a race. He was legless in the closing stages, Laurel River, and he is being collared late on by King Gold, first time on the dirt, running on well for the Nicholas Colliery team under Adre de Vries. Laurel River's done a lot in front according to the sectionals. He's gone really hard. 12-2, 10-45, 10-42. He was winging along out there, 11-23, 11-33, and then suddenly, Nick, he's on fumes. 12.34 and 12.77. He got really tired, and he's been run down by a closer and a horse who took to the dirt really well first time up.
Didn't he just? Nicola Colliery has bought horses like Batwan out here. This fella's been here, but it's been a different test altogether. A Prima East de Geest winner has now won the Firebreak Stakes. What a tremendously versatile horse. He had a lot of ground to make up, but Laurel River wasn't quickening. He wasn't maintaining his advantage. Needed every yard of the closing stages to win the grey, who got across from a wider draw. He's run his own race in behind by Adre de Vries, and on this occasion I think you're just hoping, they're all hoping in behind, that Laurel River isn't as fit and he's going to stop, and in the end that's what's happened.
Yeah, he was a bit slowly away, Laurel River. He was a bit sleepy in the gates, wasn't he? Then he jumped, and then Tanachet really was aggressive on him. He asked him to go forward and do what he did in the Dubai World Cup. And he's
Mestri maybe made him work a little harder to get that uncontested lead eventually.
Mestri stopped really quickly. Yeah, Mestri made him work and do that 10.45 and 10.42. And that's taken its toll. It's used the petrol up early. Sometimes dirt horses that go that hard early on will hang on because they get everything else out of their comfort zone. But he was tiring so much that he's being collared right on the line.
Yeah, that mortgage isn't getting paid off tonight. No. There's disappointment, of course, given the fact that he's been beaten. But at the same time, do you think, from the fact that Bhupat Seemar's been on record saying he wanted to start him at 1,600 metres and work him up, do you think they will take some solace in this or not?
Yeah, I don't think they'll be disappointed at all.
Because he was on this card last year.
Yeah, he showed zip, he showed zest, he showed pace, and you know, perhaps he's just gone a bit hard early on. He didn't have to go 7, 8 lengths clear, did he? He probably went a bit hard in front.
And it's told in the closing stage.
And he's paid for it late on. Fitness has probably played a part as well as going hard in the mid part of the race. And those two things combined meant that he was vulnerable late on, but he's surely going to be better for the run. And as long as he's okay after this, I think the Team Seamar will be onwards and upwards.
And pleasing first start here for the Wathanan-owned Cagliostro, formerly of the US. And as mentioned, there were targets in mid-Feb and early March. This is the elected first run. And yes, in the end, he's been right on the quarters of the leader. I don't necessarily think it's truly reflective of Laurel River, if you see what I mean, but they'll be pleased with what they've seen first up out here for Cagliostro.
Yeah, there's the print. Look at that. Wow, what a finish, but it's just the grey head of King Gold, far side, who's got up to win.
Ghostly grey.
Yeah, Adre de Vries coming from off the pace. Who'd have thought it?
Well, he tried on Heart of Honour earlier. He tried and tried, but he couldn't get to the UAE 2000 Guineas crown. On this occasion, the Dutchman riding the French horse in Dubai. It's all clicked together.
It has. Nicholas Connery's got a good record with horses he brings to Dubai in the past.
That one I mentioned.
And here's another one.
Fort Payne as well, who we saw in our previous race.
Yeah.
A winner
Mestri the
last
disappointing.
year.
Sorry. Mestri disappointing, but winners coming in.
Well, he's back for more. The third season out here, King Gold, revisiting the dirt. Having been on the grass last season. They've been placed a couple of times on the dirt, but this surely required more. And he's found more. King Gold upsets Laurel River on his comeback. Adre de Vries, the winning jockey, who's won so many of the very, very big races out here, and his association with the great Salute the Soldier over the last few years, or a few years back in different rounds of the challenge, making him one of the leading players for the Dubai World Cup once upon a time. I know that that's a race that he really dreams of. And I was speaking to him a couple of months ago when he was suggesting that there isn't so much left as regards chapters in his career. He's getting towards the end. He's still riding brilliantly, but he's at an advancing age relative to perhaps some of his compatriots. And I guess he just dreams of that big, big win.
Yeah.
It's not bad to get a fire break.
It's not. He's won lots of big races here, hasn't he?
Yeah.
The final time is 1:36.7, so we're about a second and a half outside the track record set by Muntazar.
Adre, always generous with his thoughts as well. Adre de Vries, who's won the Firebreak Stakes on King Gold. Let's hear from him now.
I think it's fair to say that King Gold has bounced out the winner's enclosure there. He's pretty pleased with himself, and I'm sure his jockey's going to be pretty happy as well. Possibly a little bit of a shock winner. You certainly didn't panic. You were quite far back in the early stages.
Yeah, that was the plan. He's got a nice turn of foot, this horse. The 1600 is stretching him a little bit, so I got the good instructions from Nicholas. He said just with the bad draw, just drop him in, ride him for a bit of luck. And to be honest, he was traveling really good, but I thought I was running for second, but he finished so well, and I saw the leader getting tired, and yeah, to win this race is just a big bonus.
Absolutely, and you say about the trip, do you think that this is his optimum? You can keep him at this trip now?
Yeah, getting a bit of kickback got him behind the bridle a little bit, which is maybe a good thing. He saves a bit of energy, and once you grab a hold of him, he's got a good kick.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise possibly for you, but clearly he's taken to the dirt well, and he could progress now.
Yes, to be honest, I rode him one time on the dirt 2 years ago, and he ran a really good race, and I hit the front too soon. So I learned from that, and we did a better job this time.
Just on the line this time.
Yeah, perfect.
Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Adre de Vries, who's got the ride in the turf sprint very shortly on Emiratiana, and he has just won the Firebreak Stakes. The efficiency of the race, the finish. Angus, what did we learn?
Well, what we learned was that Adre de Vries has ridden a really well-judged race, because the finishing speed percentage just under 100, 99.73. So he's just rated his horse evenly through even 12-second furlongs, and that's evidenced by how he came home in the final 400 metres, 24.24, so just over 12-second furlongs for those last couple. So he's rated his horse evenly off what was a very strong gallop set by Laurel River. The individual sectionals were pretty fierce in the early part of the race. Nick, let's have a look at it from the start, and we've got stall 10 beating stall 4 and stall 9 back in third place. So let's just watch Laurel River at the start of this race. He's just a little bit tardy from the stalls, but he's soon sent forward by Tanochet, and he's just going to mix it with Mestri in the early part of the contest. They're going head-to-head, toe-to-toe. That really did for Mestri late on. He weakened quite markedly in the home straight. Now Tadashay's going forward, and he has to go hard, and the sectionals are evidence of that. 14.2 from a standing start, and then here 10.45 followed by a 10.42, where he's really forced Laurel River past Mestri, forced him a few lengths clear, and that's why he got really tired in the closing stages, because he's run hard through those 2 furlongs down the back.
Benefit of hindsight, we know the margin of defeat, it's minimal, and it is that dust-up he's had with Mestri, which is done for the latter, and it's probably counted against the eventual second come the end.
Just look where the winner is very quickly, miles back, up against the rail, just running even 12-second furlongs. Adri de Vries rating his horse brilliantly, we know that from the finishing speed percentage. He didn't quicken the winner, he just kept going whilst others were stopping in front of him. And if I tell you that Laurel River did a couple of sectionals, 10.45 and 10.42 early on, his closing sectionals were very slow, 12.34 and 12.77. And we estimate that Laurel River's finishing speed percentage, get this, was 92 to 93%. So he's really, really tired in the final 400 metres, which is a function of 2 things. 1, going pretty hard early on, and 2, probably needing to run as well.
So, putting it all on the table, Dubai World Cup again at the beginning of April, in between time, the Saudi Cup potentially. Again, we want to focus on the winner as well, and rightly laud it on King Gold, but it's not often we get to preview on a domestic card like this a World Cup winner coming back. So it's obvious to talk about him. What do you think?
I don't think that Connections will be that disappointed, to be honest. He's shown a lot of zip, a lot of zest, and a lot of speed according to the sections. He's just got tired in the closing stages. I think at this point, as we look at the overhead, I think this didn't help Talashe, because Mestri's trying to go forward, and look how far ahead of the others Mestri is at this stage. Quite a long way ahead of the others there. They're going hard in front, and if Mestri hadn't pushed Laurel River at that point, I think Talashe might have been able to save just enough for a stronger finish, and may just have clung on. It's a good run from him, Laurel River. I wouldn't be put off by this whatsoever. He's going to be better for the run, and I'm sure Bupat's pleased enough.
Tiger O'Shea said the kids don't play the PlayStation, they watch back the Dubai World Cup from last year. I don't think they'll be watching this one back. Who knows? Maybe a Saudi Cup still in sight, and also another crack at the Dubai World Cup. But it wasn't his day today, it was King Gold's. Let's take the presentation.
Yeah, that presentation. We'll go ahead now with Mr. Patrick Aoun making his way towards the stage, the Regional Brand Manager, Middle East and Southeast Asia. Patrick, thank you very much indeed. Presenting the Firebreak Awards. The Firebreak Stakes presented by Longines. King Gold, the winner. Well done to the winning connections in the colours of Madame Christian Wingtons. Please welcome to the stage Charles-Henri Connery. And now please welcome to the stage, on behalf of the winning trainer, Nicolas Collery, please welcome Marine Henry. And now the winning jockey, please welcome Adri de Vries. So everyone comes back together. Well done to all involved. A successful international raid for King Gold, and a huge success winning the Firebreak Stakes presented by Longines.
And this race night, Fashion Friday, which goes up a gear with some huge races still to come, graced with the presence of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, who here with his entourage at his beloved racecourse. His dream over the last, getting on for 30 years or so now, and doubtless the pleasure of His Highness to see what a night this has become, and it's only going to get better still.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Well, welcome along for the first time on Dubai World Cup Night 2024 to the saddling enclosure ahead of the first race, and it is the Dubai Kahela Classic.
We are set here for the $1 million from the Dubai World Cup start, 2,000 metres. For the 28th Dubai Kahela Classic.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
And there we are. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, as mentioned, he is here. Much clearer shots there. And making his way down from the saddling enclosure to the parade ring proper at his track, Meydan. And he'll have one eye on how his measured time goes up against the wonder from Hong Kong, Romantic Warrior, a little bit later in the Jebel Hatta.
Yeah, he'll be looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah.
won't he?
As a sport, it's got everything there.
It's great to have him here, isn't it? He had this place built, and they have come tonight. And he's going to look forward to what we've still got to come as well.
That was your Kevin Costner moment, wasn't it? Love it.
Always love that.
Right, let's have a look at the total performance data.
Yes.
The fire break, which will make very interesting reading. We'll start with the winner, and rightly so. I keep coming back to that. And apologies to Nicola Collery and his team, because we've lauded so much of the attention on Laurel River. But this is the set of statistics, Angus, for Kingold.
Yeah, really interesting, isn't it? His early speed, he didn't have much of it at all. 6.6 seconds to get to 30 miles an hour. And he was virtually last turning into the home straight because he was 9th fastest to get going. His top speed, only 10th. Wow, 41.7 miles an hour. Nearly all of them reached a top speed higher than his. His average speed, he was 4th best. But look, late speed just kept going. He kept rolling.
Yeah.
And it was 25.2 seconds for the final 400 metres, which was enough to take him to the front. So he wins on the stats only on late speed, but that's because he was rated so brilliantly by De Vries.
Let's have a look at the vanquish then, Laurel River. Well, it tells its own story. It tells what we saw, but it puts it into context. If it was an old fable, this would be Tortoise and the Hare stuff, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, look at that. First second, so he's early speed, he's the quickest horse to 30 miles an hour. It only took him 5.4 seconds. That's rapid. His top speed, that's high, 44.1. Wow. Sprinters would be pleased if they could do that. Average speed, 37.1. He was 2nd fastest in terms of average speed. But look at his late speed. We highlighted this in terms of his finishing speed, percentage speed being between 92 and 93%, and that tells us all we need to know. 7th fastest, slowing down all the time in the last 400 metres, 26.8 seconds it took him through that final 400 metres. If you rated evenly, you'd be reckoning on doing 24 seconds. So he's getting very tired late on. 7th fastest late in the piece.
There you go. 7th fastest. That tells its story at the end. Right, this is Fashion Friday. We've got the Blue Point Sprint up next before we start looking at some of the feature races of the night. Plenty of people enjoying the racing, all different ages as well, and well adorned as well on Fashion Friday. With that in mind, let's join up with our sartorially elegant man out on the track.
Well, as we know, the racing out on track speaks for itself. But the big race in the grandstand on Fashion Friday is the Style Stakes. This is the area where it's being judged, but I'm not here to judge. I'm here to win it. So I've been working on my walk, right? Come up the step, in front of all the flowers, confidence, keep your toes straight, which is hard for me because they point in a little bit. Walk down towards the end, pause, twirl. There we are, little tie flip. Maybe not, I'll work on that. And we walk back. We go back to the end, then they start cheering. This is the bit where they really get into it, so you walk back down again. Bit pacier this time, pointing at a few of the people, little wave to the judges, and I think we've bagged the best dressed man. See you here later on.
There's nowhere he should
way to go,
really, is there? Paris, Milan, Maidan, he's fine.
He's fine.
Tom Stanley enjoying everything that Fashion Friday has to offer.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Well, I'm joined by Simon Crisford, who has cover-up in our Blue Point Sprint. He was a winner last time coming off the pace. Will you try and use the same tactics?
I think we will. I mean, he's a pretty versatile horse, but William knows this horse super well. He rode him throughout his career at Clarehaven Stables, and you know he knows the horse really well. So we'll obviously leave it up to him. But I think he's got a good post position. He's been training super well, so we have to be very hopeful of a good outcome.
Yeah, you must be pleased to see that you got drawn 4, because it seems this season at the moment that sort of lower to middle is the place to be on the sprint track.
I think so, and if you look at the sort of draw statistics, you'll see that those are definitely the right post positions.
A real quick word on Pokerface, who runs in the Jebel Hatta later. He just got up last time. This is a bit of a deeper race, but he's a horse that's so consistent.
Very consistent. He's a thoroughly likable sort of horse, and we all love him to bits. And he's done super well out here, and he's really enjoying it in Dubai, as his owner is too. And he swims every day. He really enjoys the facilities here, and you know, I'm hoping he can run a really super big race.
Well, it's a big evening. We wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Interesting runner for the Crisfords. Cover up in the next race, which is the Blue Point Sprint. As we go back to the turf, it's a Group 2 on the grass, and it's run over 1,000 metres. Blink and you'll miss it. This will be over in well under a minute. The runners will get through in around about a minute. Might be even quicker. Let's see. These are the silks the jockeys are going to be wearing. Desperate Hero, interesting runner. Cover up, number 3, Pontos. Rapid horse as he is. Logo Hunter. Bill Hale for connections who've had a winner already today. Mikias won this race a good couple of years ago. It's a lot to ask for him to win it again. Westacre, very interesting runner indeed. All right, here are the runners, and they are headed up by horse number 1, Pontos. And I guess when you're looking at a sprint, even though they're designed to go pretty quick by their own definition of the race, this fella is a real jump and run merchant. And he's very often seen leading at least until well on into his races, particularly here. So hopefully he can go well. He's got to reverse the form with Cover Up, went 4th last time, but he should go all right.
Yeah, Pontos, he's a rapid horse, isn't he? This quick track suits him. Bill Hale, number 2, stall 7. He's a smart sprinter. He was 4th in the Al Quoz in 2024, and he was just beaten the neck in the Dubai Dash on his comeback this season, and he was beaten the neck by Cover Up.
This is number 4, who is handicapped by the fact that I actually quite like him to win today. This is Desperate Hero, who's nowadays trained by Salem bin Gadaya, was formerly in the UK with Jack Shannon, and had some very good European sprint form on the turf. They tried him on the dirt last time, but after his expensive transfer fee from the UK, I think he's going to be more at home on the grass.
He's a nice horse, got some big time figures in the UK on the turf. Here's number 5, Emirati Anna, really good horse in the past for Kevin Ryan. He's with the Osborne team now. Adre de Vries looking for a double. He was very useful. Now he's still pretty good. He's certainly consistent at listed level. These days he won a local Group 3 at Doha in February of last year. He tried a handicap last time up. That was his first ever run in a handicap at the age of 9. It'd be interesting to see how he goes here. This is probably his level these days.
We heard from Tiger Shea earlier as regards the chances of Freedom Fighter, who's a very established dirt horse. But by all accounts, he's been working well on the grass ahead of his first ever run on the turf. He's been group placed out here, but has never actually won in the UAE. So we'll see how he goes. New surface.
Yeah, it is. Good luck to them with him. Jacajaro, ex-David Marnane horse. They were sold for 200,000 guineas to the Robert Cowell team. Robert's done well with the sprinters that he's brought here. This horse has got some reasonably good form in listed company. He can be a bit keen. You see his demeanour there in the paddock. He's a bit forward going. This is his first run since September of last year.
Number 8, that is Logo Hunter, who actually likes Sound Money for the same owners we saw in our previous race. Now represents Julio Alascoaga. It's been off since Super Saturday of last year. And that was in the rapid running of the Nadal Sheila Turf Sprint. A huge step forward from his 10-length defeat in this very race the time before. So Logo Hunter back from absence.
Yeah, number 9 is Mikyas for the Orange Army. Rashid Borsley and his pals. He's well beaten in his last couple of starts. He's pacey and he leads. But when he won this, surprise winner of this in 2023, I fell off the sofa. Such was the shock.
I think this... You're going to hit terra firma again if he wins today. Maybe.
I will.
So, Mikyas, who goes for Rashid Borsley. The atmosphere building behind us as well.
Wow, it's really cranked up, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's got quite an open look to this race.
Very much so.
Callum Shepherd, recently enough back from injury, and the rider on Westacre. George Scott's been in ridiculously good form across the Gulf over in Bahrain. West Acre, his representative here, who was just denied, as we'll see, by a symbol of honour here over 1,200 metres last time. Now that was in the Al Wasl. Excellent turf debut. And I suppose you can take the view, Angus, alongside, that the way that he travelled and moved through his race, that an extra 200 metres on this occasion than he'll have today maybe stretches him, and 1,000 metres could just be right up his street.
I like him today, Nick. I think he'll go really well. Yeah, I think coming back in trip is going to really suit him. Look, for all the world, you think he was coming to win here, but he can't get past Symbol of Honour, who rallies and finds a bit more late on and gets his head down right on the line, and West Acre simply just couldn't go past. But they pulled quite a long way clear of the third that day, 5.5 lengths back to the next horse in the race. So the angle with this horse is coming back in trip. He's a strong traveller. He's certain to get pace to go at. I think he's a real player.
He's making his way down nice and slowly, in company as well, being ponied down to the start. The others are good and ready, it would seem. So, with the Blue Point Sprint just around the corner, we'll take a short pause and be back in good time for it.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Well, welcome along for the first time on Dubai World Cup Night 2024 to the saddling enclosure ahead of the first race, and it is the Dubai Kahela Classic.
We are set here for the $1 million from the Dubai World Cup start, 2,000 metres. For the 28th Dubai Kahela Classic. Untitled Chapter.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
So, we are not too far away from the loading process to commence for the Blue Point Sprint. What a legendary sprinter he was here, and of course completing that fine Royal Ascot double back in 2019, the 5 furlong and 6 furlong races. This is over 1,000 metres. I would argue it's quite an open-looking race. You have the unknown quantities of horses like West Acre up against the established types, the likes of Pontos and Co. Who's the likeliest winner, Angus?
I think it's a tough one, Nick. What I would say is there's going to be a lot of pace on here. Plenty of horses that like to go forward. Pontos, Bill Hale, Desperate Hero. Mikias won't be far away either. I think it might set up quite nicely for West Acre.
Yeah.
Just travelling strongly, just in behind a strong gallop, and then going and picking them up. I like Pontos as a horse. He's got some really good European form. The problem with him is that he just needs to get his own way out there. He just needs to be rolling along on his own. And he might get a bit of pace pressure, I think.
Jim and Fitri Hay, the owners of Jacajaro, have been no strangers to success in these kind of races. Equilateral, of course, their great flag bearer, and the horse has left Ireland to join Robert Cowell for an expensive transfer fee, but the trainer's been on record as saying he's fairly fit, but he's going to have to be really up to it to win a group race first time out.
Yeah, 200,000 guineas, so they'll be wanting to get some of that back. as soon as possible. He's in stall 1. I don't think the draw is very material. I think it's just going to matter where the pace is going to come. I think Pontos 5, Bill Hale 7, Desperate Hero 3. They're all go forward horses, so there's pace all over the place, I think.
Pontos, stall 5, right in the middle of them. He should take them along in the early stages. That's just the way that he goes. There is Bill Hale, under that man James McDonald, who has had a winner already. And Bill Hale has got half a length to reverse with Cover Up, a key form race from back on Festive Friday. You were here in that individual battle and bringing in others. Do you see the form being upstanding or not?
I'd be surprised if Bill Hale was able to hang on this time away. Cover Up surged from quite a long way back. As a closer, he's got a chance given there's going to be plenty of pace on, but Bill Hale was committed perhaps a bit too soon, and I fancy him to run really well. He might just reverse the form. Closes up hard to win with, and Cover Up got everything going his way that day. So I'd be with Bill Hale overall. But in terms of a selection, I mean, I'm a big Desperate Hero fan. I don't know what Desperate Hero is going to turn up there. And West Acre for me is the very interesting one.
And are you optimistic or pessimistic Freedom Fighter going on the grass for the first time?
I don't really know what to expect, to be honest. I'm more pessimistic than optimistic. I think he's got a dirt.
He's got half empty approach until we see them do it.
He's got a dirt pedigree, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Track record was wind assisted. Frost at Dawn last year, 55.41. Pontos
Sweaty, but he'll jump and go. Last to go forward, Logo Hunter. Here we go for the blue point. Here's Pat.
Just at Dawn last time out under the man in Mikhail Barcelona, who partners Pontos here in the blue point spread. And away they go in the blue point sprint, and Pontos was one of the first to show with Mick Yass, Logo Hunter, Yakiyaro over on the far side in the first view, with Desperate Hero, Cover Up in the first half dozen, followed by Freedom Fighter, getting back Bill Hale, West Acre second to last, and out to the end Emiratiana. So inside the 650 they travel. Pontos leads a long neck into second position. Desperate Hero keeps him honest. Then came Yakiyaro from Logo Hunter, Mick Yass tracking into it along with Cover Up, followed by Freedom Fighter. Bill Hale just got up on heels there as Mick Yass fell in his lap. West Acre trying to run on. It's Pontos here who hits the lead and comes clear by 2 lengths. Bill Hale now making good ground along with West Acre, who's finding plenty. West Acre down the outside along with Cover Up. Pontos tries hard, but West Acre wanting to lay in a little bit, but Callum Shepherd straightens him up and away he goes. Wins the blue point sprint in style. 3 lengths on the line, and he loved it as well. Cover Up second from Pontos. They were in a photo finish. Next over there was Emiratiana, who made good ground along with Bill Hale, Logo Hunter. Yakayaro was next over from Freedom Fighter. Mick Yass dropped away along with Desperate Hero. West Acre.
West Acre it is. He is a sprinter on the up. And that was an excellent performance, not only visually, but on the clock as well. The blue point sprint has gone in no uncertain circumstances to West Acre in track record time. He is a horse who's only tried the turf a couple of times. This was the exposure to 1,000 metres as well for the first time. And he is a sprinter of top order.
Brilliant performance from this 3-year-old. Very, very strong gallop. They went mad up front. It's set up for West Acre, who surged home, set a new track record of 55.38. That's the 3rd track record we've seen broken here today at Meydan. We suggested at the top of the show there might well be some track records today. Well, we've got another one here as West Acre surges home for George Scott and Callum Shepherd. Travelled strongly, back in trip with a fast pace. Really suited him.
Didn't adjust. Pontos, it would seem, has been given the verdict for second over Cover Up. That form has been reversed from last time out. And Bill Hale back in 4th. Pontos has done very well to stick about as long as he has, hasn't he? To stick about for second, given the brazen speed that he shows.
Oh yeah, he did two furlongs early on of 9.9 and 10.2, and he still hung about in there for second spot. Big effort from Pontos.
Be hearing doubtless from Callum Shepherd, not long back from injuries, had some significant time on the side.
다시 돌아왔습니다. 2025 시즌 두바이 월드컵 전초전 두바이 레이싱 카니발 알막툼 챌린지의 글로벌 히트가 그리고 김혜선 기수가 함께 세계 무대 도전장을 냈습니다. 이제 알막툼 챌린지 이 패션 프라이데이에 펼쳐지는 6번째 경주인데요. 지금까지 5개의 경주를 함께 보고 오셨습니다. 어제 오후 9시부터 지금까지 계속해서 글로벌 히트의 경주를 기다리면서 많은 경마 팬분들께서 이곳 KRBC 유튜브 채널에 함께 해주시고 계신데요. 지금까지 기다려주신 데 대해서 감사의 말씀 드리면서 알막툼 챌린지 이제 드디어 글로벌 히트의 경주가 시작을 앞두고 있습니다. 김혜선 기수와 함께 출전하는 글로벌 히트 알막툼 챌린지에 대해서 다시 한번 조금 더 알아보면서 준비를 해보겠습니다. 자, 계속해서 도움 말씀 주실 두 분 함께 모시고 있습니다. 부산경마처장 김준구 해설위원 그리고 부산경마운영부 박건우 차장 곧 해설위원 함께 모시고 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. 자, 알막툼 챌린지에 대해서 한 번 더 설명을 부탁드릴게요. 이건 어떤 경주인가요?
예. 그 9시 프리뷰에서 말씀드렸듯이
네.
두바이 월드컵 본선 경주에 출전하기 위한 예선 경주의 하나고요.
네.
전 1900m 더트 경주로 펼쳐지고 지원 경주입니다. 여기서 우승한 말은 두바이 월드컵에 출전할 수 있는 자동 출전권이 주어지고요.
네.
우승을 못하더라도 뭐 우승마와 큰 차이 없이 뭐 2, 3위권에 들면
네.
레이팅이 올라갈 가능성이 많거든요.
예.
그래서 전년도 두바이 월드컵에 출전했던 말들 레이팅을 한번 보면
네.
최고 레이팅마가 121 수준이었고요.
네.
그다음에 최저 레이팅마가 109였습니다.
전년도 말씀하시는
예, 전년도 2024년도
네.
평균이 한 115.4 정도로 한 112 정도가 되면 좀 안정권으로 출전할 수 있지 않을까 싶고요.
예.
그다음에 이 최대 출전 수가 14두인데요.
네.
보통 14두를 다 채우는 경우가 별로 없습니다.
네.
전년도 같은 경우도 좀 그런 면이 있었고요. 역대적으로 이제 게이트를 꽉 채운 경우가 별로 없는데 그 이유 중에 하나가 상금이 1,200만 불 아닙니까?
네.
여기에 뛰려면은 일단 출전료라고 해서 그 두바이 그 시행체에 약 12만 6천 불을 일단을 내야 됩니다.
예.
등록료 격으로요.
출전하는데.
예, 출전하는데 자동 출전권이 주어지지만
네.
출전료라고 해서
네.
출전 신청할 때 12만 6천 불을 돈을 지불해야 되거든요.
네.
그럼 하나로 따지면 한 얼마죠? 한 1억 5천? 예, 1억 5천 정도가 됩니다.
네.
그러니까 1억 5천의 그 돈을 마주가 지불을 하고 출전을 해야 되기 때문에
네.
그 자신이 없으면 함부로 이렇게 출전하려고 하는 그런 의지가 없습니다.
리스크가
좀 리스크가 좀 상당히 큽니다.
네.
그래서 예전에 돌콩 같은 경우도 한 1억 넘게 등록료를 내고
네.
출전한 경우가 있었거든요. 그래서 좀 자신 있는 말들만 좀 출전하는 경향이 있습니다.
네.
그래서 보통 그런 위험 요소이기 때문에 난 이 경주에서 5위 안에 들 수 있다는 자신감이 없지 않는 한 함부로 이렇게 출전하려고 하는 그런 게 없거든요.
이런 경주에 글로벌 히트가 도전장을 내민 거죠.
예. 그래서 아마 본선을 나가더라도
네.
마주분이 한 1억 한 5천 정도의 출전 등록료를 내야 된다. 예.
그만큼 다른 말들도 또 좋은 성적을 냈던
그렇죠.
말들, 좋은 성적을 또 기대하고 있는 말들이 도전장을 함께 내밀었습니다. 글로벌 히트뿐만 아니라 다른 말들도 다 좋은 성적을 내길 원하고 있을 텐데 오늘 경주 글로벌 히트가 맞닥뜨리게 될 상대들 또 어떤 말들이 있을까요?
네, 아까 9시 프리뷰 때는 제가 뭐 체크는 했습니다만은
네.
일단은 먼저 전수를 한 바와 같이 3번 팩터 슈발 그리고 5번의 임페리얼 엠퍼러 또
네.
6번 카빌칸
네.
또 10번의 워크 오브 스타즈 또 12번에 제너럴 스티퍼 요 정도가 이제 지금 인기 상위권을 형성을 하고 있고요.
네, 지금 출전표가 나오고 있거든요.
네네.
네.
번호 제일 왼쪽에 있는 번호로 보면은요. 지금 6번,
네.
6번 그 카빌칸이 현재 이제 외국의 어떤 그 베팅 배당률을 볼 때
네.
가장 현재 인기가 좀 있는 편이고요.
가장 많은 기대를 좋은 성적으로 거둘
예.
것으로 가장 많은 기대를 받고 있는 말이 카비르칸이다.
예,
이유가
6번이고요.
예,
아무래도 뭐 이 카비르칸은 전년도 요 우리 알막툼 챌린지
네.
경주 우승마이기도 하고요.
지난해 똑같은 이 경주죠.
그렇습니다.
네.
딱 거의 1년 전이고요.
네.
또 두바이에서 2연승을 한 다음에 결국 최종 무대인 그 두바이 월드컵에 출전한 경험이 있기 때문에
네.
현재 여기 12마리 그 나머지 제외한 11마리는 이제 그런 경험이 없습니다. 그래서 그런 큰 무대에서 경험들이 반영이 되지 않나 이런 생각이 들고요.
하지만 이 카비르칸은
네네.
아까 이전에도 말씀을 해주셨지만 공백기가 또 있잖아요.
예.
네.
작년 두바이 월드컵이 끝나고 이제 미국으로 넘어가서
네.
미국 경주에 출전을 할 예정이었는데
네.
알려지지 않은 사유로 인해 가지고 근 한 10달을 쉬었습니다. 그래서
그럼 알막툼 챌린지에서 작년에 우승을 하고
예.
월드컵에 출전을 했다가
네,
이제
그렇습니다.
미국 무대로 가겠다고 도전장을 내밀고 미국으로
네,
갔는데 경주를 치르지는 않았고
예. 경주에 뭐 나서진 않았고요.
네. 그리고 다시 이번이 복귀전.
예, 그렇습니다. 한 10달 만에 복귀전이 되겠습니다.
네. 하지만 그래도 보여준
예,
것이
예.
있기 때문에
그렇습니다.
디펜딩 챔피언이기 때문에 가장 많은 관심을 받고
예,
있다는
예.
점.
두 번째로는 그 다음으로는 이제 그 저기 10번에
네.
워크 오브 스타즈.
워크 오브 스타즈.
그 강력한 선행력을 바탕으로 경주를 끌어내고 있고
네.
직전 경주에서 이제 리스티드급이긴 하지만
네.
11마신이라는 압도적인 승리를 보여줘서 현재 상승세가 유지되고 있다.
네.
이렇게 판단들 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
아까 이전에 또 기수에 대해서도 언급을 해주셨는데
예,
오셔
예.
기수가 또 어떤 기수인지 다시
타이거시 기수는 오늘도 저 아랍에미리트 현재
네.
그 기수 부문 다승 2위를 막하고 있고요.
네.
현재 이제 출전하는 12명의 기수 중에서는 가장 네임밸류라든지 물론 이제 뭐 윌리엄 뷰익 기수 또 크리스티안 데무로 리차드 뮬렌 뭐 많이 있지만은 네임밸류도 상당히 높고
네.
또 현지 그 메이단 경마장 현지 주로를 가장 많이 타본 기수이기 때문에 말과 기수의 어떤 궁합이랄까요?
네.
그런 부분도 상당히 높게 평가를 받고 있는 것 같습니다.
2순위 워크 오브 스타즈
예, 예.
많은 관심을 또 받고 있습니다.
그 밑으로는 이제 뭐 3번 팩터 슈발리라든지
네. 레이팅이 가장 높죠.
예, 작년 두바이 터프 우승마고요.
네.
예,
하지만 잔디에서만
그렇습니다.
뛰고,
예, 더트는 이번이 처음 출전이고
예.
또 뭐 이렇게 5번 마라든지 12번 마 이런 말들 순위로 이제 인기가 형성이 되고 있는 걸로 보입니다.
네, 이렇게 저희가 출전표를 보면서 이 말들을 계속해서 보고 있었는데 이 말들의 번호랑 게이트 출발 번호랑 이 번호들이 다릅니다. 우리나라랑은 약간 다르다고 볼 수 있는데
그렇습니다.
그것에 대해서 다시 한번 설명 또 부탁드리겠습니다.
그 프리뷰에서 말씀을 드렸지만 한 번 더 말씀을 드리면
네.
영국권, 유럽권의 영향을 받아서 경마를 시행하는 나라는
네.
일단 부담 중량 그 마번하고
네.
출발 번호가 상당히 좀 다릅니다.
네.
출발 번호 마번은 보통 부담 중량 순으로 첫 번째 순서가 부담 중량 순으로 일단은 마번이 매겨지고요. 만약에 부담 중량이 같다라고 하면 알파벳 순서대로
네.
A 알파벳 순서대로 그 다음에 이제 마번이 정해지고요.
예.
그 다음에 출발 번호는 추첨입니다.
추첨이군요.
예.
네.
그래서 마번이 1번이라고 해서 반드시 1번 출발 게이트에 출발하는 게 아니라
네.
출발 번호 따로 또 추첨합니다. 그래서 우리나라는 1번 말이면 1번 게이트에 출전하지만
네.
지금 오늘 경주도 1번마 저희가 이제 글로벌히트가 4번 말인데요.
예.
마번은 출발 게이트는 12번으로 추첨으로 인해서 12번으로 정해진 거고요. 그러니까 마번하고 출발 번호 같은 나라는 미국, 그다음에 우리나라, 그다음에 일본 요 정도가 되고요. 다른 나라들은 좀 다른 경우가 많이 있습니다.
네. 현재 글로벌히트는 4번 마즈만 12번 게이트에 들어가서 출발을 하게 됩니다. 12마리 중에 가장 바깥쪽 위치한 12번 게이트에서 출발하는 글로벌히트인데요. 이 글로벌히트 전적을 보면은 한국에서 뛰었지만 17전 10승을 기록하고 있는 말입니다. 2023년에 코리안 더비와 농림축산식품부 장관배 우승을 했고요. 2024년에는 헤럴드 경제배, 그리고 YTN배, KRBC 클래식, 대통령배, 그랑프리, 그리고 또 일본 말들을 초청해서 했던 국제경주라고도 할 수 있는 코리아컵에서 3위를 거둔 성적을 가지고 있습니다. 거리별 기록을 보면 이번에 출전하는 알막툼 챌린지가 1900m 주로인데 1900은 뛴 적이 없지만 1800 그리고 2000에서 뛰어서 좋은 성적을 거뒀습니다. 1800에서는 4전 1승 그리고 2000에서는 6전 5승을 기록하고 있습니다. 거의 다 2000에서 많은 승리를 거뒀다고 할 수 있는데 그런 면에서 볼 때 1900 글로벌히트에게 어떨까요? 좀 익숙할까요?
1800보다는 좀
네.
나았다고 보여지고요.
네.
그다음에 프리뷰에서 말씀드렸듯이 일단은 이 글로벌 히트가 뛸 수 있는 경주가 한정돼 있었습니다.
네.
레이팅이 108로 나오다 보니까 일반 경주는 105가 상한선이었습니다.
네.
그러니까 뛸 수 있는 게 그래서 할 수 없이 경주를 고르다 보니
네.
1600 경주가 있었고 1900 경주가 있었는데 1600보다는 1900이 낫다. 그나마 글로벌 히트 거리 적성상
예.
지원 경주지만 저희 최종 목표는 두바이 월드컵에 뛰는 게 목표이기 때문에 일단은 성적이 뭐 좋게 나오면 좋겠지만
네.
그래도 거리 적성이 맞게 1900m에 한번 뛰어보자라고 해서 마주와 조교사가 이렇게 결정을 했고요.
네.
이 경주에서 좋은 성적과 그다음에 마체가 이상이 없다면 또 3월 1일 날 슈퍼 세러데이 때 또 2000m 알막툼 클래식이라는 경주가 또 있습니다.
네.
이제 그 경주는 이제 경주 격이 G2 경주고요.
네.
G2 경주지만 또 거기서 우승하면 또 자동 출전권이 주어집니다. 두바이 월드컵. 그래서 요 경주에서 마차가 큰 이상이 없다면 결과적으로 이제 마주나 조교사가 결정한 일이지만
네.
거기 한 번 더 도전해 볼 수 한 번에 더 기회가 남아 있다. 그래서 뭐 우승하는 게 가장 좋고요.
네.
뭐 우승을 못하더라도 뭐 한 5위권 하나만 들어온다면
네.
다시 한번 3월달에 더 유리한 2000m 그다음에 필드가 오늘보다도 조금 더 약한 알막툼 클래식에 한 번 더 도전해 볼 수 있겠다.
예.
저는 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
네, 표현해 주신 것처럼 이 도전을 한 거기 때문에 이 도전이 또 어떤 결과를 얻을지 모르는 거고 또 도전하는 자체로 굉장히 의미 있다고 저희가 볼 수가 있습니다. 이 글로벌 히트의 도전, 두바이 레이싱 카니발 패션 프라이데이에 펼쳐진 알막툼 챌린지 1900m 경주가 지금 시작을 앞두고 있는데 이 글로벌 히트가 또 해외에서 처음으로 경주를 치르는
네,
거잖아요.
그렇습니다.
이송하는데 또 어려움이 많이 있었을 것 같은데 다행히 몸 상태는 괜찮아 보인다고 하죠.
큰 찰과상 정도만 있고
네.
또 현재 도착을 해서 이제 수의사 진료를 받고 있기 때문에
네.
지금은 충분히 회복이랄 것도 사실 없는
그렇죠.
그런 찰과상이라서 말 상태에 대해서는 뭐 크게 걱정하고 있지 않았습니다.
저희가 이전에 진행했던 프리뷰 쇼에서 계속해서 또 수의사 분께서 확인을 했고
그렇습니다.
아주
네.
이송하는 과정에 약간 상처가 나서 붕대를 감고 있는
예.
화면이 조금
그렇죠.
공개되긴 했는데
네.
아주 가벼운 부상이다 라고 확인을 받았습니다. 그리고
예.
지금 상태는 굉장히 좋고 김혜성 기수와도 훈련을 또 한 거죠.
예, 그렇습니다. 현재 도착을 해서
네.
이제 검역마사 내에서 체류를 하면서 짧게 조교를 하고
네.
또 이제 이틀째부터는 주로에 나가서 이제 갤럽을 시작을 해서
네.
현재 성실하게 조교를 하고 있는 걸로 소식이 들어오고 있습니다.
그리고 또 어떤 분들께서 이런 걱정을 또 하는 분들도 계실 것 같아요. 보통 우리나라에서 굉장히 좋은 성적을 냈던 말이
네네.
해외 경주에 출전을 하고
네.
다시 한국으로 돌아왔을 때 약간 또 몸 상태가 안 좋아질 수 있다.
네, 아무래도 이제 가기 전에
네.
아니면 현재 체류하는 동안 받는 스트레스하고
네.
그런 것들이 상당히 막중할 걸로 생각이 되거든요.
네.
그런 부분이 이제 귀국을 하고 나서 또 검역을 거치면서 조금 이렇게 긴장이 많이 풀어지지 않겠나.
네.
그러면서 평소에 비해서 회복되는 시간은 조금 더 더디지 않겠나.
네.
그렇게 생각을 하고 있습니다. 네.
네, 지금 화면으로 나가고 있는 것은 이전에 펼쳐진 5경주에 대한 결과라고 합니다. 이렇게 패션 프라이데이를 맞아서 두바이에서 펼쳐지는 경주 이렇게 기록 부문에서도 굉장히 많은 의미를 갖고 있는데 이 기록에서 보면은 1900m 알막툼 챌린지에서 트랙 레코드가 1분 55초 18.
예.
굉장히 빠른 기록이죠.
예, 굉장히 빠르고요. 지금 1900m 메이단 경마장에서 1900m를 뛰어본 말이
네.
지금 몇 마리가 안 됩니다. 그 중에서 지금 10번,
예.
10번인 월크 오브 스타즈가
네.
직전 이제 2024년 12월 20일 날
네.
리스트 경주에서 1분 56초 1로 우승한 기록이 가장 지금 뛰는 말 중에 가장 좋고요.
네.
아마 이 말이 이 그 정도의 기록을 내준다면
네.
아마 워크 오브 스타즈가 아마 우승하지 않을까
네.
싶고요. 정년도 우승했던 카베리카는 전년도 기록이 동경주에서
네.
1분 57초 72가 나왔습니다.
1분 57초.
예상해
네.
보기로는 요거 이제 곧 펼쳐질 이 경주의 우승마 기록은 56초 한 후반대에서 57초 뭐
네.
중반대 그 사이가 되지 않을까. 그래서 글로벌히트가
네.
57초 언저리로 들어온다면
네.
한번 이변을 노려볼 만하다라고
네.
생각이 되고요. 그다음에 두바이 좀 경주 기록이 다른 이제 서울보다 서울은 이제 샌드주로기 때문에
네.
좀 모래라든지 이 부담이 일반 그 더투주로보다 좀 심합니다. 그래서 기록이 한 1, 2초 정도 두바이 메이단 경마장 기록이 빠르기 때문에 한국 기록 한국 기록을 전적으로 이제 대비하기보다는 얼마나 이 경주의 한국보다 페이스가 분명히 빠를 거거든요.
네.
경주 페이스가 빠르기 때문에 처음 겪어보는 페이스를 어떻게 이 김혜성 기수가 그때 반응하면서 적절한 작전 전개를 경주 전개를 하느냐.
네.
이게 포인트 같아요. 그래서 김혜성 기수가 아마
예.
큰 일을 내주면
네.
이변을 노려볼 만한 작년도에 카베르칸처럼 그 동아시아의 그 변방인 한국에서 또 큰 뉴스가 나오지 않을까 이렇게 생각이
작전이
됩니다.
굉장히 주요할 것으로 보입니다. 이 1900m 기록을 계속해서 말씀해 주셨어요. 1분 56초에서 57초 사이면은 좋은 성적을 기대해 볼 만하다라고 말씀해 주셨는데 글로벌히트의 1800m 최고 기록이 제가 보니까 1분 52초 8이더라고요. 근데 1900은 안 뛰어봐서 아직 기록이 나오질 않았고 2000m는 최고 기록이 2분 05초 8입니다. 이걸 제가 그냥 단순하게 수학적으로 계산을 해보면 1800, 2000이 13초 차이가 납니다. 반으로 잘라서 6초 정도라고 계산을 하면 1분 58초 최고 기록으로 달렸을 때 글로벌히트가 이 정도를 기록한다면 가장
한 5위나 6위 정도 그 정도가 되지 않을까요? 지금 레이팅에 따라 레이팅 높은 말이 꼭 우승할 보장은 없지만 딱 레이팅 순서대로 따지면은 글로벌히트가 5번째 지금 레이팅이 높거든요. 그래서 저는 솔직히 5등 안에만 들어와도 성공이지 않을까 생각이 듭니다.
이렇게 되면 슈퍼 세터데이도 조금 기대해 볼 만한.
그때 한번 또 경주 거리가 조금 더 길어지고 서두에서 말씀드렸듯이 필드가 조금 약해지기 때문에 거기서 한번 또 기회를 또 한번 또 창출하면 본선까지 가지 않을까 이렇게 생각이 됩니다.
5위 안에 이제 물론 드는 거는 당연하게 저도 바라고 있는데 그것만큼 이제 중요한 것이 우승마하고 착차가 얼마나 벌어지느냐. 이게 저희 한국도 그렇지만 우승마하고 2위, 3위 이렇게 착차가 많이 벌어질 경우에는 하위 말들은 이 레이팅이 상승하지 않거나 심할 때는 이렇게 차감하는 경우도 있거든요. 그래서 조금 이렇게 밀집해서 몰려서 이렇게 들어오면서 큰 마진 차이 없이 이 정도로 이렇게 들어와주면 참 좋겠다 이런 생각을 해보고요. 좀 있으면 이제 예시장으로 화면이 넘어갈 텐데 글로벌히트의 어떤 가능성은 충분히 있다고 생각이 되고요. 그다음에 우리 경마 팬들께서도 한 1시간 전에 이제 보셨겠지만 30분 1시간 전에 보셨겠지만 사경주에서 좀 이변이 발생을 했습니다. 전년도 그 두바이 월드컵 국제 그레이드 1 우승마였던 로렐리버 압도적인 이제 인기를 받았죠. 이 경주에서도 코 차이로 져버렸습니다. 그래서 2위로 들어오고요.
선행을 나가다가 마지막에 추월을 당하면서 수입을 당하면서 코 차로
이변이.
그래서 인기 5위마가 깜짝 우승을 해버리는 이런 이제 결과가 있었고요. 그 사경주의 이제 우승마 기록이 1분 36초 7입니다. 7인데
1600m죠?
1600 더트였고요. 제가 이제 한국 기록하고 최고 기록하고 이제 비교를 좀 해보면 최고 기록은 서울 부산 통틀어서 작년 오너스컵 때 그 스피드 형이 했던 1분 36초 플랫입니다. 그러니까 단순하게 비교를 하면 사실 평균 기록하고 비교를 해야 맞지만 자기의 어떤 베스트 레코드를 내주면
최상으로 달리면
그런 우승급에는 갈 수 있겠다. 물론 경주 전개라든지 주로 상태라든지 여러 변수가 많겠지만 여튼 뭐 최선을 다한 다음에 나머지 말들 기다려 보는 수밖에는 없을 것 같습니다.
그럼 글로벌히트가 최상의 전개로 펼칠 경우에 어떤 작전을 피는 게 조금 유리하다고
일단은
네.
아시겠지만 출발 번호가
네.
상당히 불리합니다.
네.
12번이고 좀 안쪽 출발 번호를 받았으면 일단 뭐 선행은 당연히 이제 시도는 안 할 것이지만
예.
선두마 한 두세 번째 뒤에서 안쪽 코너를 돌면서 거리 손해를 안 보고 심화매도 하면서 가면 참 좋을 텐데
예.
과거 성적 봤을 때 그럴 때가 가장 좋았거든요. 근데 중위권을 떨어져서 맞길에 휩싸였을 때 그때는 우승을 해도 굉장히 좀 어렵게 우승을 하는 경우가 많았어요.
힘겹게.
예, 힘겹게.
네.
그래서 이번 경기 김혜성 기수가 출발을 받으면서 과연 이 말이 어떻게 튀어나가는 처음에 점프를 어떻게 하느냐에 따라서
네.
점프가 좋았다라고 하면 코너 돌기 전까지 조금 속도를 내서 선두마 뒤쪽에서도 가능한 앞쪽 그 뒤쪽에서 2선이나 3선에서 빠르게 치고 나가서 조금 코너를 크게 돌지 않은 방향으로 가는 게 제일 우선이라고 보고요. 만약 출발이 조금 늦었다 싶으면 그렇게 시도하게 되면은 또 1, 2코너를 크게 돌 수밖에 없는 상황이 올 수밖에 없거든요.
오버페이스가 올 수도 있고.
오버페이스가 되고 그래서 김혜선 기수가 딱 순간적으로 판단을 해서 좀 늦었다 싶으면 아예 처음에는 좀 중후미에서 좀 뛰다가 건너편 직선주로 해서 조금 앞으로 치고 나가면서 조금 선두권에 좀 합류를 해야 그나마 조금 결승선에서 승부를 볼 수 있지 않을까 그렇게 예상이 되고요. 그러니까 처음 출발 어떻게 받느냐, 그게 상당히 좀 포인트인 것 같아요. 그래서 김혜선 기수가 출발 상황에 따라서 어떻게 대응하느냐. 그래서 기수의 그 지금 부담이 상당히 지금도 있겠지만 김혜선 기수가 또 영리하고 경험이 또 많기 때문에 또 글로벌히트를 계속 타면서 좋은 서를 거뒀기 때문에 그 부분을 김혜선 기수를 믿고 한번 맡겨보는 것이 어떨까 싶습니다.
네, 자 지금 두바이 현지에서도 이제 이 두바이 레이싱 카니발 패션 프라이데이 알막툼 챌린지 1900m 모래주로에서 펼쳐지는 경주입니다. 6경주인데요. 글로벌히트가 출전하는 경주 지금 보여드리고 있습니다. 자 1번말 소개가 되고 있죠. 클랩튼입니다. 그리고 자 카비르칸 그 다음으로 6번마 두 번째에서 출발하고요. 가시드가 그 다음으로 출발을 하고
출발 번호 순으로 나오네요.
헥터 슈발과 로컬 다이너스티, 로커브 스타스 유력한 말들이 앞선에 많이 소개가 되고 있습니다. 임페리얼 엠퍼러와 다하비가 나왔고요. 또 카리브, 이어서 제너러스 티퍼와
마지막으로 글로벌히트가 4번 맞으면 12번 게이트에서 뛰고
출발하는 게이트 번호 순으로 소개를 드렸습니다.
2번마 다하비가 지금 보이고
지금 예시장의 화면을 보고 계신데요. 다하비 7살짜리 말입니다. 다하비는 지금 14전 3승을 기록하고 있는 말입니다.
이 말이 지금 전년도 12월 20일 날 워크 오브 스타즈하고 그다음에 로컬 7번만 로컬 다이너스티하고 한번 뛰었습니다. 그래서 그때 4착을 했고요. 이 경주에서 워크 오브 스타즈가 11마신으로 우승한 적이 있습니다.
자 이제 1번 말 1번 게이트에서 또 출발을 합니다.
클랩튼은 지금 기존에 미국에서 활동하다가 메이단 경마장으로 전년도 이제 1월부터 뛰기 시작했습니다. 그래서 전년 동경주의 알막툼 챌린지 경주에서 3위를 했고요. 카비리칸에 이어서 카비리칸하고 5마신 차이로 3위를 한 적이 있고요.
이제 헥터 슈발이 나오네요.
너무 빨리빨리 넘어가네요.
작년도 저 두바이 터프 우승마죠. 잔디 경주에서 17번 모든 경주를 잔디에서 소화를 했고요. 작년도에 이제 1번 말 나무르를 접전 끝에 이기면서
머리차로 이겼죠.
상당히 좀 센세이션을 줬던 그런 말이라고 볼 수 있겠습니다.
이번에 출전하는 경주마 중에 가장 레이팅이 높습니다.
4번 마가 나오네요.
글로벌히트. 자, 우리의 글로벌히트입니다.
경마 팬들
어떻게 해설하는 좀 영어를 좀 들고 있긴 한데.
자, 글로벌히트 5살짜리 말이죠. 투아넨드 서브 그리고 테미즈비치 레슨
좀 힘은 좀 차 보입니다. 말이 발걸음도 경쾌해 보이고요.
자, 글로벌히트 다행히 몸 상태는 괜찮아 보입니다.
충분히 뭐 최선을 다하면
좋아 보입니다.
좋은 결과 있을 것 같습니다.
네.
선전 기대.
글로벌히트 4번마입니다. 12번 게이트 가장 바깥쪽 게이트에서 출발하는 글로벌히트가 나왔고요. 이어서 임페리얼 엠퍼러 역시 글로벌히트와 같은 나이 5살짜리 말입니다. 8전 4승을 기록하고 있는 임페리얼 엠퍼러입니다.
이 말은 잔디에서 주로 뛰다가 최근 두 경주에서 이제 더트로 전향하면서 2연승을 달리고 있습니다. 그래서
네.
아마 이 말도 주의 깊게 볼 말 중에 한 마리가 되겠습니다.
인기가 한 12마리 중에 한 4위권 그 정도로 지금 보이고 있고요.
글로벌히트가 꼭 임페리얼 엠퍼러를 이겨야겠네요.
예,
네.
그렇습니다.
임페리얼 엠퍼러는 7번 게이트에서 출발하는 5번마입니다.
지금
이제
해외 경마 해외
건너뛰고 7번으로
네. 7번 말
로컬
5번
다이너스티입니다.
게이트에서 출발합니다.
네.
로컬 다이너스티.
예, 그 영국 유명한 그 윌리엄 듀 기수가 오늘 기승을 하기로 했습니다. 기승을 합니다.
네.
그 대상 경주 성적은 뭐 별로 없고 금년도에 이제 그 1월 10일 날
네.
2000m 경주를 떼가지고 2위를 기록을 했습니다. 1위하고 우승마하고는 뭐 목 차이로 접전 끝에 이렇게 졌네요.
네, 임페리얼 엠퍼러였고요. 지금 나오는 말은 카리브입니다. 7살. 카리브는 30전 7승을 기록하고 있고 9번 게이트에서 출발합니다.
네, 작년 12월 20일 알막툼 마일이죠. 1600 경주에서 2위를 예, 또 직전 경주에서는 3위를 기록을 했고요. 이 아랍에미리트 조교사가 관리를 받고 있기 때문에 아무래도 현지의 어떤 뭐 아랍에미리트 말이 지금 9두 정도 있는데요. 현지 적응 측면에서는 뭐 전혀 걱정이 없다, 수송 문제도 없다.
네.
이런 장점이 좀 있겠습니다.
네, 자 지금 나온 말은 글로벌히트 바로 옆에 있는 11번 게이트에서 출발하는 9번 마 사이드입니다. 사이드.
네, 사이드가
레이팅이 가장
낮죠.
낮습니다. 가장 낮고요. 최근 성적도 직전 경주에서 이제 또 역시 워크오브 스타즈하고 뛰어서 7위에 그쳤던
11번으로 가시드로 또 넘어갔죠.
3번 게이트에서 출발하는 가시드. 나이가 어립니다. 4살짜리 말입니다. 가시드.
직전 경주에서 1월 6일 날 1800m에서 우승했는데 이게 이제 제브 경마장이라고 해서 좀
마이너 경마장이죠.
예, 좀 이제 아랍에미리트에서 주로 이제 아랍종 경주가 좀 열리고 반반 정도 이제 아랍종하고 더러블렛하고 이제 반반 열리는 경주에서 조금 떨어지는 경마장에서 우승을 한 경우가 있었습니다.
3번 게이트에서 출발하고요. 이번에는 12번 말 10번 게이트에서 출발하는 제너러스 티퍼입니다. 이 말도 역시 어린 4살짜리 말입니다.
예, 카타르 조교사에게 지금 막 위탁 계약이 바뀌었습니다.
예.
작년까지 이제 미국에서 경주를 치렀고요.
네.
직전 경주는 디스커버리 스테이크스 뛰어서 벨몬트에서 우승을 했습니다.
네.
예, 지금 알막툼 챌린지 과거 저 우승마들이 나오죠.
네.
제일 밑에 있는 카비르칸이 작년도 우승마고요. 보시면 뭐 아프리칸 스토리는 두바이 월드컵 우승마. 그러니까 이 경주에서 우승하고 두바이 월드컵을 가서 계속 우승한 그런 이제 이력이 있겠습니다.
이번에 출전하는 글로벌히트가 출전한 알막툼 챌린지 이번 경주 지금까지 이 전까지 있었던 우승마들의 이름을 보고 계십니다. 작년에 카비르칸이 우승을 차지했고요. 올해에도 카비르칸은 출전합니다. 하지만 카비르칸이 기수가 또 달라졌네요. 패트릭 톱스가 이제 다른 말에 기승을 하고 클랩턴이 기승을 하죠.
카비르칸 크리스찬 데무로인데요. 일본 중앙경마에서 활동하는 그 미르코 데무로 기수하고 형제입니다. 이탈리아 출신이고요. 이 형제인 미르코 데무로 기수, 그러니까 현재 이 크리스찬 말고 지금 보이는
카비르칸이죠.
요 이제 크리스찬 데무로 기수의 형제는 빅토르 피사로 2011년도 두바이 월드컵 우승한 또 전적이 있습니다. 그래서 카비르칸이 오늘 성적이 좋다면 또 두바이 월드컵을 작년에 이어서 또 다시 도전을 해서 형제가 두바이 월드컵을 이렇게 나눠서 우승하는 그런 진기록이 또 나올 가능성도 충분히 있습니다.
역시 많은 관심을 받고 있기 때문에 계속해서 현지에서도 카비르칸을 집중 조명해주고 있는데 조금 전에 살짝 김혜선 기수가 지나가는 모습이 보였거든요. 글로벌히트를 타고 이 4번 글로벌히트
저 뒤쪽으로 잠깐 지나갔네요.
네, 12번 게이트에서 출발하는 글로벌히트 다시 한번 말씀드리지만 이 두바이에서는 마번 옆에 있는 제킹에 있는 숫자와 게이트 번호가 다릅니다.
다릅니다.
게이트 번호는 게이트 번호일 뿐입니다. 자, 카자흐스탄의 영웅이라고
예, 뒤쪽으로 지금 김혜선 기수 보이네요.
김혜선 기수가 있네요. 네, 옆으로
화이팅.
지나갔습니다. 뒤쪽에 김혜선 기수가 지나갔습니다. 계속해서 카비르칸이 많이 비춰지고 있습니다.
네, 아무래도 디펜딩 챔피언이고 또 제일 지금 인기를 받고 있기 때문에 현지에서도 저 말에 대한 관심이 제일 높은 것 같습니다.
예. 자, 이제 출발을 앞두고 있습니다. 경주 출발 전에 출발 게이트 앞에서 게이트 진입 준비를 하고 있는 말들 글로벌 히트의 모습도 계속해서 보였고요. 지금 하나둘씩 안으로 들어가고 있습니다. 클랩톤이 가장 앞에서 출발하죠. 가장 앞쪽에 있는 1번 게이트 들어갔고요. 글로벌 히트는 가장 바깥쪽 12번.
2번 게이트 지금
카벨칸이 진입을 했습니다.
네. 클랩톤과 카비르칸이 순서대로 들어갔습니다. 그리고 글로벌 히트 이제 진입을 앞두고 있습니다. 서서히 다 말들이 들어가고 있고요. 가시드가 들어갔습니다. 방금은. 자, 이제 들어가는 말 헥터 슈발입니다. 가장 레이팅이 높은 헥터 슈발. 그리고 워커 스타즈가 글로벌 히트 이제 들어갑니다. 자, 가장 끝 바깥쪽.
아직 안 들어온 거.
글로벌 히트는 가장 바깥쪽 12번 게이트에서 출발합니다. 지금은
준비가 됐네요.
들어가 있죠. 자, 이제
가장
출발합니다. 자, 두바이 레이싱 카니발
쫙 늦었고요.
패션 프라이데이 알막툼 챌린지 1900m 질주 시작됐습니다. 글로벌 히트 가장 바깥쪽에서 출발을 했는데요.
안쪽으로 들어가야 됩니다.
자, 앞서서 이제
역시 10번 워커브 스타즈가
계속해서 두 마리, 세 마리를 앞두고 이제 글로벌 히트가 뒤쪽에서 조금 뒤쪽
9번째로 가고 있습니다.
네, 달리고 있습니다. 바깥쪽으로 조금 빠져 있는 글로벌 히트.
좀 들어가줬으면 좋겠는데요.
자, 현재 글로벌 히트 10번째 순서입니다. 앞선 말들을 이제 조금씩 따라잡아야 할 텐데요. 글로벌 히트 김혜성 기수와 함께 약간 바깥쪽에 위치한 상태로 뒤에 두 마리를 두고 달리고 있습니다. 네, 지금 워크 오브 스타즈 그리고 사이드 두 마리가 앞서 있는 상태에서 글로벌 히트
지금 뒤에서 세 번째 달리고
그렇습니다. 뒤쪽에서 달리고 있습니다. 자, 글로벌 히트 뒤에 후미에 있는 것으로 보입니다. 글로벌 히트 후미에서 계속해서 달리고 있고, 자, 지금 밑에 보이는 화면에 4번이 글로벌 히트입니다. 뒤쪽에 바깥쪽 살짝 바깥쪽에 위치해 있는 글로벌 히트입니다. 자, 이제 안쪽으로 조금 들어갔죠. 자, 글로벌 히트와 김현성 기수 앞에 말들이 많은데요. 여기를 활로를 잘 모색해야 되겠습니다.
공간이 날지 모르겠습니다.
더 밀어줘야 됩니다. 따라 붙어야 됩니다.
자, 이제
따라 붙어야 됩니다.
글로벌 히트 앞쪽에서 계속해서 다하비가 현재 앞서고 있고 클랩톤이 또 앞에 있습니다. 이 말들을 따라잡아야 할 텐데요. 가장 앞선에는 워크 오브 스타즈가 계속해서 선두로 달리고 있고,
좀 더 힘을 내줬으면 좋겠습니다.
자, 임페리얼 엠퍼러와 워크 오브 스타즈가 앞서 있는데 글로벌 히트는 뒤쪽에 위치해 있습니다. 자, 글로벌 히트 이제 여기서부터 조금 더 힘을 내줘야 합니다. 얼마 남지 않았습니다. 글로벌 히트.
마지막에 치고 나오긴 하는데.
자, 200m 남았습니다만 지금 워크 오브 스타즈가 가장 선두로 달리고 있습니다. 워크 오브 스타즈 그리고 임페리얼 엠퍼러 순으로 달리고 있습니다. 자, 글로벌 히트 앞에 말들을 두고 따라잡지 못한 채 그대로 워크 오브 스타즈가 먼저 결승선을 통과했고, 글로벌 히트는 8번째로 결승선을 들어온 것으로 보입니다. 자, 글로벌 히트의 도전. 이번 경주 1900m 알막툼 챌린지에서 결국 워크 오브 스타즈 많이 우승 후보로 유력했던 말이죠. 이 말이 우승을 거뒀고요. 글로벌 히트는 아무래도 바깥쪽에서 출발했기 때문에 앞쪽에서 활로를
살짝 좀 불안했었고요. 이쪽이 임페리얼
엠퍼러죠.
임페리얼
5번입니다. 임페리얼 엠퍼러.
네, 그리고 헥터 슈발이 그 다음으로 들어왔습니다.
카비르칸은 역시
자, 글로벌 히트의 모습 지금 살짝
상당히
보였습니다.
56초 1이네요.
네. 자, 글로벌 히트 지금 또 옆으로 지나갔습니다. 글로벌 히트 그래도 두바이 첫 출전이었습니다. 처음으로 냈던 도전장. 아주 만족할 만한 성적은 아니지만 그래도 도전 그 자체만으로도 많은 경험을 했을 거라고 생각합니다. 자, 지금 순위가 나오고 있죠. 선두는 워크 오브 스타즈, 그리고 두 번째는 임페리얼 엠퍼러, 헥터 슈발이 세 번째로 통과했고요. 카리브가 그 다음을 이었습니다. 글로벌 히트 이번에 초반에 출발부터 약간 어려움이 있었습니다. 어떻게 보셨나요?
좀 출발이 조금 약간 나오면서 살짝 외측으로 좀 기대면서 한 앞에 말들 다 나간 다음에 한 2, 3마시로 뒤쳐졌거든요.
예.
그게 조금 아쉬운 점이 있고요. 빠른 페이스를 쫓아가지 좀 못한 면이
예.
백스트레치 좀 앞으로 나가지 않을까 했는데 워낙 페이스가 빠르다 보니까 좀 쫓아가는데 좀 한계가 있었고 그러다 보니까 그 페이스대로 그대로 결승선에도 힘을 뭐 발휘하지 못하고 순위권에서 좀 벗어나는 약간 안타까운 아쉬운 결과를 보였습니다.
네, 결국 우승은 워커브 스타즈가 1분 56초의 기록으로 결승선을 통과하면서 우승을 차지했고 글로벌 히트 아까 말씀해 주신 것처럼 초반에 약간 어려움이 있었습니다. 우리 박관웅님께서는
예, 홈스태치에서도 발걸음이 무뎌지진 않았던 것 같거든요. 중위권 말들을 어느 정도 순위를 한 계단이나 두 계단 정도는 좀 끌어올릴 수 있지 않을까 이런 기대가 잠깐 있었고요. 우리 김중호 의원 말씀처럼 초반 이탈하면서 바깥쪽, 그러니까 오른쪽이죠. 약간 멈칫하면서 거기서 빼앗긴 시간을 회복하기에는 경주 거리가 짧았거나 아니면 다른 말들과의 격차가 상당 부분 있다 이런 생각이 듭니다.
네, 이번 경주 저희가 한번 다시 보면서 글로벌 히트의 모습을 다시 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 지금 진행된 경주 다시 한번 보시죠. 출발이 살짝 늦은 모습.
바깥으로 나가면서 가장 늦게 게이트를
이탈했죠.
이탈부터가
좀 늦었죠.
이탈하자마자 조금 늦은 걸 확인하고 조금 속도를 냈어요.
여기서 조금 더
그래서 이제 김혜선 기수도 제 생각에는 그런 어떤 시간과 거리를 만회하기 위해서 이제 게이트 이탈하고 1코너 들어가기 전까지 직선까지 이 만회해 보려는 어떤 추진이 있는데 하필 그 거리가 좀 짧습니다. 이 직선 거리가. 그러면서 곡선에 접어들고 지금 계속 뒤쪽에 이제 갇히는 모습입니다.
지금 그 화면 오른쪽 아래 보면 지금 속도가 나오고 62km, 62km로 지금 속도가 굉장히 빠른 스피드거든요.
네, 초반이 굉장히 빨랐는데 아까 이전에도 초반에 흐름이 빠를 것이다 라고 예상을 해주셨는데 그대로 또 전개가 됐습니다.
근데 여기서 백스트레치에서 조금 앞에 나와야 되는데 또 앞에 다 막혔기 때문에
지금 이 부분에서 말씀하시는 앞에 근데 말들이
막혀 있어서 어떻게 뭐 바깥으로 돌면 또 거리선에도 많이 보고
틈이 없었죠.
이거 제가 보기엔 출발해서 거의 이제 뭐 그 경주는 이번 경주는 조금
많이 갈렸다.
갈렸다. 안쪽 게이트에서는 또 모르겠는데 또 바깥 게이트다 보니까 좀 게이트 운도 없었고 출발 운도 좀 없었다. 이렇게밖에 볼 수가 없을 것 같습니다.
출발 게이트가 열리면서 가장 바깥쪽에서 글로벌 히트가 출발을 했는데 출발 때 이탈이 조금 늦었고 이미 앞선 말들이 빠르게 속도를 내면서 나간
여기서 보면 결승선에서 크게 뭐 속도가 확 주는 모습은 없거든요.
끝까지 최선을 다한 것으로는 생각이 됩니다.
여기서 조금 더 치고 나오는 모습도 보이긴 보입니다. 근데 뭐 워낙 앞말들하고 거리가 차이가 있다 보니까 만약에 모르겠습니다. 조교사나 마주님이 이제 어떻게 결정할지 모르겠지만 뭐 3월 달에 또 한번 뛰어보겠다 하면 뭐 거리가 조금 더 길어지기 때문에 한 번 더 기대는 해볼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네. 계속해서 저희가 말씀드렸던 대로 글로벌 히트의 첫 도전이었습니다. 이번에 두바이 무대에 처음으로 도전장을 내밀었던 글로벌 히트였고요. 이게 국내에서 계속 뛰었다 보니까 해외에서는 또 생소할 수 있었는데 거기서 그래도 무사하게 부상 없이 잘 마쳤다는 거에 대해서는 만족스러운 것이고요. 출발 때 이탈은 조금 아쉬웠지만 그래도 도전했다는 자체가 또 굉장히 의미가 있고 글로벌 히트도 많이 배웠고 김혜선 기수도 또 아까 프리뷰쇼 때 말씀드렸던 것처럼 패션 프라이데이에 출전하는 기수들 중 유일한 여성 기수기도 합니다. 그래서 또 많은 의미가 있었고요. 글로벌 히트와 김혜선 기수에게 둘 모두에게 굉장한 도전이 아니었나 싶습니다. 자, 이번 경주 많이 아쉬움도 남고 또 얻은 것들도 많을 텐데 앞으로 또 글로벌 히트 어떤 점을 준비하면서 이 국제 무대에 도전해야 할까요?
예, 그 작년 코리아컵에서 뭐 이번 경주보다는 좀 느립니다만 일본 말들의 어떤 빠른 페이스를 이미 이제 경험을 해보고 나서 이번 경주를 치르는데요. 아직 그런 뭐 텀도 막 길었고 그런 경험들이 충분하지 않았다.
네.
그렇기 때문에 빠른 시간 내에 다시 작전을 수립을 해서
네.
다음 경주를 착실하게 좀 준비를
네.
하면 좋겠습니다.
그렇습니다. 말이 굉장히 잘 뛰어줬다고 최선을 다했다고 생각합니다. 작전이 따르지 않았고 또 외곽에서 가장 바깥쪽에서 출발을 했고 조금 출발 이때 이탈을 하면서 많은 말들이 빠르게 앞서 나갔던 그동안 글로벌히트가 치렀던 경주와는 아주 완전히 달랐던 흐름이었기 때문에 익숙하지 않았던 경주라서 경주 경험을 했으니 이제 다음에 또 다른 경주를 펼치게 되면 더 성숙한 모습으로 좋은 모습을 또 보여줄 거라고 기대를 합니다. 김혜성 기수도 또 첫 도전이다 보니까 많이 배웠을 것 같아요.
많은 또 경험을 했을 거라고 좀 생각이 듭니다.
네. 여기서 또 만약에 이거는 다 이제 결과론적인 얘기긴 하지만 가장 바깥쪽이었기 때문에 이런 아쉬움이 있었을 거라고 저희가 표현을 할 수도 있을 것 같은데 앞쪽에서 안쪽 게이트에서 출발했으면 또 저희가 모든 말들이랑 같이 빨리 출발을 해서 더 좋은 흐름을 보여줄 수도 있었지 않을까라는 생각도 하게 되고요.
뭐 그 정확한 그 에미레이트 두바이 쪽에 이제 경주 결과가 공표가 돼 봐야 알겠지만
네.
1위 우승마하고 이제 착차 정도로 볼 때는 한 1분 58초 내지는 58초 5 이 정도 사이 같거든요.
네.
그래서 경주 기록으로 볼 때라든지 어떤 전개의 불리함, 출발의 불리한 점을 생각을 하면 최선을 충분히 다한 거는 같습니다. 다만 이제 초반이 너무 아쉬웠고 그런 부분들을 경주 결승선 통과할 때까지 지켜보는 마음이 조금 짠했습니다.
네, 이제 글로벌히트가 이제 두바이에서 이번에 경주를 마쳤기 때문에 다시 한국으로 또 돌아올 텐데 한국에서 또 몸 관리를 어떻게 하고 훈련을 또 어떻게 해야 할까요?
일단 지금 거기 현지 날씨가 지금 우리나라 뭐 초여름 그 정도 날씨가 되거든요.
19도, 20도니까요.
돌아오면 뭐 그 두바이 현지 날씨보다 좀 추울 것이고 그다음에 장거리 또 수송에 대한 스트레스 이런 거를 빠른 시간 내에 휴식을 가지면서 보통 해외 원정을 나갔다 오면 보통 2-3개월 정도는 좀 말한테 좀 휴식 시간을 좀 부여를 합니다. 그래서 몸을 잘 추슬려서 아마 5월이나 6월부터 대선 경기에 또 한국에서 준비하고 9월에 있을 또 코리아컵을 준비하면 전년도보다 코리아컵에서 또 더 좋은 성적이 나오지 않을까. 이번 경험을 바탕으로 더 큰 거를 또 배우고 오면 더 성숙해질 것이라고 저는 생각합니다.
네, 글로벌히트의 멋진 도전은 여기서 마무리가 됩니다. 저희가 잠시 후에 연결이 닿는 대로 두바이 현지와 연결해서 인터뷰를 진행해 볼 예정인데 글로벌히트는 다시 한번 말씀드리면 1900m 알막툼 챌린지 처음으로 도전했던 경주였고요. 이곳에서는 아주 만족스러운 성적을 내지는 못했지만 그래도 최선을 다했다는 점, 부상 없이 무사히 경주를 마쳤다는 점에서 저희는 박수를 보내고 싶습니다. 그 도전 자체에 박수를 보내면서 자, 워크 오브 스타즈가 우승을 거뒀고 글로벌히트 약간 아쉬움도 남을 수 있다고 볼 수 있습니다. 김혜선 기수도 많이 아쉬움이 남을 것 같은데 자, 저희가 두바이 현지에서 이제 막 경주를 마친 김혜선 기수와 인터뷰 연결을 준비하고 있습니다. 자, 김혜선 기수와 잠시 후에 저희가 연결을 해서 김혜선 기수 경주 후기를 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 글로벌히트가 12마리 달렸던 알막툼 챌린지에서 자, 8위를 기록한 것으로 보이죠.
8위로 지금 성적표가 올라왔네요.
올라왔습니까?
8위를 차지했습니다.
경주 기록은 아까 제가 얘기한 것보다 조금 늦습니다. 1분 59초 299고요. 우승마하고는 이제 18.5마신 차이입니다.
네, 워크 오브 스타즈가 우승을 차지했고 오셔 기수와 함께 달렸던 워크 오브 스타즈 그리고 임페리얼 엠퍼러와 팩터 슈발 이렇게 1, 2, 3위를 차지했습니다. 글로벌히트는 8위를 기록했습니다. 12마리 가운데 8위. 세계에서 내로라는 경주마들이 다 모인 패션 프라이데이의 하이라이트 경주 알막툼 챌린지에서 이게 국제적으로 또 굉장히 권위가 있는 경주잖아요.
네, 일단 뭐 그룹 1, 그레이드 1 경주이기 때문에 국제적으로 두바이는 또 이제 그 파트국에서 파트 1국가지 않겠습니까?
네.
7개밖에 없는 경주이기 때문에 상당히 격이 있고 또 두바이 월드컵의 출전권을 바로 직행할 수 있는 티켓을 주는 경주이기 때문에요. 현지는 물론 외국의 어떤 왕자를 노리는 말들이 항상 호시탐탐 우승을 노리고 있는
그렇죠.
그런 경주입니다.
많은 말들이 주목을 하고 있는, 전 세계의 경주마들이 주목을 하고 있는 이 경주에서 12마리가 경주를 멋지게 펼친 가운데 이 가운데 글로벌 히트는 8위를 기록했습니다. 가장 바깥쪽에서 조금 불리한 조건 그리고 불리한 시작을 보이긴 했지만 그래도 8위를 차지하면서 그리고 다치지 않고 잘 경주를 마쳤다는 점에서 박수를 보내고 싶습니다. 자, 이제 두바이 현지를 연결해서요. 글로벌 히트와 함께 달린 김혜선 기수 연결해서 인터뷰 가져보겠습니다. 네, 김혜선 기수 들리시나요?
네, 들립니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 지금 한국에 계신 경마 팬분들이 새벽에도 김혜선 기수와 글로벌 히트 경주를 보기 위해서 정말 많은 분들께서 보고 계셨습니다.
네.
모두가 응원을 보냈는데 오늘 경주 어떠셨나요?
뭐 예상한 것보다는 좀 좋은 성적이 안 난 것 같긴 한데 일단 정말 한국이랑 다르게 제가 글로벌 히트 자체도 처음인지라 지금 경주 뛰기 전부터 굉장히 많은 흥분 상태였었어요. 그래서 제가 원하는 플레이보다는 좀 더 말이 많이 흥분되어 있는 상태여서 그걸 제 손에 쥐고 경주를 풀어가야 한다고 판단을 하게 됐고 그래서 스타트 가운데서도 말이 많이 흥분하고 나와서 스타트도 좀 잘 안 됐는데 바깥쪽에 번호의 패도 많이 컸던 것 같아요. 제 바깥쪽에서 앞에 있던 말이 좀 앞으로 치고 나가주지 않고 또 그 바깥 번호인데도 제 그 앞에 위치에서 속력을 안 내주는 바람에 안쪽 자리도 없고 바깥쪽에도 치고 나갈 수 없는 상황이고 이런 것들이 이제 좀 많이 안 좋아 상황이 좀 잘 안 풀렸던 것 같아요. 그래서 그리고 초반에 페이스는 그게 없었으면 좀 더 앞선에서 풀어갈 수 있었을 것 같은데 확실히 바깥쪽 번호가 좀 뭐 핑계 아닌 핑계를 대자면 바깥쪽 번호가 정말 오늘 많이 좀 안 좋았다. 그리고 그 흐름을 다음번에는 이보다는 그래도 쫓아갈 수 있겠다라는 그런 희망을 보였었고 중간에 확실히 한국보다는 빠릅니다. 주고 이렇게 하다가 조금 적응을 못하는 듯 했어요. 제가 초반에는. 근데 생각보다 나중에는 포기하지 않고 또 한 번 힘을 내주고 이겼거든요.
자, 지금 현지 연결이 약간 원활하지 않아서 소리가 조금 작게 들리고 있는데 네, 김혜선 기수와 계속해서 인터뷰를 진행하고 있습니다만 소리가 조금씩 현지 연결 관계로 조금씩 화면이 나오고는 있지만 소리가 제대로 나오질 않고 있습니다. 일단 김혜선 기수가 지금 말한 내용을 전달해 보면은 아무래도 바깥쪽 게이트에 대한 아쉬움이 굉장히 컸던 것 같죠?
예, 그렇고요. 하나 물어볼 게 있었는데 못 물어봐서
잠시 후에 연결이 저희가 다시 되면은 한 번 더 연결을 해서 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 어떤 것들이 또
제일 중요한 게 이제 끝나고 말 상태가 어떻냐.
네, 그렇죠.
말에 큰 이상이 없었느냐.
그리고
다음 김혜선 기수 생각이 있겠지만 다음 경주에 3월에 뛸 가능성이 있느냐. 요 정도 부분은 한번 확인해 보고 싶었는데.
네. 자, 다시 한번 김혜선 기수랑 연결을 시도를 해 보겠습니다. 자, 굉장히 바깥쪽 게이트에서 출발을 해서 글로벌 히트가 조금 흥분을 했다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데 처음으로 그렇게 맞는 두바이 무대다 보니까 많이 어색했던 점이 있었는지
연결됐네요?
처음에 조금 흥분을 했고 바깥쪽 게이트라서 조금은 불리함이 있었다라고 얘기를 해주고 계셨습니다. 자, 김혜선 기수와 다시 연결을 시도해보고 있습니다. 자, 김혜선 기수 들리시나요?
좀 작은 소리를 들리는데 잠시만요.
네, 두바이 현지에서 지금 해외로 연결을 저희가 하고 있기 때문에 약간의 어려움이 있는 점 여러분의 양해 부탁드립니다. 자, 다시 한번 연결해 볼게요. 김혜선 기수 들리시나요?
그러니까 조용하면
자, 지금 현지랑 연결을 시도하고 있는데요. 글로벌히트와 함께 달린 김혜선 기수입니다. 최선을 다해서 달려줬던 김혜선 기수, 지금 두바이 현지로 바로 연결을 한 상태입니다. 한국에서 두바이로 현지 연결을 또 하다 보니까 연결 상태, 네트워크 상태에 약간 어려움이 있어서 원활하게 여러분께 소리를 전달드리지 못하는 점 다시 한번 사과를 드리겠습니다. 계속해서 연결을 원활하게 시도할 수 있도록 시도하고 있거든요. 자, 김혜선 기수 다시 들리시나요?
다시 한번.
자, 목소리가
안 들어오고
나오지는 않고 있는 것 같습니다.
저쪽 마이크에 이상이 좀 있는 것 같기도 한데.
네, 현재 연결을 하다 보니까 현재 지금 경주를 막 마치고 바로
다시 한번
그곳 현장으로 연결을 한 겁니다.
들린가요? 들려요?
들리네요.
김혜선 기수 들리시나요?
네네, 들립니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 네, 다시 한번 반갑습니다. 네. 자, 오늘 고생 많으셨고요. 아까 그 바깥쪽 게이트 그리고 글로벌히트가 많이 흥분을 해서 아쉬웠다 이렇게 말씀을 해주셨는데 글로벌히트 컨디션은 또 어땠었나요? 몸 상태는 괜찮은지 그리고 경주 후에는 또 어떤지 궁금합니다. 글로벌히트 괜찮나요?
네, 괜찮고 다만 이제 글로벌히트가 너무 많은 흥분 상태였어가지고 지금 여기는 굉장히 축제장이거든요. 주변이 워낙에 시끄럽고 한국보다 달라서 그런지 너무 경기 전에 소진되어지는 힘이 너무 많았어서 좀 그런 부분들이 있었어요. 확실히 오늘의 경기는 적응을 못한 첫 경기였던 만큼 적응 때문에 그게 좀 많이 아쉽네요. 네, 말이 차분하지 못했습니다 오늘.
제 목소리가 들어가나요?
예, 다 들어가고 있습니다. 예.
김혜선 기수 혹시 그 3월에 있을 경주에 혹시 뭐 마주님이나 조교사님하고 상의를 해봐야겠지만 김혜선 기수 생각으로는 어떻습니까? 3월 그 2000m 경주에 한번 도전해 볼 만하다라고 이제 생각이 드시나요?
네, 할만하다고 생각이 돼요. 말도 그러니까
적응을 한번
중간에
해봤고,
이제 적응도 했고 경기 막판 부분에 계속 초반에는 말 자체도 지금 막 정신이 없더라고요. 근데 후반 때쯤에 오히려 3코너가 굉장히 빨라지는 구간인데 거기서부터는 말이 포기할 줄 알았는데 오히려 또 한 번 더 힘써주는
속도를 계속
걸
유지하면서
느껴서
가더라고요. 예.
네, 그래가지고
또
다음
거리도-
경기 때는 이보다는
예,
그래 낫지 않을까.
거리도 100m가 늘어나서 2000m 경주니까 글로벌히트 할 때는
네.
또 2000m가 더 맞을 것 같거든요. 그죠? 3월에
네, 맞습니다. 네, 오늘 경기 마치고 세우는 과정에서도 히트가 힘은 남아 있었어요. 세워서 다른 말들 다 제끼고 나중에 쓰더라고요. 그래서 얘가 지금 글로벌히트가 힘이 없어서가 아니라 확실히 경기 경험이 여기에서 없었기 때문에 결과는 확실한 것 같고 다음번에 좋은 성적 내보도록 하겠습니다.
예, 처음으로 이제 원정을 가서 말도 그렇고 우리 기수도 마찬가지고 이제 경주를 일단 무사히 치르셔서 수고했다는 말씀을 먼저 드리고요.
네.
김혜선 기수가 이제 다시 숙소로 돌아가시면 오늘 경주
네.
결과에 대해서 이제 엄청 후회와 또 복귀를 많이 하실 그런 성격이시잖아요. 그런데 결론적으로 놓고 보면 결국 출발만 조금 정상적으로 이루어졌다면 아까 말씀하신 것처럼 저희도 화면으로 볼 때처럼 마지막 직선에서도 끝까지 이제 포기하는 모습은 없었고 이런 부분이 있었는데 제가 민감한 부분을 건드리는 것 같아서 송구스럽지만 출발하고 나서 게이트가 열리고 출발이 조금 늦어졌을 때 그때 심정을 조금 여쭤봐도 되겠습니까?
저는 글로벌히트는 원래 중간에 끌고 가는 특성이 있기 때문에 그 앞에 막히는 게 없었으면 훨씬 더 포지션이 잘 됐을 것 같아요. 그래서 뭐 발주 잘 안 나온 거에 대한 어떤 불안이나 이런 거는 없었습니다. 생각보다 흐름이 나쁘지 않다라는 걸 느꼈고 중간에 오히려 이제 평상시의 흐름보다는 좀 빨랐지만 그 또한 적응을 하면 이건 따라붙을 수 있겠는데 라는 그런 생각을 가지면서 경기를 마무리 졌습니다. 네.
네,
그래서 스타트는 다음에 번호가 괜찮으면 괜찮을 것 같아요.
네, 추가적으로 이제 그 작년 가을에 코리아컵 때 일본 말들이랑도 이제 뛰어봤잖아요. 예. 그때의 이제 경주 페이스. 예.
끊겼나 보네요.
자, 다시 한번.
네, 또 안 들리네요.
네, 다시 조금씩 들리기 시작하는데.
들리십니까?
네, 들렸다 안 들렸다. 연결이 좀 원활하지 못한 것 같습니다.
들리세요?
들리나요?
들리세요?
네네네.
그 작년 9월에 이제 코리아컵 때 일본 말들하고 뛸 때 이제 경주 페이스하고 오늘 경주하고 페이스하고 비교를 하면 어땠나요?
비슷했던 것 같습니다. 비슷했어요. 앞에 말대로 뭐 이미 이제 앞에 선행 갔던 거는 사실 지금 경기를 못 봤는데 중간 그룹까지의 페이스는 앞에 말이 치고 나가줬으면 충분히 쫓아갈 수 있었는데 그런 생각이 들었고 한국이랑 뭐 한국에서 코리아컵 때 그때 페이스랑 비슷한 것 같습니다.
네, 잘 알겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
네,
네네.
김혜성 기수 오늘 너무 고생 많으셨고요. 자, 마지막으로 지금까지 계속 보고 계신 경마 팬분들께 한번 인사 부탁드리고 마무리 짓겠습니다.
네, 한국 시간이 지금 새벽 시간이
지금 새벽 2시가 다 되어가고 있습니다. 예. 지금 안 주무시고 다들 응원을 하고 계세요.
응원해 주시는 거 알고 있었고 그래서 그에 보답하고 싶었는데 그리 하지 못해서 저 또한 굉장히 너무 아쉽고요. 너무 뭐 죄송하게 생각합니다. 그런데 뭐 저한테도 좋은 경험이고 글로벌히트한테도 이번에 어떤 느낀 점이 굉장히 많았을 것 같아요. 지금 한 번이 아니니까 또 두 번째에 좋은 모습을 보이도록 또 최선을 다할게요. 응원 계속해서 부탁드리겠습니다. 오늘 너무 응원 많이 해주셔서 감사합니다.
네, 저희를 비롯해서 모든 분들께서 계속해서 지금도 고생하셨다 이러면서 계속 박수를 보내고 있습니다. 네, 아름다운 도전 보여주셔서 고맙습니다. 글로벌히트와 함께 정말 고생 많으셨고 한국에서 또 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
네네, 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다.
네.
자, 글로벌히트와 함께 멋진 경주 보여준 정말 최선을 다하면서 이 외국 말들과 함께 질주를 보여준 김혜선 기수 만나봤습니다. 자, 조금의 아쉬움은 있지만 그래도 도전했다는 자체에서 굉장히 멋져 보인다라는 생각이 들게 만드는 이번 경주였습니다. 이번 경주 어떻게 보셨나요?
김혜성 기수가 다 언급을 한 것 같아요.
예.
출발부터 조금 꼬였고 출발 번호부터 처음부터 꼬였고 그래서 좀 다음번에 3월 경주에 뛴다면 뭐 오늘 경주보다는 조금 더 나은 경주가 결과를 얻지 않을까 이렇게 좀 기대를 해봅니다. 그래서 마주님하고 조교사님하고 잘 상의하셔서 3월 경주에 뭐 이왕 먼 거리를 갔지 않습니까? 한번 뛰고 오면 조금 아쉬우니까 이왕 간 거 3월까지 한번 뛰어보고 한번 재도전하는 게 어떨까 싶습니다.
네.
예, 기수 인터뷰 들어보니까요. 첫 번째로 이제 글로벌히트가 다치지 않고 건강해서 정말 다행이고요. 또 기수가 여러저러 마음대로 이렇게 경주 전개가 안 풀리고 또 어떤 요인들로 출발 요인 이런 것들 때문에 많이 꼬인 부분들이 있는데 그래도 항상 김혜선 기수 원래 모습처럼 씩씩한 모습 보여가지고 안심이 되고요.
연기라는
거. 다음 경주 잘 준비해서 이번 경주보다 나아진 모습을 보여줬으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 이렇게 저희가 두바이 현지 연결까지 해봤고 김혜선 기수와 글로벌히트가 정말 멋진 경주를 보여줬다고 저희는 끝까지 계속해서 박수를 보내고 싶습니다. 이게 계속 저희가 도전을 하고 있습니다. 도전도 하지 않으면 거기서 도태되는 건데 계속해서 저희는 한국 경주마들은 비록 아직 만족스러운 성적을 거두지는 못했지만 계속해서 도전하고 있고 계속해서 또 할 거니까요. 여러분께서 많은 응원을 보내주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 한국의 글로벌히트 외에도 많은 멋진 경주마들이 있습니다. 그 부산과 서울 그리고 제주에 또 멋진 말들, 멋진 경주들 펼칠 말들이 기다리고 있으니까요. 계속해서 이 KRBC 함께 해주시면서 한국 경마에 많은 응원을 보내주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 자, 두바이 레이싱 카니발 패션 프라이데이를 맞아서 펼쳐진 오늘의 하이라이트 경주 알막툼 챌린지 1900m 경주 글로벌히트의 멋진 도전을 함께 하셨습니다. 저희 해설방송은 여기서 마치도록 하겠습니다. 지금까지 도움 말씀의 김준구 해설위원 그리고 박건우 해설위원, 저는 캐스터 정성기였습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분 고맙습니다.
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 Race, which is great. So we'll just confirm for you the runners for the Jebel Hatter. Put you on the spot there.
It's great to have you here, and great spirits, of course. Haven't had a winner in a second on a big race night. But this is a look at the runners for the most anticipated race, or arguably most tonight. And I would say in 2025 there will be few races so far. We're only 3.5 weeks in. That has got the bowls quickening like this one will do. And I gather that the international markets in recent hours have swayed in the direction of the Godolphin track record holder Measured Time, which is fascinating because early doors, Angus, it was all about Romantic Warrior.
Yeah, it was. He's been very strong in the international markets, and rather like Laurel River wasn't strong at all and gives an indication maybe that he might get beaten. Well, it's the same here with Measured Time being stronger than Romantic Warrior. I mean, Measured Time, he's a really good horse. He is going to give Romantic Warrior something to think about. And if they think this is just a prep run for Romantic Warrior, they are going to have a fairly tough time of it out there.
OK, this is number one. This is Al Farik, who, when this race was run on Super Saturday, won it twice. But it's indicative of perhaps where he is, but also how strong this race is. That when I was looking at the markets earlier, he was a 125 to 1 shot for a horse looking for 3 in the race. It's a tough ask.
Yeah, I think it is 7th in the Dubai Turf, wasn't he, in 2023? But he's just not as good as he was, and that's reflected by his more recent runs. He's on the downgrade. He goes well here, and he was a really good horse, obviously. Here's 2, Ancient Rome. He's a smart performer. He was 3rd in the Arlington Million, which is run at Colonial Downs now, and that was back in August. And he's 4th in the Darley Stakes. That was a good effort in a Group 3 contest. He can be a bit keen. He's got stall 3. Charlie Hills thinks a lot of him, and they'll be hopeful of possibly picking up some pieces for a place.
OK, from 2 to 3, this is Holloway Boy for trainer Carl Burke. Danny Tudhope, the rider. He's obviously always been that horse that won on debut at Royal Ascot. That's the reputation he's always had, and to a degree, what he's remembered for. But at the same time, he's been running well in Europe, and he ran a cracker when beating a whisker. An absolute whisker by Poker Face in the Zabeel Mile a few weeks ago. This is our first try at Group 1 level since the 2,000 guineas 2 years ago.
Here's Ottoman Fleet. He's run here a lot. He won at Churchill Downs last summer. He won a couple of races there. He was a little bit below form, I think, when 4th to Poker Face in the Zabeel Mile. Holloway Boy was in front of him in 2nd that day.
We'll be getting the thoughts of Richie Mullen alongside, because Ottoman Fleet is one he knows well. But we'll move on, and Poker Face, who won that race over Holloway Boy just last time out, he brings in proper good European form with Charin to the table, and through his win at Kempton and also that success last time out, he's in a very good place at the moment, but this is a tough test.
Here he is, the horse that people have come to see tonight. Romantic Warrior. He's a 9 times Group 1 winner, and he's looking to make it 8 wins on the bounce tonight. A 3 times winner of the Longines Hong Kong Cup. He's a horse who travels well. He's won in Japan, and he's won the Cox Plate in Australia, so travelling here's no problem, but they've got their eyes on the dirt in Saudi.
And let's finish with Royal Dubai, number 8. Royal Dubai for Lucia Botti and James Doyle, who won a couple of handicaps out here last year, but on that sort of level will struggle to trouble the principals, and has got significant form to turn around with Poker Face and Measured Time. They're your runners for the Chebble Hatter. And there you go. Sea of Blue, you're going to see Mikhail Barcelona, who's Ottoman Fleet's jockey, and William Buick, surely somewhere in there as well, in company with His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Measured Time, let's have a look at his success here last time. A track record success as it was, and Richie Mullen alongside, I beg your pardon, this was last year's race. Just seems to be, other than World Cup night, he turns up and wins here. You know Ottoman Fleet pretty well. He's a good yardstick to a degree, but I guess the form that Measured Time could achieve is significantly higher than, say, an Ottoman Fleet or most of the others.
Well, yeah, I agree. Ottoman Fleet is your rock-solid Group 3, Grade 2 horse out in America. You know, whereas you're looking at Romantic Warrior and Measured Time, genuine Group 1 horses. You know, and I think Measured Time, look what he did in America last year, but I would be very surprised if he's not campaigned at the highest level in Europe this season. I think he's held in that high regard. I think he'll campaign those top sort of mile and a quarter mile and a quarter Group 1s.
And if he improves like his brother, Rebels Romance, over time, Measured Time could still be on the up. How does William Buick burst out of the gates and put it up to James McDonald on Romantic Warrior? What does he do?
Well, I think the thing is with Romantic Warrior, he looks so uncomplicated. He jumps, he hits the lids. He's box seating every time he runs. So I think James will probably be more aware of what William's doing than William doing what James is doing. I think, like I say, I couldn't really see a lot of horses in there that would go on. So I think Measure Time will be able to get to the front as it won't be a hurry to get him there. I think he'll be able to do it in his stride. Like I say, he's a big striding horse that, he's seen to his best when he's able to use that and lengthen off a strong pace. And I think William will kind of just let him do that. I know he broke the track record last time. I just talking to the guys earlier on. I think the track's riding a little bit on the loose side tonight from what I gather. And I remember a couple of weeks back, the ground was very quick around here. The track was very firm. So it'll be interesting to see how he adapts to this track. Obviously, it was probably similar to when he won the race last year, but it was interesting that the thoughts on the guys on the turf, that it was just sort of kicking the top off it.
George, really interesting, given the time that you were out here, or have been out here over the decades, and you were saying that this is almost evocative of carnivals of old, and I can't remember a sense of anticipation for a race outside of World Cup night in a long, long time like this.
Well, I think that just shows you that the fact that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed has arrived tonight, just not only, I think, to see his horse, but like every other racing fan here has come to see Romantic Warrior, and I think it's added that spice, and it's just nice that, the carnival on a day, like I say, we're used to seeing the sort of World Cup preps on Super Saturday, to see this individual race day, Fashion Friday, and I think it's a stepping stone to what might happen in the future. Better horses, diving in and dipping their toe in a deep end on what is, arguably a carnival that's gone, it stood the test of time, but it's great just to have him as the flag bearer, and I guess he's the poster boy of the racing carnival.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Measure Time just gets his own way out in front a little bit and William can just gradually, as he wants, Romantic Warrior will sit behind him, and William's got a target on his back, but if William can just dole out the fractions as he wants, he might be hard to get past. The track record, he set it, Measure Time, 1:45.11, so we'll keep an eye on that.
This is sizzling. This is the Jebel Hatter, as we see Romantic Warrior here in Dubai for the first time. Measure Time and others up against him. Here's Pat to describe.
Racing. Away they go. Royal Dubai was slow. Same can be said for Ancient Rome, Poker Face and Holloway Boy going back. Romantic Warrior and Measured Time, Match Motors up in front. Ottoman Fleet's going to have to settle for third here early as they make their way down the back straight. Measured Time using all of the straight here to get across, and he will lead them. Ottoman Fleet second from Romantic Warrior third, a gap of 4 lengths back to Ancient Rome with Al Farik. Then came Poker Face, Holloway Boy, Royal Dubai last. Measured Time's got them rolling. Inside the 1300 they go, 14.23, 10.81 the first clock there as they make their way to the 1200 metre peg. He's got 5 lengths now on Ottoman Fleet. J-Mac running his own race here on Romantic Warrior, settling down third in isolation. 2.5 lengths back to Al Farik from Ancient Rome. Then came Poker Face, Holloway Boy and Royal Dubai. William Buick's got a plan in play here, and they string out here with Measured Time in the Jebel Hatter. He's got 8 or 9 lengths on the stable compatriot Ottoman Fleet. Then came Romantic Warrior as they start to work their way down the side here. He's running his race very patiently, James McDonald, as Measured Time gets further in front. Poker Face was next from Ancient Rome. Then came Holloway Boy, last of all Royal Dubai. They've got to catch Measured Time. He's out by 10 lengths as they start to swing the bend here. Romantic Warrior now chasing down the leader. Ottoman Fleet was next from Poker Face. Holloway Boy runs on. Measured Time 6 lengths in front of Romantic Warrior, who's coming with big bounds here in the Jebel Hatter. Measured Time, but here is the champ over from Hong Kong, the global racing sensation, a Dubai Group 1 champion. 4 lengths on the line. Poker Face, oh no, Measured Time's got a miss. Holloway Boy next from Ottoman Fleet. Measured Time's run into 5th. Next over was Royal Dubai, followed there by Ancient Rome and Al Farik. Measured Time, unfortunately, has gone amiss here in the Jebel Hatter sensation, and William Buick down on the track here. Not the way you want the race to finish. Romantic Warrior victorious here in the event, but unfortunately
measured time has gone amiss, and an unfortunate sad end here to the Jebel Hatter of 2025.
Well, it's the moment when you go from the elation and the thrill of the sport that we've just seen to the absolute tragedy, and you can go from 100% to 0 within the space of just a few seconds or so. Romantic Warrior has won the Jebel Hatter. He's tasted success in yet another country, but this race is forever to be known as the race marred by such a significant and horrible incident at a measured time. And it is not the way, full stop, we want to see any race concluded, let alone the one that was built up so much, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the result I think racing fans wanted to see, but obviously, look, our thoughts are with everyone at Godolphin, and especially Will, because I know the medics are around her at the moment, but from what I can see from my view, it's okay. But like I say, it's probably the result that everyone wanted, but under the circumstances, it's a bitter pill to swallow.
It is. Richie, thank you very much for coming along, three-time champion jockey. We're going to let you go for a break. As Romantic Warrior wins the Jebel Hatter, but in the saddest of circumstances.
Will's up anyway.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Well, we welcome back in the magnificent winner of the Jebel Hatter, and that is Romantic Warrior. Is a race that is going to sadly be etched for all the wrong reasons into the history books, with the incredibly distressing injury to measured time. But this is a horse we wanted to see, a headline act from Hong Kong, brilliant in his homeland. And wherever he's been of the highest order. Australia, Japan, and now here in Dubai. Does this set him up for a Saudi Cup? A crack at the World Cup. The highest earning horse there's ever been has just added another 1.1 million dirham to the coffers. And James McDonald, having never ridden in Dubai before, is 2 on the night after Marban is the one that mattered most, Romantic Warrior, who has won the Jebel Hatter. And his performance, Angus, in isolation will be scrutinised and, of course, assessed, analysed. The rider didn't panic whatsoever, and it was an incredibly polished performance from a world-class racehorse.
Yeah, world-class jockey as well, cool ride. William Buick went clear on measured time. It looked for a moment turning in as though he'd stolen it, really, and he wouldn't be caught. But James McDonald timed this to perfection. He's lowered the track record. We've had 4 track records go down tonight, and this is another one, 1:45.1. But in very sad circumstances, we have to analyse what we've seen from Romantic Warrior, and it was really impressive performance from him. His final 400 metres, 22.29. He quickened up really well.
Yes. James McDonald, box office jockey on one of the most famous horses on planet Earth. He said he is just the best, and that is what he is. And he showed Dubai what he can do as well. Let's hear now from James McDonald.
Oh, James McDonald getting a big hug there from trainer Danny Shum. James, can we just grab a quick word with you there? Obviously devastating circumstances and not the ideal situation, but Romantic Warrior himself, he must have given you a great feel there.
He always does. He's just a very good racehorse, and he adapts to any circumstances and during a race. He goes on any surface, adapts to any pace relation, and it's just a great turn of foot. Very strong-minded horse.
The way that he pings out the gates, but you can take him back and he just relaxes. He's the ultimate professional.
He could be a sprinter. That's how fast he is, though. Just a superstar, and I was a little bit worried. He was a bit fresh above himself in the parade ring, and he managed to get his cool going down to the start. So that was thankful, and he executed the gallop perfectly.
I mean, if this is him not quite at 100%, then I can't wait to see him when he is. What a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, it is. It's very exciting. But in saying that, Saudi's a completely different kettle of fish. So we're going in territory sort of motions with him, because I don't know if he'll go in the dirt. He's got a phenomenal will to win, so that will take him a long way. But this is taking it to a new pain barrier.
Well, look, enjoy this moment. Very well done, and a double. You're breaking more track records. You're riding with speed tonight.
Thank you very much.
He loves the horse, and wherever this fella goes, he is very, very good indeed. Romantic Warrior has won the Jebel Hatter presented by Longines. It was our Group 1 turf feature of the night. James McDonald riding, the winner for Danny Shum. Poker Face finished in second under Pat Dobbs and Simon and Christopher Holloway. Boy, his old adversary, finished in third. Ottoman Fleet in fourth, and Mikhail Barcelona and Charlie Appleby, who so sadly lost measured time in the race. That was our result. What about the total performance data that we've been providing you throughout the evening? Well, this was how it all played out, Angus, for Romantic Warrior.
Yeah, as we mentioned, it's another track record, only narrowly getting past measured time's previous record. Early speed, he was lightning, wasn't he, to 30 miles an hour, 5.8 seconds, as James McDonald was telling Megan there. Top speed, quickest, 42.3 miles an hour. I presume that's late on, because he's finished off really quickly. Second fastest for average speed. His late speed good, look at that, 22.8 he's finished off in, and that gives him a finishing speed percentage of 104.78. So he really has quickened up in fine style off the strong gallop. We have to say it was a strong gallop, and he has quickened really, really sharply.
You know, so often
in the tremendous race.
He is, and he is evergreen. And you know, sometimes in the UK we will say, oh, I wish such and such would be campaigned a little bit more ambitiously, or a little bit more sort of pioneeringly in certain ways. This fella really is, isn't he? He's tried in all the different jurisdictions, and at the age of 7, he's breaking new records, trying new continents, and they're even talking about trying new surfaces with him.
Well, James McDonald, interestingly, I thought in his interview with Megan, said he's so adaptable, you can do anything, any surface, any country, you know, any trip around about a mile to 9 furlongs, probably stays 10. You know, he's just a superb racehorse. So, you know, with that in their minds, they'll have a go at the Saudi Cup, you'd have thought. 25,
getting on for $25 million earned.
Yeah.
In the career of this horse, and as mentioned earlier, not settling with just that, with the record. They could be going on for, I'm not saying doubling it, but if they want to go for the Saudi Cup and then the Dubai World Cup,
who's stopping? Who's going to stop? 10 Grade 1s he's won in his career. 10 Grade 1s from Hong Kong to Japan to Australia to Meydan.
Yeah.
Saudi upcoming. Wow.
The son of acclamation.
He's a remarkable horse because he's not that well bred. You mentioned acclimation. No. He isn't that well bred, so he's actually a freak. He's a bit of a freak of nature. He really is.
Would you? I know we'll get field sizes, we'll get quality of opposition, we'll get all sorts, and early speeds, draw. We're going to learn so many factors should they go to the Saudi Cup. But just in principle, would you? I'm going to ask you that glass half full or empty again. Would you be optimistic or pessimistic about that horse in Saudi?
I'd be optimistic, but I think that it provides him with... He's had many, many tests in his life, and he's overcome most of them. But this will provide him with his biggest test to date on dirt. The style of dirt racing is completely different to what we saw there, where he's sat and he's cruised and then he's quickened, finishing speed percentage over 100, where he's quickening up on the turf. What if you get an attritional dirt race where they go bonkers, there's loads of dirt being kicked back in his face, and then he's got to adapt to that, and then it's not about quickening, it's about grinding on. It's a totally different ball game for him on dirt. So it'll be an interesting challenge.
And you know, it's been
his toughest challenge of his career.
World Cup night in general has been a treat to see horses from the Far East, from the region, when thinking some of the just away, for example, Almond Eye, Equinox. Who could forget that a couple of years ago? I know this guy's from Hong Kong, but it's just talking to Richie Mullen about it earlier. It's so rare that we get that real moment of a buzz outside of the World Cup night itself as part of this carnival, and I think that the sad circumstances notwithstanding, just to have this horse here on this night, starting his Middle Eastern adventure, is something quite special.
I think it's very special that he's come here. Yeah, one of the best horses in the world has turned up, and he's strutted his stuff out there. Yeah, it's such a shame what's happened to Measure of Time, but if you just take that performance in isolation, it was fantastic.
What about that then? Dubai World Cup as well. It'd be lovely to think he's going to be back here come April the 6th.
He'd win the duty free if he gave them a head start, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I'd say.
He would, wouldn't he?
I'd say Factor Cheval, they'll be scared away from that. They'll be going for the dirt come what may.
Exactly. I want to just mention some of the others in behind. Well done to Carl Burke and Holloway Boy. He's having a good time of it out here. And he's run on well in the closing stages to pick up third. And Simon Christopher's horses are running well. Poker Face in second place.
That form, the Zabeel Malfour, Poker Face, Holloway Boy, Ottoman Fleet, has stood up bang there.
Yeah, it's quite good.
Just didn't have Romantic Warrior in it.
Yeah. You notice in the closing stages when he got to the front, he just pricked his ears. He wasn't doing a tap. He's a champion.
Okay, we've still got two good races to come. We've got the Mile 6 group race on the turf. We've also got the Aushindaga where we'll see the Electric Tuz. So we're not all done and dusted quite yet for Fashion Friday. It's time now for the presentation after Romantic Warrior's success in the Jebel Hatter.
Well, the most dramatic of Jebel Hatters, probably the best ever as far as the figures went as well. A brilliant performance from Romantic Warrior. We'll meet the winning connections very shortly. Once again, to make the presentation for the Jebel Hatter, presented by Longines, our thanks to Mr. Patrick Aoun, the Regional Brand Manager of the Middle East and Southeast Asia. Patrick presenting the 3 awards to our successful Hong Kong raider, Romantic Warrior's connections, who will meet very shortly. And first of all, connecting on behalf of the winning owner, well done to Peter Lau. We welcome to the stage Christy Shum. And now please welcome to the stage the winning trainer, accompanied by Kerry Lau, the work rider, her daughter. Please welcome another successful international raid for trainer Danny Shum. And for the second time tonight, please welcome the winning rider of Romantic Warrior yet again, James McDonald. everyone come back together, please. James McDonald, Christy, Gary, Danny, alongside Patrick, and the winner of the Jebel Hatter presented by Longines, Romantic Warrior.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Well, welcome along for the first time on Dubai World Cup Night 2024 to the saddling enclosure ahead of the first race, and it is the Dubai Kahela Classic.
We are set here for the $1 million from the Dubai World Cup start at 2,000 metres. For the 28th, the Dubai Kahela Classic. Serious jumper.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Trainer Danny Shum alongside. This horse has taken you to all parts of the world and he's never really let you down. What a horse, well done.
Yeah, he's a really, really good horse. His talent, he's smart, and he's easy to look after.
What were you thinking as the race developed, when measured time went a long way clear, when James was sat quite a way off? Were you worried?
I'm not worried because I trust James McDonald about the section. He's a world-class jockey. I always tell him the next 10 years is his world. If you keep going, work hard, concentrate, a little bit selfish, he'll be the top of the world.
And look, I know, you know, it was a dramatic race. It was a sad race with measured time, but I'm sure you watching what Romantic Warrior did, it was so exciting to see him go and get measured time, go and pick him up the way he did. I mean, we know he's hugely talented, but when you see it like that, it really puts into perspective how good your horse is.
I think he's one of the best in the world, for no doubt. He got good turn of foot. He listened to what the jockeys want him to do. He can kick. It must be a very, very good horse. Can chase for 10 lengths margin. Otherwise, cannot.
We saw earlier in the week the bond you have with the horse. We saw you after his work, and you know you were with him in the stable, giving him a carrot, giving him a cuddle. I mean, we know how much you love this horse.
Yeah, he knows I love him. I know I love him a lot. Yes.
And how are you feeling about going to Saudi and the dirt?
It's a good question. If he run on the turf, I'm confident he can win. But he trials good in Hong Kong. He trial 6 or 5 trials in the dirt. Only beaten by 1 second, only one. Other he won all the trials. But trial is trials. Yeah. Race is race. So it's different. So, but I like the owner Peter. He said once in your life we should try. So I will try all my best for the Saudi Cup.
Well, we're glad you're doing it, and whatever happens there, we look forward to seeing you back here again on Dubai World Cup night in one of the races. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Danny Shum, well done indeed. Talking to Tom Stanley after Romantic Warrior won the Jebel Hatter. For once in your life, you should try, was the takeaway for me. And that's what they're going to do, I guess, with the Middle Eastern adventure, but focusing on Saudi Arabia. And if you're going to try it in a race worth that.
Yeah, you might as well have a go. That's been the plan all along. Interesting that he said there that he's had a trial on the dirt and finished second. He said it's just a trial, not a race. But they tried him on it. They were happy enough with him. So at least he's had a go on it. So
feeling more confident now?
No, apprehensive for him.
Yeah,
it's a totally different ball game. But he's a very talented racehorse.
Just come back here with the turf.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Good as gold, and clearly there is an incredible horse bond between man and horse there.
I think sometimes as well, some of these international horses, they're not trainers like him. They're not scared to campaign them, and they're not scared of defeat. You know, they're just not scared to get beaten. They're happy to give it a go. If they get beaten, we'll come back again.
Lest I go back to what I said a few minutes ago about horses being not overly ambitiously campaigned. Sometimes I'm thinking further afield and more like at home. Do you think we should be a bit more like that?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely. Aidan O'Brien is he's a typical example of that. He's not scared of defeat. He's happy to run them. They get beat, we'll come back and fight again. He's not scared of that, and I think more trainers should be like that.
Right, we've got two races next left, and the first of them is the Aushin Daga, which is a 1,200-metre group race. It is a trial, ostensibly, for the Golden Shaheen. The Golden Shaheen, a race that was won by Tuz last year, and Tuz is back to try and make it 3 from 3 for this very season. Let's have a look at the runners. Headed up by Tuz, Colour Up, who's seen the backside of Tuz, I think, 4 times for an accumulative 50 lengths or something similarly. Drew's Gold, number 3, Eastern World, number 4, Jungle Mate, 5, Maya Tao, very interesting, number 6, Major Cinnamon is number 7, Morning is number 8, and they don't run with Torrevega, number 9. So as mentioned, number 2, Colour Up, he's been a good sprinter over the years for Connections. He's been Tuz's bridesmaid twice this season, beat just under 6 lengths in the Algarhood, and last time just under 5 lengths in the Dubawi Stakes, which is the closest he's got to him. So yes, it's hard, but I guess if you're optimistic, he got a little bit closer last time. That is Colour Up, number 2.
Yeah, he's a talented sprinter actually, Colour Up, but he keeps bumping into Tuz. As you said, Tuz has got the better of him twice. Drew's Gold's one we see next. James Chapman trained him in America. He used to race there, and he's been placing Group 2 and Group 1 contests. So yeah, he's no slouch at all. This is the debut for his new trainer today. He has a tongue tie added. He's never worn one before, but we haven't seen him for a while. August 2023 when we last saw him.
Long absence.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay. It's reasonably well. Drew's Gold, formerly American-based. First up run here. This is number 4. This is Eastern World, comfortably accounted for by Tuz in recent times, aren't they all usually? Did win the Mahab al-Shamal 3 years ago on Super Saturday, and hasn't been seen, admittedly, all that much since these exact connections. Won the UAE 2,000 guineas a few hours ago.
And here is Jungle Mate. He used to be with Kevin Ryan in the UK, and moved to Doha and has won 3 of his 7 starts there. And last time he was seen there, he easily landed a handicap.
Thomas Lukasek riding here for the first time in getting on for a decade on Jungle Mate. Number 6, this is a very interesting rider. This is Maya Tao for Michael Costa and Ben Cohen. Michael Costa for Sheikh Ahmed's bin Rashid Al Maktoum's already had a winner with Marban. Maya Tao 2 from 2, not seen since winning the 2,000 guineas trial last January. It's been well over a year off, but I won't forget how well he thumped his rivals on start 1 at Jebel Ali. He's an unknown quantity.
Major Cinnamon, number 7, won a maiden here in 2021. He won a Jebel Ali handicap of 88. He's very speedy, but he could be outclassed here.
And there is number 8. That is Morning, who won a handicap on Festive Friday 2 starts ago. Floodlights glittering high up in the sky above Meydan. We are still waiting on our star attraction, the poster boy of the race, Tuz. That's very psychedelic, isn't it? We are still waiting on Tuz, but such is his way of doing things before a race. In the preliminaries, it might just be that they're going to keep him away. and not to get him to overdo things, because I've seen it myself, and I know that last time, watching on from afar, he got himself a little bit agitated. But it doesn't stop him on the track when it comes to the key stuff, the actual racing action.
No, it doesn't. I think they're leading him out to get to onboard him near the track. So I think they've avoided the parade ring, and they're just leading him out. And I believe Talichet is not on board yet, but he will be when they get out on the track. So they're just trying to keep a lid on him as he goes down. He's going to wear a red hood to go to post as well.
Yep, there's plenty of local know-how with Tuz. We've seen how he's been rejuvenated to a degree over the last couple of years as a sprinter and found as one of the fastest about. He's a very good horse. Here he is. And he won the best race over 1,200 metres on the dirt that there is here, the Golden Shaheen, last year. Might have surprised a couple that day, but doubtless not connections. There's Bupat Seemar, walks alongside Tygo Shea. There won't be too many secrets that this horse can hold from them. He won this race 2 years ago, actually, when it was staged on a different night. And he's proved dominant in the Algar, who lay to the Debawi Stakes. You could argue last time out that perhaps he wasn't quite as impressive to the eye. But in winning last time out, it was 800 up for Tygo Shea in the UAE. And he finds a way of winning come what may, doesn't he?
Yeah, this is him in the Debawi Stakes, 4 3/4 length winner. He's done it nicely from colour up. He's 2 from 2 this season. He's a top-class dirt sprinter. And you can see that he's winning this with a fair bit in hand. And he'll be pointed towards the Golden Shaheen once again. I mean, we don't see many Golden Shaheen winners winning 6.5 lengths, but that's what he did. He was that impressive on World Cup night. And they're keeping him relatively busy. You remember horses like Ronaldo the Wizard that they were very circumspect about running him. They looked after him, didn't run him much, but they're happy to let this fellow just keep on rolling and keep turning up.
The interesting thing, I suppose, is that he went to Saudi last year, was well beaten. It didn't stop him going and winning on World Cup night. And Bupat Seemar said, he's not a young sprinter, this horse, and he suggested that with the way that the programme shapes up this year, it doesn't sound like Saudi's necessarily on the agenda, but because there's 5 weeks between Super Saturday and World Cup night, we might get to see him even more. He's already been seen. This will be the 3rd run this season, so potentially 4 or even 5.
Yeah, there's a bit of a bigger gap between Super Saturday and the World Cup now, isn't there? So gives trainers a chance to run at both, and we might well see him, given that he's a sprinter. I would imagine they'll go Super Saturday and then World Cup once again. And this race should be his for the taking. We've got no fitness issues. He's had a recent run. He's in good form. He's got a good draw. The yard are going well. There's very little that can beat him, I think, to be honest.
He would have to underperform, certainly to my mind, or there has to be something in the last year that we hadn't seen with Ma Yatal, who looked a good horse, but he's going to have to really be, he's going to have to beat a Golden Shaheen winner first up in a year and down to this trip as well.
Untapped potential for him.
But that's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Tuz is making his way out, I think, and he
seems quite relaxed.
Seems pretty relaxed. Seems happy enough.
All right, let's have a look at Ma Yatal, maybe his chief rival, Tuz's chief rival, when winning the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial in early January of last year, and it's not been since then. Now, I think there was an expectation he was going to go and win this day, given how emphatic his Jebel Ali debut success was the time before. Whatever has ailed him has kept him off long enough that we're well over a year off the track. He's quite an impressive individual to look at. His form is okay. It's limited in the fact that we've only seen him twice. But he'd need a step forward on this.
You don't see many horses win 14 lengths on debut. That's what he did at Jebel Ali. He was really impressive. He backed it up with this win. It was over 7 furlongs. It was a strongly run race, that. They got very tired in the closing stages, but 6 furlongs here. He is the most interesting of those that have got a bit of potential, but he ought not to be good enough to beat Tuz. I think tactically, it's all about Talichet just getting on with it, really, from stall 3. I think he'll just go and lead.
I'd say so. Colour Up, as mentioned, I think has been beaten 4 times by Tuz and got to within 4 3/4 lengths of the champion last time out. So I think maybe I was looking at the idea that they'd hope Tuz wouldn't turn up to say Mahab Al Shamal on Super Saturday and they'd have the path clear, but it looks like that might just be another roadblock.
It does, doesn't it?
A Russian roadblock in the case of Tuz. The son of Oxbow, came across from Russia a few years ago. And he's proved a devastating force since then.
Yeah, I just mentioned Morning, who's a consistent sprinter, won a handicap of 100 in in December. And ran okay at Jebel Ali, his latest run, 1 second. He's just very consistent and might run on into second or
given
third.
his running style, I think he can
comes
take late play.
Yeah.
Late play, late money, thief in the night stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think he'll be taken off his feet in the early stages.
I wonder if we're going to have another track record. We've had 4 tonight.
Tuz is capable, isn't he?
109.01, Zenden.
He's invincible. Don't get me wrong, he could have a terrible off day, but it would need an off day for this horse not to win and win again.
Yeah, 109.01 is the track record set by Zenden.
There we go, it's our last race on the dirt.
It is.
Race 8, it's the Aushendaga, and it's over to Pat.
And away we go. Tuz was first to show, and he'll find his lead quite easily here. Eastern World's going to try and work up to contest him. Then came Jungle Mate from Maryatel, fourth and deep out. From Major Cinnamon, 3 wide with cover. Next was Drew's Gold, Colour Up, and Morning is last. Tuz goes to the lead. Maryatel racing very keenly, head up in the air. He's in second here and working his way towards the lead. From Jungle Mate in third, who just took an awkward step there for a second. Eastern World was next, Colour Up 3 out on the improve. Major Cinnamon even deeper. They tighten up really here while they come past the centre part of the course here, down the side on the 600 metre peg. Next was Drew's Gold, and out to the end there was Jungle Mate along with Morning. It's Tuz the leader. Maryatel's felt 4, Colour Up looks the biggest challenger here to the initial leader now. Then came Major Cinnamon, Drew's Gold, Jungle Mate, Eastern World. He hung in a little bit there, Tuz. Went a little bit of a wayward there, and Colour Up has ambled up the outside to challenge. It's Tuz from Colour Up. Tuz having to be very brave thereafter. A little awkward moment there at the 300, but now he finds the afterburners here. He's brutal power on 4 legs this. Tuz goes on and bolts in the Aushendaga. 3 lengths on the line, beats Colour Up, who was very game once again. Drew's Gold, Eastern World, 3rd and 4th. Followed over by Jungle Mate, then came Morning. Maryatel keen all the way around the track, and Major Cinnamon was last of all. Tell you what, it was awkward moments and nervous moments at the 300 metre mark as he almost threw his head over the running rail, but he's recovered, and that's exactly what superstars do. They recover when they run into trouble. Colour Up presented a challenge, but once Tuz balanced up again, he burned away. And I'll tell you what, 3 lengths, had that not happened at the 300, it would have been half a dozen.
Well, Tuz does what Tuz does, and has won and has beaten Colour Up again. That is the 3rd time the pair have locked horns this season alone, and it is the 3rd time they've been the 1st and the 2nd. But once again, Colour Up has got a little bit closer, and it was a race, Angus, with a seriously nervy moment as they hit the home straight. I'm not sure exactly what happened, whether Tuz nearly had a bit of a tussle with the running rail.
He seemed to, didn't he? Yeah, I think originally my thought was that Taylor Shea was trying to get him to change legs and just shifting his weight in the saddle to get him to change his legs. It may not be that. It may be that he's just collided with the rail. He's hung left into the rail and collided with it, but we'll have to have a closer look at that in the closing stages. I thought this was all pretty straightforward for him, wasn't it? Lead on the rail, Maryatel too keen to the outside. Taylor Shea didn't have to go too mad. He went 11.31, 10.67, 11.14, 11.69. It didn't go bonkers, and he was able to save enough for a finish here. I'd say that this was a well-rated ride. Just trying to see what happened to him in the home straight. It's just like he's just bumped into the rail, isn't it?
I don't even know if he got as close as. Colour Up's got to within a length of him at a point, but
yeah,
it's just from this point where Tuz goes into a relative comfort zone that the others can't quite match. And in the end, actually, when you watch it on the overhead camera, he's probably going away again from Colour Up, isn't he?
Yeah, he's won it. He's won it very comfortably indeed. 1:10.43 is his time. The track record's 1:09.01, so he's a long way outside that. Now, I think Taylor Shea was trying to get him to change legs.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. I don't think he bumped into the rail.
Between an error, perhaps, between horse and rider.
I think he was just trying to shift his weight and get him to change his legs and then find a bit more, then clear away once he changed legs. And he does start clearing away in the closing stages, doesn't he? To beat Colour Up, who's given his running again. The 3rd horse home's run well. That was Drew's goal.
Very satisfying run, I'd say, under Mikhail Barcelona.
Yeah, they'd be pleased.
The disappointment has to be Mayatao. He hasn't been seen for well over a year, but even at 1200 metre pace, he was rafing and pulling in the early stages.
Too fresh, wasn't he? Way too keen for the Michael Costa team. Back to the drawing board with him. It's only his third career start, though, so there might be more to come from him. But Tuz is so straightforward, isn't he?
Yes, and Tiger O'Shea is going to be, well, going home later, perhaps that little bit dissatisfied in the fact that he's King Gold's grey nostrils from being Laurel River Gold, Walker Stars Gold and Tuz Gold, the three that really mattered on the night.
Yeah. Yeah, it was quite a dramatic moment when he tried to get him to change his legs, and he did scrape the rail in the home straight, but it didn't make any difference. I mean, this wasn't a particularly strong race. The local sprinters aren't that good. We know how good he is, and he's
it's up to the world to see what they can offer when it comes to the Golden Shaheen, because he'll beat whatever's around him here.
Yeah, they've got to come and challenge him, haven't they? Australians, the horses from Hong Kong and elsewhere, the Americans in particular. Yeah, so it's up to them to come and challenge this fella, because he's dominating the sprint division at the moment.
Might just be them. We'll see him in 5 weeks' time in the Mahab Al Shamal on Super Saturday. Maybe colour up and get even closer still. Still fancy that whatever the circumstance, he'll come up second best behind Tuz, because I think that's just the levels that they are at. And then, assuming all fit and well, then in early April he'll be back to try and win the Shaheen for a second time.
Someone's very happy about him winning, that's for sure.
And key on the night as well, with Tiger O'Shea just one behind Connor Beasley going into today.
Yeah.
They're joint now. Tiger with 2 on the board, Connor Beasley with the 1. This jockey's title, which will go, of course, all the way to the end of the season. Tiger's tenacity and indeed know-how, experience and firepower is going to carry him a long, long way, but Connor Beasley's not going to go down without a fight. So the UAE Jockey Championship is going to go down to the wire, I'd expect, as well.
I think it will do. He's got loads of ammunition, Tad O'Shea. I wouldn't put it beyond him. Winning yet another Jockeys Championship out here.
So Tuz wins, colour up in second under Pat Dobbs, Drew's Gold, good run. And welcome to the UAE kind of run, finished in third, Eastern World further back in fourth. Morning running on as Morning does, finished fifth on this occasion, Jungle Mate in sixth, Mayatao was seventh, and Major Cinnamon under Adre de Vries was last of the 8 that went out for the Al Shindaga. So maybe he didn't put up too many antics before the race, but Tuz still proving fresh and well and full of a few tricks after it, Angus.
Yeah, he's full of himself, isn't he? I don't think he's had a hard race by any stretch of the imagination. To be honest, I thought Tad O'Shea rated him pretty well against the rail. He didn't go bonkers. I mean, we saw Pontos go on a sub 10-second furlong earlier on in the Blue Point, but he's got nowhere near that. Most of his furlongs are over 11 seconds, so he's been able to sort of doodle along in front, and there were plenty of them in with a chance turning in, but he soon cleared away from them.
Didn't he just? And the colours are Daki Stable for Bupat Seemar. He's now an 8-year-old Tuz, and he's made it 3 from 3 for the new season, winning by just under 6 lengths, 5 lengths, and that little bit shorter still this time around. The gap between Tuz and Colour Up is still there, but it's been narrowly eroded each and every time.
If you leave him when he's on the inside,
Will it ever be reversed? That's the question. You don't think so, do you?
Unlikely, don't you?
I'd say. While Tuz is still at the top of his game, which I think he is, and they'll have him concert pitch for April, not necessarily January. And I don't think Saudi will be quite on the agenda this time around.
I think they'll give that a miss. He was well beaten there, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, but it still didn't stop him coming back and winning so emphatically on World Cup night. I guess that was the thing that Bupat Seemar said, that the gap between Super Saturday and World Cup night allows probably for running in both, but you're not going to go to Saudi and Super Saturday.
No.
Anyway, for the second time tonight, and third if you include his stint here on the sofa, we can hear from the champion jockey.
Debrief there between Bupat and Tiger O'Shea after Tuz has just won again. He certainly knows his way into the winner's enclosure here at Meydan, as does Tig. He's a real character, but a very talented horse.
Yeah, Meg, he's a machine around here. You know, he's. I just said to Bupat there, he probably would have done more in a work morning, because he can be quite keen in the mornings and generous. But I just stood up on him at the wire there, and within 20 yards he was back to a hack, you know, and so he he knows he's good. He's playing games with the opposition at the moment, and you know, I think he's won his last 4 or 5 now straight. But he's a hell of a racehorse, and look, as I said in previous interviews, I've won a Creek Mile on him, so he gets further as well. So he's a jockey's dream. He's a push button, and all you got to do is hold on.
When you turned into the straight to change his leads, did he have a little bump with the rail?
Yeah, he's in his younger days he would never change his outside lead, and I went to change him up at the top of the stretch, and he didn't go to go, so I had to be a bit more aggressive on him. And then when he got a little nudge off that rail, he changed over, and he quickened good, but he was only, I promise you, if something came to him, I felt like I'd plenty left. He'd his 2 ears pricked for the last furlong home, and as I said, when I stood up on him at the line, he'd pull up the hack in 50 yards.
Yeah, he looked like he was pulling away clear at the line again. He's a horse that just keeps on giving, and he's certainly got to be one of your favourites.
Yeah, he's one of the yard favourites, and look, he keeps turning up, and you know, great credit to the team at home. So yeah, look, we're going to have to probably give him a good freshen up now. He's had 2 back-to-back quite quickly, so I don't know, will he go straight now to the big night or have maybe one on Super Saturday? We don't know, but he probably would have done more this morning in a gallop than he done tonight.
Well, we look forward to seeing him back on the track, and well done, a good day for you in the end.
Thanks, Meg. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Effusive in his praise, and rightly so, Tygo Shea to his beloved Tuz. And he's brimming with confidence when talking about that horse. He's done more this morning than here in the race itself. What did he do from a perspective of the efficiency ratings that we're going to show you?
Yeah, it's an interesting race in terms of the data. It wasn't furiously run at all. Tyler Shea was able to rate him on the front end. He didn't try and go clear on him. He just sat against him, and the sectionals were, well, they weren't tepid, but they weren't furious. 13.31, then a 10.67 for the second furlong, but then he steadied it a bit, 11.14, 11.69, 11.47. So they've not gone mad. That meant there was quite a few of them in contention, turning for home, and indeed 400 metres out. The race time, 1:10.43, so nowhere near Zenden's track record. 23.2 the last 400 metres, and importantly, his efficiency, 101.19%. So he's able to finish the final 400 metres 1.19% quicker than he ran the rest of the race. So what does that tell us? It tells us that he's just been rated nicely out in front, and he's not had a hard race. He's not had to run furiously from start to finish, establish a 5-length lead, and then hang on under pressure. He's just done his own thing and dawdled along and has done what Tuz does.
It's suited him, hasn't it?
It has. It's a perfect race for him, really. He's picked up a big prize without having a hard race. Maryatal on the outside of the field here, way too keen. He was very impressive when he won at Jebel Ali, and he came back and he won here. But look at that. Even at this pace of 1,200 metre pace, he's way too keen. These fractions here were about 11.14, 11.69, but he's still pulling hard off those fractions. So he's got to learn to settle a little bit better. He wears a cross noseband. Here's the incident in the home straight, very interesting. I thought at first he bumped into the rail just of his own accord, but I think Taylor Shea was trying to get him to change his lead, to change legs once they turned into the home straight. He's thinking about it now. He's trying to shift his weight, Taylor Shea, on him and just get him to change leads and clear away. And in so doing, the horse just bangs into the rail, but no harm done whatsoever.
Athleticism's there, though, isn't it, to be able to correct at that speed?
Yeah, and it suggests that he had quite a lot left in the tank. Look at his ears. He's pricking his ears in the closing stages. That's always a suggestion that there's plenty there. The lugs never lie, as I like to say, Nick. And I don't think they did here, rather like Romantic Warrior when he got to the front, pricking his ears as well and winning easily. I think he's bolted up here. I think he's won really easily. Of the others,
Colour Up must be
given his
sick
running.
The sight of the winner, the backside of him as well, and particularly when he sort of flirted with getting past him at a point, and there was half an opening.
Yeah,
but that's all it ever was.
Yeah, and Tuz just kept finding more, courtesy of Taylor Shea, rating him well in the early part of the race and not going sub 11 second furlongs, over 11 seconds for 3 of the 5 furlongs, saving energy in the early part of the race. So that, when Colour Up did get to his girth, he was able to find more.
Right, it's time for the first medal trophy presentation. That is something that connections of Tuz are extremely used to.
Yep, the connections are just becoming very used to these sorts of presentations, as is our presenter, Mr. Patrick Alm, the Regional Brand Manager of Longines, Middle East and Southeast Asia. Patrick, thank you. He'll be presenting this award for the Alchindaga Sprint presented by Longines, and 3 awards once again to present to our winning connections. First of all, please welcome connecting on behalf of Daki Stable, Tuz's owners, Mr. Yevgeny Kapushev. That's what we like to see. Good stuff. Get that trophy in the air. Well done to Yevgeny. And now we welcome the winning trainer. Please welcome Bupat Simar and alongside Caroline Simar. Well done to all involved, and to the winning rider as well. Please welcome once again Tiger O'Shea. Everyone can come back in then. Bupat, Yevgeny, and Tig alongside Patrick Aoun, the Alchindaga Sprint winner presented by Longines. Tuz!
One race still to come, and that is the Al Kale Trophy. Run for the stayers on the turf and locally at 10:10. That is the last of 9 races on Fashion Friday. And to catch up on the action, we can have a look back at it now, described by Pat Comerford.
Increasing the tempo now, Unleashed, out by 3 lengths, and he's got the favourite Baraka working. Canale de Fost a lot closer today and sits third as they swing in the bend in for home. From DR, deeper out on the track was First Class, and running along from the back as well, Jafar, but he's given them something to chase here. Richard Mullen on Unleashed.
and Unleashed comes clear here. Baraka trying very hard to stay onto his place in the minors, and Canal de Foss doing the same, but this is all over. Round 2 of the Al Maktoum Challenge going to Unleashed. Dr. Jabba Batar continues on his great run here at Meydan this season. 4 lengths on the line. Canal de Foss second and could do no more. Baraka third over. 4th Jafar from first class. These things on the back should have something to chase here as well. A few of these up front might stop. It's Rafid, the leader in the 2,000 guineas. Gets to high season. Awab runs on here along with Golden Vacoma. Heart of Honor coming from a long way back but picking up good ground with Midnight Thunder and Royal Favour. Golden Vacoma the leader. It's up in front there by 3 lengths. Running on now Heart of Honor. Pegging back the margin quickly now. It's Golden Vacoma. Needs the line. Heart of Honor tries very, very hard, but Golden Vacoma's done it again. Wins the 2,000 guineas by 2 lengths. Heart of Honor Brave in second. Third across Royal Favour from Awab, who got tired the last 100. 3/4 of a length in advance of Danya down the side from Mysterious Knight, who travels well in behind. Marban the same. Make Me King tries to take closer order from Andreas Versalius. Fort Payne. Native Approach getting mobile now from the back. Sartu claimed now by Mysterious Knight on the inside as the gap opened up there for Barcelona. Marban presenting down out wider here from Danya. Then came Andreas Versalius and Fort Payne. It's Mysterious Knight. Marban on the scene big time here down the outside. Marban claims Mysterious Knight. Marban coming away here in the final stages of the race, and J-Mac strikes gold early in Dubai. 1.5 lengths on the line from Mysterious Knight. The champion now 6 clear. Artorius works into the race along with Cagliostro. Then came Al Jadaf sneaking runs up the inside from Sound Money. Best of the rest Crown Estate, but it is a 1-horse race here in the Firebreak Stakes. He's out by 8 lengths now. Cagliostro out chasing along with Artorius. Running into it King Gold along with Crown Estate, but Laurel River continues to run along well. Inside the final furlong, he's out by 5 lengths. King Gold making good ground in the late bounce. Laurel River needs the line, getting tired. Here's King Gold on the scene, trying to spoil the party with Cagliostro. Laurel River, will he get there? Maybe not. Maybe King Gold in a thriller. King Gold has got there on the line to make it very interesting with Laurel River. So inside the 650 they travel. Pontos leads a long neck into second position. Desperate Hero keeps him honest. Then came Yakayaro from Logo Hunter. Mick Yass tracking into it along with Cover Up, followed by Freedom Fighter. Bill Heil just got up on heels there as Mick Yass fell in his lap. Westacre trying to run on. It's Pontos here who hits the lead and comes clear by 2 lengths. Bill Heil now making good ground along with Westacre, who's finding plenty. Westacre down the outside along with Cover Up. Pontos tries hard, but Westacre wanting to lay in a little bit, but Callum Shepherd straightens him up and away he goes. Wins the Blue Point Sprint in style. 3 lengths on the line. Inside the 350 in the Al Maktoum Challenge, it's Bupat Seymour 1 and 2. Walk of Stars finding a little bit more here from Imperial Emperor in second. Kareem Factor Cheval making some good inroads in the late stages. Walk of Stars from Imperial Emperor here in the final stages of the race. Walk of Stars still with 2 lengths at bay, and it's back-to-back on-speed wins for Walk of Stars. Bring on the Saudi Cup. 3 lengths on 3 lengths on Imperial Emperor. They tighten up really here while they come past the centre part of the course here down the side of the 600-metre peg. Next was Drew's Gold, and out to the end there was Jungle Mate along with Morning. It's Tuz the leader. Maya Tells Felt 4. Colour Up looks the biggest challenger here to the initial leader now. Then came Major Cinnamon, Drew's Gold, Jungle Mate, Eastern World. He hung in a little bit there, Tuz. Went a little bit of a wayward there, and Colour Up has ambled up the outside to challenge. It's Tuz from Colour Up. Tuz having to be very brave thereafter. A little awkward moment there at the 300. But now he finds the afterburners here. He's brutal power on 4 legs this. Tuz goes on and bolts in the El Shindaga. 3 lengths on the line, beats Colour Up, who was very game once again.
welcome along for the first time on Dubai World Cup Night 2024 to the saddling enclosure ahead of the first race, and it is the Dubai Kahela Classic.
We are set here for the $1 million from the Dubai World Cup start, 2,000 metres. For the 28th Dubai Kahela Classic. Serious jumper.
Right, 10 o'clock locally, and the Dubai skyline, full bloom. Look at the Burj Khalifa there, lit up, and we get to the last race, race 9, which is the Al Khel Trophy, presented by Longines. It's Group 3 on the turf, and 28 and 10 makes it the longest race on the card. It is the last race. These are your runners. One Smooth Operator, who's been in Australia for Brian Ellison. That horse is number 1. Pridwin for George Scott, bids for a double for the trainer, is number 2. Epic Poet, winner last time. Flying Honours, Guia Senora, Homo Deus, Kefaf and King of Conquest. The last 2 bid to reverse the form with Epic Poet. A really interesting runner from the UK. Welcome David Menuisier, the Frenchman training in the south of England. Keys Chorister. Right, number 1, One Smooth Operator, the Geelong Cup winner. Brian Robinson saying just how much the horse, Brian Ellison I should say, saying how much the horse loves travelling and how adaptable and tractable in his races he can be. So I think he's going to go very well here. The trainer certainly wouldn't have put us off when we had a word with him yesterday.
No, he wouldn't. No, he seems fairly confident they're going to drop him out. They're going to ride him patiently, but that's how they normally ride him. They did so in the Melbourne Cup when he got a terrible trip right round the outside. He'd won the Geelong Cup before that. He's had a little prep run at Wolverhampton over an inadequate trip. That should have put him spot on. Here's Pridwin, number 2, coming from stall 3. He's a German St. Ledger winner, and he has got some good handicap form, actually. He won at Killarney in Ireland off a mark of 107 last season. He had an absence to overcome when he was 6th to Epic Poet, beaten 9 lengths last time, and he's entitled to improve for that.
This is number 3. This is Epic Poet for trainer David O'Mara, a horse who led home a number of these actually a few weeks ago, inclusive of Kefaf and King of Conquest. Epic Poet, it was an excellent ride on the day by Danny Tudhope. Is he guaranteed to follow up? I don't know that he's guaranteed, but I thought it was an excellent ride and comes out on top of a very strong form race going into this.
1 of 2 for Charlie Appleby's Flying Honours, number 4. Just had 3 runs in 2024, was back on track, down in grade and in a hood last time up. He's a bit inconsistent and he can be a weak finisher. His efforts can flatten out just a little bit, but it looked like he was getting back on track last time.
Okay, moving on to number 5, that's Guia Senora, trained by Jan Barbado, runner-up and denied a whisker at Deauville last month, and presumably a prep for this. He's a horse who stays very well, so further than this, as we've seen in the native France, and we shall see how this race sets up for the now 9-year-old Guia Senora.
Yeah, useful French performer. Number 6, Homo Deus, in Tello Gelding. Luci Botti has this horse now. And Connor Beasley's the man on board. First run for this trainer. Best form in the past has come on soft and heavy ground, but did win 4 races on the bounce in mid-20 24. Just got a slight doubt about conditions today.
James McDonald bids for 3 on his first night at Meydan, which is not bad going. He's got Kefaf, who's got 3/4 of a length to turn around with Epic Poet from 3 weeks ago, and I think given the way the race played out there, I would argue he's got a strong chance of reversing that form.
Here's here is Keys Chorister, who has got some really good form in Europe and in the UK as well. Last seen went 4th to Kyprios in the Lonsdale Cup at Ascot at the end of the season on Kipco Champions Day. He's got some very smart form and has got a decent chance.
Okay, there is Schoenstall, who rides Keys Chorister, and the note as well that after the tragedy of measured time in the Jebel Hatter, William Buick, it seems, is fit to ride King of Conquest in this last race on Fashion Friday.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
Welcome back to Meydan for the last race of Fashion Friday. It's the Al Kale Trophy. It's run on the turf, 2,800 metres. And 10 is the trip. And they are the horses circling before the start of our last race. And 3 weeks ago, a number of these met, one of which, King of Conquest, who was second, in behind Epic Poet. It was a key race. You can see Epic Poet won it, King of Conquest second, Kefaf third, Pridwin has a bit to do to reverse the form back in sixth. Kefaf in the yellow, lots to do from wider, ran very well. King of Conquest, I'm not convinced this is definitely his trip. I think he's probably better over slightly shorter, but I thought, Angus, that Danny Tubhope gave Epic Poet a super ride.
He did. He's quite a tricky horse to win with. He needs to come from off the pace. You need to deliver him fairly late. He's got there soon enough here, hasn't he? He's nearly been run down, but he's a talented horse. He's got some good form in Europe. He was fifth in a fiercely competitive John Smith's Cup at York. That's a very good race. He has to be held up. They have to wait with him and they have to time it right. He had Pridwin in behind him there, but I think Pridwin will improve. He was off a bit of a layoff there. He was off 4 months. I think there might be a bit more to come.
So who is the one to take out, if not the winner from that race last time? I'm a Kefaf fan. Because I don't yet believe he's plateaued. I think he's getting better, and I think he made up a little bit more ground than perhaps ideal, and when only beaten 3/4 of a length.
I like Pridwin.
Okay.
I think he might improve and possibly give George Scott a really good night. He looked like he needed the run, I thought, and he's got some really good form. He's a strong stayer, and there might just be more to come from him. So.
Brian Ellison, who I call Robinson earlier, of course, Ben Robinson. One Smooth Operator, that huge success in the Geelong Cup. Yeah, he was a little hampered, but perhaps underwhelmed. Long since he ran just at Wolverhampton on Boxing Day. The trainer was confident enough of a big run. I think everything about the track and trip should suit him.
I think so. I think he ran really well. He won the Northumberland Plate in the UK. He won the Geelong Cup in Australia.
Yep.
And he's only beaten 5.5 lengths in the Melbourne Cup. He's got some really good form.
And Keys Chorister, who I think you've long flagged up the weapons in her.
I have, yeah.
Can turn a foot in the closing stages, to put it lightly. And she's not up against horses like Kyprios and so on in this race. She should find the grade much more within her compass.
Yeah, she was fourth for the brilliant Steyer Kyprios at Ascot when we last saw her. She's got some smart form. I've liked her ever since she made all the running to win at Epsom one day in a very small field. But
yes,
she just carved out really good sectionals through
off a silly low handicap rating in hindsight, but it was the speed she showed that
yeah, and she just looked like she was going to be much better than that race suggested she was, and she's duly proved it. And this is quite a good opportunity for her, I think. I don't think it's a particularly strong race. The track record is Manobo, 2:53.78, set in 2022. I wonder if we can have another track record.
It's a nice programme for these horses.
It is.
They could well go for the Nadal Shiva Trophy on the 21st of February in a few weeks' time, then Super Saturday, and of course the Gold Cup potentially, but that's a long way away. We'll see. We'll go up with thanks to the final race of 9 on Fashion Friday, Pat Comerford.
Trophy Group 3, 2,800 metres, and we're set to go. Set and racing. Keys Chorister stood there and missed it by 3 or 4 lengths. Homo Deus was away fast. Pridwin the outside, working up into it. Epic Poet's trying to sit a little closer today, along with One Smooth Operator, and deeper out, working up into the race as well, King of Conquest. Then came next him running was Flying Honours, third to last. Keys Chorister works up the fence, and Goya Senora is out to the end. So 2,400 metres left to go and a lap of the Meydan track, and it's Pridwin who leads narrowly. Off the fence with Homo Deus to his inside. Third in the 1-1 was King of Conquest, and Kafaf finds himself one back on the inside, travelling strongly. From Keys Chorister, 3 back the fence, One Smooth Operator in the running line. Next was Epic Poet. From next there was Flying Honours, and then came Goya Senora. So 2,000 metres left to go as they work off the front of the course and onto the side. And Homo Deus takes over the lead once again. Leads by 3 parts on Pridwin in second. Third was King of Conquest. Fourth, Kafaf, still travels well. A length to One Smooth Operator. 3/4 to Keys Chorister. 3/4 of a length again to Epic Poet. 2 lengths to next there was Flying Honours, and Goya Senora works up on the running rail into a bit of traffic here as the pace comes out of the race and they approach midway. It is Homo Deus by 1.5 lengths. Pridwin decides to drop back now off the leader. Then came Kafaf in third on the fence. From a deeper out, King of Conquest now working up into the 1-1 eventually. Keys Chorister was next, 3 back the inside from One Smooth Operator, who tracks the international market favourite. Epic Poet works out into the wider part of the course now and starts to improve. Then came Goya Senora, and last of all was Flying Honours. So 1,100 metres they leave, and they head towards the 1,000-metre peg. Homo Deus still running along at OK fractions. They haven't broken 13 seconds yet. Pridwin now gets closer. Kafaf just awaits an out here. He's had the run of the race on the inside. Then came King of Conquest, who sits fourth in running, from Epic Poet, who's been 3 wide and without cover for the last 2 furlongs or so. One Smooth Operator still travels strong enough. Keys Chorister is going to track Kafaf everywhere he goes here. Then came Flying Honours, and Goya Senora still last. Pace really starts to come back into the event. Homo Deus and Pridwin, they pair off. Flying Honours was next. Then came King of Conquest. Kafaf works through the inside now. It opens right up for J-Mac here, and in through comes Kafaf, running on from the back of the field. Goya Senora along with King of Conquest, and from the back as well was Flying Honours. It's Kafaf. He's left vulnerable up in front. Pridwin tries deeper out, King of Conquest, and Epic Poet from the back. It's Kafaf from King of Conquest. King of Conquest trying to get on level terms. Kafaf stays him off. 3 for J-Mac on Fashion Friday. Beats home
King of Conquest, who was very brave there in second. Third across, Epic Poet. Next was Pridwin from Goya Senora. Then came Flying Honours. Back in the field was Keys Chorister with one smooth operator. And the last one home after leading them throughout, Homo Deus.
Extraordinary finish for the last race of the night, the longest race. They went an absolute crawl, but it is Kefaf who has been called the winner, and in so doing has given Michael Costa another on the day. But crucially, the man we welcomed with open arms, given the legacy status of the rider, James McDonald at the treble. As you just said, it's the easy game this. Just pick the absolute best of the best, and there you are.
It's an easy game for world-class riders, isn't it? James McDonald, wow. This was a very slowly run affair. It's turned into a sprint, but he's in the right place at the right time, and he's just clung on in the end. For the first mile, they didn't break 13 seconds for any single individual furlong. They did thereafter, turned into a real 4-furlong dash. And it's James McDonald on Kefaf, who got a lovely split down on the inside, roared through it, and has held on in the end from King of Conquest.
That's the winning of it, isn't it? Keeping that the inside
and then he kicks,
streaming, and off you go.
Yeah, Epic Poet. That's not what he wants. He wants a strongly run race coming from off the pace with horses stopping. He's run a right in third.
The first four are four that came out, the four from that race that Epic Poet won a few weeks ago. Yes, a totally different result this time around, but I guess the feeling was watching that race that Epic Poet had that super ride on the day. Things went perfectly. On another day, it could have gone differently for King of Conquest and indeed Kefaf, and it is another day today, and things have played out slightly differently.
Yeah, William Buick, no luck. Brave of him, really, to ride again so quickly after what happened earlier on in the Jebel Hatter. So he decided he was going to ride, and he nearly got there. He nearly got there. Epic Poet not beaten far. Pridwin's run well in fourth. He's run better than he did last time, Pridwin, and he could have done with a stronger test of stamina. This really was a slowly run race that turns into a dash, and they got consecutively quicker through the final 4 furlongs. They went 13.06, 12.83, 12.18, 11.9, 11.49. So they're just getting quicker and quicker up the home straight.
And on a general perspective, talks about the jockeys' battle, which is